器は我のものじゃ。わしのじゃ。つよい。楽しいのう呪いの家。爽快じゃの。見つけた。わしのじゃ。楽しいのう。つよい。呪いの家。早く戦うぞ。待ちくたびれたわ。無駄じゃ。これから人間にとっての地獄を見せてやるからの。早くしろ。我は待たされるのが嫌いじゃ。なんじゃ貴様、ぶち殺されたいのか。
ってね。邪魔すんな。行くよ行くよ。おりゃ行くよ。頑張れ。やらせね。
てめえはうちを怒らせたぜ。
どうなっても知らねえぞ。自分の大切な友達を。
行くぜ。めんどくせえ。行くぜ。やだやだ。これがターボババアの力かよ。なえるぜ。許さねえぜてめえはよ。やれやれ本気出すぜ。ももちゃん会いたかったぜ。
強くならなきゃ。もっと強く。そういうことかよ。
おっと悪い。
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We book Esports World Cup up.
So the club championship is still very much on the line. Milos?
What's up, Chris? How are you doing? Like my new merch?
What are you wearing?
AGAL, bro. They're like the legends of Honor of Kings, KPL champs. These guys are all over the place. You know it.
I mean, I know you know as a handsome, charismatic bloke, but I mean, you can't. You know, you can't. You got to take it off. I mean, we can't be biased when it comes down to broadcast. We have to be completely unbiased.
All right, hold this.
For God's, Milos.
Easy.
Let's get on with semi-final, Dave. Honestly.
Wang Cao.
世界舞台的交手确实让人血脉喷张。
Fighting our way back to the global stage wasn't easy.
We have come way too far to back down easily, and we don't intend to fall behind.
With our blood, sweat, and tears, we will fight to the very end.
It's been a full year since our fall to the Titans.
We are stronger now. Prepare and ready.
重回旧地，热血如初，那些胜利的喝彩依然在耳边呼啸。这一次，我们要的不只是过往的荣耀，
见证同门登顶，固然心怀敬畏。To share this stage with Enoch is an honor.
但也该轮到新王当立了。
这一次，我们要的不只是过往的荣耀，一战登顶，视为冠军，连霸开篇，方筑王朝。
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, everybody. My name is Rain Day, and I am joined by some amazing panelists to kick off what will be a historic day in KWC history here at EWC 2026. We've got two semifinals, two KPL teams battling against the regions that want to prove that they have stepped up their game and can challenge the throne defenders. But it's going to be anything but easy, as these best of sevens will test them, push them to the limits, and maybe give us stories that will rewrite the course of history. All of that on the line, and all of that coming up very soon, plus some teasers as to all the fun we're going to be having tomorrow, Saturday, in Paris, France, at our finals. It's going to be a best of 3 match, a best of 7 grand finals, a show match in between, all of that stuff. Just stay tuned for. But let's get into today and narrow our vision on our semifinals, which will set that show up. Of course, I'm joined by two gentlemen who need no explanation, no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway because I think they deserve it. Isaac and Sagi. Isaac, Sagi, you guys looking great today. I mean, brother, the way you're looking is telling me this is going to be an important day.
It's the only way that we do it. We just do great stuff right over here, man. I'm telling you. Well, I am really happy. I'm actually pretty sad and happy at the same time. I don't know how I feel anymore because the tournament is coming to an end, but at the same time, I'm really excited about what's going to happen today in these semifinals. It is going to be the last opportunity for these teams from Global to try to beat on the KPL teams.
Oh, Isaac, all good things tend to come to an end. And you talk about Global teams beating against like KPL teams. So far, it has been really, really difficult. We saw how Aurora Gaming took on AGAL yesterday, and it was just a 0-4 defeat coming in from the MKL champions.
That's a great segue because we have our STC Rewind to help give you at home a bit of an understanding of where we come from. All good stories, all good things do come to an end, but they also have beginnings, which, Isaac, we were talking about earlier, can serve as history to let us know that there may be a different future for us if we take the right lessons from it. What did you learn from yesterday's matchup?
I'm telling you, the way that Aurora Gaming, it was really nice. When you look at it just individually, you look at Aurora and you say like, dude, like they're doing the right things at the right moments. This is actually really cool, but they were playing against AGAL. The problem is you're trying to beat AGAL at their game. And for Aurora Gaming, that was too hard a challenge. It was very difficult. They need to come up with something different if they want to beat actually the KPL teams.
And to add on to your point here, Isaac, what is the AGAL game? What is the KPL game? It's about gold farming. It's about strategizing around the map, which the KPL team has so many years of competitive experience, excellence. They have mastered it to a very, very high level. If we reference back into 2025 KWC, Nova Esports got 1 game against Thailand Gaming, also a KPL Titan. But how did they do it? Disrupt their farming tempo, go for those offensive engages with the Guan Yu, with the Musashi here. So maybe a tip for the MKL teams taking on KPL. It's about the team fight. It's about disrupting that early game.
I love this, gentlemen. We're going to get into that even deeper as we start to preview this lineup, because that's the big question. We didn't see it yesterday. The Keys unfortunately crushed on the competitors who tried to challenge KSG and who tried to challenge AGAL. They will have another chance here. GK Rockman waiting in the wings. But this one, Isaac, this was a little bit of fun. Sasaki was having fun with it too.
No, I'm telling you, man, like that whole show match, it was just so cool to watch. It is like the best of the best, the legends of our game, and then they're coming all the way here to Paris to try to show us how to have fun with the game. And that's the main idea. It's a game. You gotta have fun.
And when is the last time you saw Gamini or Gemini actually play the game itself? He's always
Such a long
coaching
time,
such
man.
a long time. And you finally get to see him play in EWC in one of the best stages in the world.
When I started doing this whole thing, like he was already being a coach, man. So just imagine how long time is that already?
That's a long time. I'm trying to think of a basketball reference here, but it's like Phil Jackson jumping back on after with those 09, 10 Lakers, or trying to figure out a way to get back onto the court. Either way, it's a fun spectacle, which turned into some success, a win. Actually, I think on the Ho Yi, right? That's what he was playing.
Exactly.
That's
on
right.
that Ho Yi, that for this meta, it has not been very popular, but for the show match, it just showed us everything, man. It's just the longest range right over there for his damage. It's just so good.
Now, Sagi, I know there were a lot of cameras, there were a lot of zoom lenses. About 60% of that was for you, right? Because they knew you were casting. They knew they had to see you in action. But also, these KPL teams, they bring fans wherever they go.
Exactly, right? You can see the crowd starting to slowly fill up everywhere. And yesterday's entire vibe in the stadium, it was just amazing. I could hear the fans cheering, the fans roaring, cheering for AGL in both Aurora Gaming right through my earphones.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one today. Expect nothing less. But we do have to give you an update on the Club Championship. That's why we lean on our Aramco Club Championship leaderboard to give us the current rankings each and every day. And that's Team Falcons, who have actually pushed their point total up a little bit since we last saw them. So 2,600 is the top. Not a Sphere Virtus Pro, still in that top three. Team Vitality and AGAL rounding out the top five.
Team Falcons got to have like this strat for every single EWC,
Man.
just coming in, just first place. In the first weeks, like you see them a little bit shaky, but then after that, they take the first and they do not let it go.
That's what defending champions are made of here. And talking about defending champions, you have AGAL coming in from honor of King's World Cup. Yino and his squad is set to potentially topple the total points for the club championship rankings.
That's why they're going to be fighting not only for KWC glory, but also for being able to get the EWC top rank.
I mean, there's 3 million in this tournament. There's 70 million overall at EWC. So you can imagine what that club championship winner is going to be grabbing for first place. A lot to play for. Plus the pride of your organization. Falcons trying to do something historic, back to back to back. It's hard enough to win once, but to go back to back to back, that would be something that would be very hard to replicate in future years. But of course, what makes this also interesting is as you see teams rise to the top, you see teams fall. And in EWC fashion, that means that their keys are crushed. And unfortunately here, it was KSG and AGAL doing all of the crushing to their contenders. Isaac, it was not necessarily a close match, but there were matches that, again, we hope expand upon the literature, the
I love
footage, the film that we have on how to dissect the strength of the KPL.
Like we need to understand something and just take this as educators. Understand, looking at the match and just trying to find the little details and the little points that then in the future you can actually use to your advantage. Classic for us to say like, oh, the KPL teams are just so good at these things. What can the global teams do in order to counter that?
I think the global teams, number one, is what we talk about. You have to play out of the KPL way. Try to disrupt their tempo. And coming in for today, we have two upcoming matches featuring both KPL teams going up against global MKL teams.
And this is a good litmus test. We kind of talked about this. How far is the difference? How can GK Esports, Rock Esports find themselves competing yet again in these moments? So, of course, that leads us to our first head-to-head. You might have seen AGAL yesterday. You'll be waiting till the very end of the day to see them here because KSG will be taking the stage against GK Esports. These two teams, one from the KPL, one representing the global side in the MKL, correct? Of course. And that just means that, again, you have moments to learn from, but also moments to be excited about. I know that Guayu wasn't excited to play KSG.
Oh, no.
But he was excited for his first pick. He was excited to be in this part of the draft because they made it to a semifinal, which is a huge thing already in itself.
I do believe that for all global teams, they would rather play in KSG than to play AGAL.
Oh, why is that?
To yesterday, I just put a point out there that said, KSG, it is the standard that the global teams need to try to aim for because of their game style. Their game style is very dynamic. It is always out there trying to get the fights. They're really into it. thing that global teams already have in their DNA.
They're quite fast, too. One of the fastest games, one of the fastest series we've seen, Sagi. And it's very hard to put kind of a stopper onto the momentum once it starts to flow from KSG, hoping maybe to get that slowed down early on from the side of GK Esports.
I think to your point as well, it's more of a double-edged sword where AGAL's playstyle yesterday, slow, steady, winning the race. But when it comes down to KSG, they're like, nah, we don't want that slow. We want to attack you when we feel that we want to fight you, bring that goal lead in, and snowball the game out of control.
A lot being learned here, of course, and as we take a look at KSG's roster and introduce them to you, these are names very much like my panelists, Isaac and Sagi, who need no introduction. We had a chance to catch up with KSG, and I believe it was Sky who got a few words before our semifinal match.
Hi guys, sorry. Can I have one more take? 3, 2, 1. Hi guys, good to be back. I have you join me for the pre-match interviews. Please say hi， 跟大家打个招呼，小雨。
Hello， 大家好，我是快手小雨。
今天的比赛在开始之前来到场馆，大家整体的状态和心情是怎样 ？How do you feel about arriving at the venue here again one more time today？
就正常吧，没什么太大的起伏。
I think we would just keep it casual. I think nothing much is happening going on. I think it's a very calm state they are having right now. So I just talked to your opponents for today's game. They think that they will give a very hard target towards your jungle. How do you feel about this? 我刚刚和你们今天的对手聊了一下哈，他说他们如果说今天要放一些重点的话，他们可能会进攻你们的野区啊。所以这一点的话，你感觉怎么样？会怎么样帮助句号保护他的野区呢？
我会把对面发育路打爆，然后来帮他收野区。
Okay, I will crush our farm lane on the bottom side, and I will help Juhao with his jungles. I think it will be a huge support from you from the bottom side. And more to that, what's your prediction of today's best of sevens? 那你自己哈，不知道是鲜奶还是毒奶，你对于今天的比分会有怎样的预测吗
？4-0。
哦，你为什么要笑得这么开心呢？是现在很兴奋吗？
没有。
哦，
就是想笑一下。
Okay, I'm so happy about it. I feel very excited, and I think the score will be 4-0. Thank you so much, 小雨，谢谢你哦。希望你们今天比赛有好的发挥。Thank you, and that will be it. 我们打个招呼，拜拜。
拜拜。
I just got to give credit to Sky there as well. By the way, that show match having to do 10 interviews alongside Mara, who also deserves an incredible amount of credit. That's not easy to do, gentlemen. But keeping those storylines alive, we do still have to keep narrowing, which is what has been successful. KSG come out knowing that they're the favorites. You says, I'm going to dominate that farm lane. But how do you stop them? How do you figure out a way?
I think you just need to take this as a best of one. If you are a global team and you actually want to come in and then try your very best to take the one game, take the one game and then don't think about the second, third, fourth. I'm sorry. It's just a matter of being realistic. Go on that best of one, first game, everything that you have, best picks, and just get out there, just swinging.
To your point, right, Isaac, I think it's really evident, right? There's evidence. We did see it before back in KWC 2025, where Nova Esports went against Talent Gaming coming in all the way from KPL. And the way that they did it was insane. They beat True with their best roster. Guan Yu coming in from Xuan. Musashi. And then we have the Yu Huan Dolia double combination and Muchi on his signature.
On the early.
Oh, just bringing in that first game and building momentum into a BO7.
Rain Day, I'm telling you, man, like that game last year, it was 12 months ago, man. It was such an interesting game because nobody was expecting, everybody was hopeful, but not expecting.
Of course.
Just for them to take the one game and then they come out with their best picks. And then we watched the game yesterday. I sat there with Sagi and then we just kind of started breaking it down. And then we understood exactly the momentum. Like we understood the moments of the game where Nova Esports at that time, right now, Rock, they actually just brought the game to their side.
And to your point as well, one final thing that I want these global teams to actually learn. It's proactiveness. Of course. You can't fall into the KPL tempo. The moment you drop into that tempo, we saw how Aurora Gaming in first game against the side of AGAL 3-3 in terms of score. Of course, they were losing 8,000 goal at 10 minutes.
Sure. And this is going to be an important thing. All those things, lessons and maybe tips on how to approach it for GK Esports as they face up against KSG. This is a roster that has gotten to the semifinals of a major tournament in HOK. So there's nothing to slouch at, nothing to be upset about, but can they do it? Do they feel the confidence? Will they come out with those strong picks? We had Sky sit down with GK Esports heading into this matchup against KSG as well.
Hello guys, I'm Sky. So I have Jem together with me from GK Esports. Say hi.
Hello.
今天感觉如何? How are you feeling today?
今天感觉状态还是很不错的。
We feel like we have a very good state today. So compare with the one you had before, do you feel more excited here coming to the arena? 和之前比如说小组赛会上场比赛的状态相比的话，今天会感到更加兴奋一些吗？
当然了，感觉打到 KPL 还是很激动的。
Definitely, we feel very excited because our opponents is one strong team from KPL. So did you watch yesterday KSG performances and how do you feel about this? 昨天的比赛应该有看啊，今天自己的对手会给你留下一个怎样的印象？在昨天观赛的过程当中，
感觉快手的进攻性非常强嘛，我们需要在这方面去跟他们进行一些碰撞。
I think KSG is really aggressive when it comes to gameplay. So we need to do something when we encounter them with this kind of play style. I think today in game we're going to be looking forward to those combats in the gorge. So did you actually have the scrims with them during your practice? 就是我们在近期有和今天的对手进行一些比赛上面的训练或者训练赛上面的训练吗？会有吗？
没有，我们都是在跟 AG 打。
直接跟 AG 打训练赛的这个战绩，可以给我们稍微透露一下吗？
上一场是2-3输了。
Okay, so indeed, actually, we don't have those scrims with KSG, but on the other hand, we do have some scrims with AG, and the result is a 2-3 for us. It's a very functional loss, but we think, it makes a lot more sense, and we did progress a lot during that scrims. So, what do you have in mind of the scores of today's best of 7? 今天这场 BO7 应该会非常的精彩哈，你自己对于这场比赛有任何比分上面的预测吗
？4-2吧。
然后你觉得就是胜利会属于你们，对吗？有什么话想和你的队友说吗？
我们打好自己就好了。
Okay, I think it's a 4-2 for us fairing our side. And one thing I want to tell my teammates is we will try to do our best. Looking forward to your play. Thank you so much. 希望你们今天有个非常好的发挥，谢谢你。Go back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Guy. 4-2 on the side of GK. Those are some strong words, some fighting words, many might say. But the cool thing about it is that we have to remind everyone of the Titan bounty, which means that if you have a win against this team, you get $10,000, literally, for winning one game. But then if you win the series, you get $100,000. We have yet to see a game one against the KPL team. Will this be it? And let me even direct the question more concretely. How do you do it? What do you focus on to get that one win in that game one?
Top picks. That's it. Just go with your best picks and then just go around and get everything you can get in that first BP. Put Guiyu on the Fatih, put Musang King on the Ogren. Just start taking just everything that you can for your teammates.
I think when it comes down to those players that you mentioned here, especially for Shisan and also Ze, their Liang Frost, their Annette pick here has been pretty much amazing in winning us out some of their BO7, BO3 games. But I want to highlight what exactly went down in that interview as well. The way that Jem was saying that, the last time we scrimmed AGAL, it was 2-3. We lost, but 2-3 against
That's amazing.
There you go.
That's huge.
It is a friendly match, right? It's just a scrimmage, but if the scrimmage, we can take that same attitude and move it right over here, straight into the stage. This is going to work out for them, and they could just go home with $10,000, a little bit more.
Every single game means that, and every single game for you might mean that you move up in ranked or start to learn a little bit more about the strategies that would help a win against KSG or AGAL. That's why we want you to play Honor of Kings by scanning the QR code and joining not just the fight here on stage, but the fight in game. And I love the way that we also get a chance to look at the characters, the heroes that are making a big impact, Sagi. There's a few more that you guys have been mentioning before we kind of came back on camera here that you would love to see in game one.
I think 100% I would love to see Anna and also Liang coming in from Ze. I think, yes, we highlight the FMVP players coming in from the side of Musang King, coming in from the side of Guiyu. But when it comes down to playmaking, I think LFF coming from KSG and also DK. These two players are standouts to look out for.
There are players over there in GK Esports that they have already been to KWC, that they have been already here in EWC's finals. So we know that they know how to make it into the last game. We're really looking forward if they can have a second chance at it.
A second shot at the grand finals is not what you can actually look for in a normal day. They've been into it against 2024 against the side of the dream team coming in from KPL. Can they do it again? Hard to say, but they have to face off KSG in this round.
Let's do this, Rain Day!
Great conversation, gentlemen. It's all ready. The stage is set. Our semifinals begins right now.
Welcome to the semifinals. This is the penultimate day of the Honor of Kings World Cup at EWC. 4 teams remain, but by the end of today, only 2 will have a chance to battle for the championship. KSG will enter today after one of the most commanding performances of the tournament. But GK Esports didn't come to admire the KPL champions. They came here to beat them.
It's just part of it, right? Yesterday, we saw domination from our KPL teams in the quarterfinals. They closed it out. They set their foot straight into the semis. And today, with the 2 series, will determine the teams that'll make it into tomorrow's grand finals day here at KWC at EWC 2026. Will it be the birth of a new era, or we'll just have a repetition of history? We'll tell all together. Though, let's introduce our teams for our first series. Please join me in welcoming Quishao Gaming! Flawless ever since landing in Paris, their approach has stayed as consistent as their results. Pressure, snowball, clean up. Clinical is the name of the game, and the Surgeons are buzzed on stage for one more series to propel them into the KWC Grand Finals.
And facing them is GK Esports. They've continued to grow with every series. They've shown they can adapt, they can fight under pressure, and they're not afraid of anyone standing across from them. GK Esports have earned their place amongst the Final 4. And now they find themselves just 1 victory away from the biggest match of their year.
Mara, to be the best, you have to beat the best. And this is a game you absolutely need to be watching out for. It can change the trajectory, the history of KWC. So please, GK, please, Quishao Gaming, you may place your keys, take your seats, gentlemen. All yours. Go ahead. Get yourselves ready and set. This one is about to be massive. I know they're all breaking it down. They're telling you what the preparation is and our teams, respect between our 2 team captains. So let's get this one started.
Against KPL in international stage, I know it's hard to win, but we just want to show we are improving 1 year by 1 year.
刚刚进入4强感觉还行吧，还需要继续加油。
The dangerous player I think is Liu Lang because he is captain and mid laner in their team. He can lead his teammate and make us problem.
UK 能进到4强的话也算是很强了，然后也听说他们的手法很强，然后打法也比较凶猛嘛。但是我们这边肯定还是优势更多的，无论是运营啊、手法还是那个节奏，都是我们更强。
For KSG, I think their tempo is very fast and they do very well in protecting their jungle and attack enemies jungle.
我觉得这场比赛跟之前的比赛应该不会有太大区别了。如果让我预测一下比分的话，我预测的话应该是我们是 JK 0。
KSG, we know you are very strong, but we already prepared for you.
希望你们努力吧，早日追上我们。
Killing spree.
KSG, they know the task. Get to the finals. Maybe have a chance to go up against their KPL rivals in AGAL. But of course, GK Esports may be the taller of those tasks. Try to get a game, maybe a series, and change the fate of history.
There is no perfection in life, man. I'm telling you, there's no perfect team. So there's going to be little cracks over there in the KSG team that GK need to try to find. And as long as you find that, just push through with everything you have.
And those opportunities won't be that, I would say, reoccurring that much. If they can't find it, and even if they found it but they can't push through, that's going to be devastating for them. For so far, throughout the entire run for global teams, not a single win against KPL thus far.
They have made it to the finals in the past. Musang King, Drua, they know what it needs to be. They need to be right now the big brothers of the team and really just take their teammates and push them with them in there.
Well, when you have that competitive experience, you better be putting on your knees right now because you need it to push yourself one step closer. Because last year, they missed out playoffs, and this year, they're coming back with a new roster forming around these same few players, and they are looking to return to that grand trophy spot.
It's amazing what we have in store today at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. KWC continues, and maybe, no, definitely, the highest stakes yet. Can a team get a win off a KPL squad? KSG emphatically wants to answer no, but will Game 1 surprise us with what GK Esports can throw in their draft? All of that coming up right now on your screens as we send it over to Holler and Nora for the call.
Thank you so much. As we go into the top 4 to find out who will be playing in the grand finals. My name is Holler. With me is Nora. Your thoughts on this matchup here?
Well, my thoughts on this matchup here is going to be really head-to-head because KSG already been undefeated so far in KWC with 8 wins in a row. Definitely, it's going to be a monstrous performance since they made their debut in KWC. But as for GK, as I said, they played the scrims against AG, right?
Yes.
Back in the pre-interview, and they said that it went to a 2-3, which is really close, and also play against a KP Origin team. Well, I'm not that sure about today's matchup.
Yeah, and actually, not to disrespect either of these squads, but I do think that it's going to be a little bit more competitive than what we saw yesterday, only because of play style. If we're talking about Kwashu Gaming, they tend to take a little bit more risk. They're not as cagey as AGAL, so there are definitely opportunities for GK Esports, who, again, like to brawl as well. They could potentially find a way into this game.
I totally agree with you, because speak of the play style, KSG is known for their aggression, and so does GK Esports. So I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of early game skirmishes happening in today's Best of 7.
Definitely so. And I mean, for me, it's kind of like that top lane, right? We know Silence. He's a rookie coming in on the Kwashu Gaming side. He's only 19, but if we look at the other end, GK Esports, Goyu, he was a finals MVP in the KIC 2025. He's 18. So these young prodigies playing into the Clash lane, this is going to be an interesting one to watch here.
I feel like both top laners are actually the rising stars from their own region. So I do like the way how they're putting it, right? And also for GK Esports, Game 1, they're on the blue side. They just take away this pay because the jungler confront also matters a lot to today's Best of 7.
Yeah, and actually, it looks like GK Esports, they're going to start with the pay. They want to go fast, furious, let Musang King kind of fly on this one. And the panel was talking about it earlier. They want to go aggressive. If anything, this is probably the one where you want to pick a little bit more higher value heroes. So again, you take Game 1, maybe you set the tone for this series.
And speak of the jungler, speak of Musang King, giving him the priority to take that pay. Actually, this is his 3rd time participated in KWC, right? First year when he was in 2024, he went into the finals. But last year, he ended up his stage at the group stage. So it's going to be a little bit painful for him to suffer. But this year, as they said, they improved a lot, and it's going to be a great way to show whether they did that or not by play against KSG for today's matchup.
And also going into this one, GK Esports did a lot of research, but KSG on the other side, I mean, they played Virtus Pro so many times. You're only going to learn so much considering that how those series kind of played out. But for me, it's kind of like KSG. What do they need to do going up against GK Esports?
Well, I feel like KSG just need to stick to their own playstyle, right? Being really aggressive. Already we can see by this Lapu-Lapu, Ukyo, and also this Mai. Mai is always going to be the shot caller, not even mentioned to Liu Long, is the leader and also the captain of KSG. So definitely Mai and Yukio, this synergy is going to lead the whole pace for KSG in game 1.
If they're going to go very fast as well. I think that also, like if you're talking about a Mai, this is very high flying, definitely like bursty type of damage, almost everything that you want. So again, this is also, you know, to kind of counter the pay, right? So if we're talking about early game, both of these teams really want to set the tone early.
And also because of the laning also matters a lot. So that's the reason why Geeky is banning away this channel and also Flowball Marksman try to shred down Yu a little bit more. Because I also want to put Yu on the spotlight. Yu is also making his debut from this year. Start with Silas, right? They started their career this year, but they made it to the final and also got their team the champion, which already shown their potential and their talent. And in KWC so far, you always did a lot of 1 versus 2 and 1 versus 3 at the bottom, which secured a really nice safe laning for KSG and allowing their jungler or their mid lane to do a lot of things happen on the top side of the map.
Definitely, and it's about that space. You're kind of talking about just like trying to secure the bottom as much as possible. But if we're talking about overall, like Gem and also you, like which of these two guys needs to have a little bit of a better game early?
Well, I feel like in that case, Gem is playing Aoyin and for Yu is playing Badi Shouyue, right? So in that case, it's going to be really peaceful at the bottom, right? Both farmers just going to farm up, no more like HP trade. Maybe it just depends on Shouyue's second ability, if it's accurate enough or not. But the top side, I would say, is going to be really chaotic in the game.
Yeah, actually, again, just kind of alluding to what I was saying earlier, just like that clash lane is going to be fireworks. Because, you know, again, I think both of these guys are very young, they're hungry, and they're going to definitely try to, again, set the tone and be aggressive and be like, hey, actually, I'm the one true prodigy, if you will.
Yeah, you know, like the common features that these two teams are sharing, I would put it into they are young, scrappy, and want to take their shot.
Yes.
And it's gonna be the time, it's gonna be the first ticket getting into the final.
Yeah, and here we go. It's gonna be the first series of the day, match number 1, game number 1 to set things off. And you can already see Musang King. He's gonna try to get into this proper position to, again, you wanna be threatening. You want vision as of also where Ju Hao will be rotating.
But it's not gonna be easy one because you can see like the positioning of his rest of team members trying to guard Ju Hao's jungler's passing.
All right, and now with this other piece, the Shoyu is going to be a later pick. What are your thoughts on this one? Is it more for the fact that, hey, we don't want to just take all of the best farm laners early, or is it more of just like, hey, we know that you want to go early, we just need to solidify the late?
Well, I feel like maybe the late game is quite promising for both marksmen, but due to the lane, it all depends on the accuracy. And also, speak of accuracy, you can see a lot of HP trade happening on the top side of the map, and actually Guiyu's flash already been forced out. And at the bottom, Gem's flash also being forced out, so a lot of 1 versus 1 happened, and Kuaishou went up against their opponents on both side lanes.
Yeah, actually, if Gem went down there, that would have been an absolute disaster. But look at how KSG are playing. You were talking about how they are aggressive, and they're able to take the numbers advantage and turn that into a life lead. And now Guiyu and Gem, both of them are going to feel very scared in their respective lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, like, this is kind of a different level, you know, because we always mention about aggression linked it with the team fights, with the skirmishes. But in this case, in game 1, KSG just made it by pure 101 mechanics.
Yeah, not only the one-on-one mechanics, but if you're kind of seeing how they're kind of rotating, letting Ju Hao getting all that gold sharing, but the actual net worth lead is in favor of GK Esports. A little bit of a surprise to start things off.
Yeah, because of the pay, right, and also the Angela guarantee, the vision control, so everything just being very well so far. The gold is very even.
Yeah, and now it looks like the play away. You know, Jay is going to just kind of soften things up to be like, hey, I'm actually here. A little bit of respect in that sense. But KSG with 4 members in the mid lane, probably not too much is going to happen from here on out.
But if they want to make something happen, right, you need to initiate, and it's going to be Silence first. Use his punch, got him the first blood.
Yeah, I love the fact that they were able to go in with the Wu engine. You had the truth kind of to set things up. I mean, that's a perfect KSG play. The way that they were able to gank to get the top lane. Guiyu, he's like, he had to just put the phone down. because he was completely controlled.
And I do like the way how they're seizing those timing, right? Because as long as Guiyu's flash is not available, it's going to always be the time for KSG to attack on the top.
And this is absolutely a bit of a disaster for GK Esports. Not the greatest of starts, and now he's got to do the walk of shame just to get back in. He's catching up. He just hit level 5 on that trek on up there. So you're talking about this matchup with Silence and Guiyu, and Silence has gotten the better of him thus far.
And just check Liu Lang's positioning, right? He's roaming, how flexible he is right now. You can see like the Mai is everywhere, but always stay in such a great threat towards GK.
Yeah, Liu Lang, I mean, that's the rotation. That's what you want to do in terms of a Mai. First 10 minutes is key. If you're able to give them your team a head start, you're just basically going to control the game. But also, one thing to take note of is the Mai kind of falls off. She's definitely very squishy, though.
Yeah, so it all depends on when you're going to flash in, when you're going to knock your enemies up, and how you're going to attack at the backliners on the side of GK.
Yeah, and now back into the mid lane. This is kind of the setup. If there's some sort of pick-off potentially going in before that Tyrant does spawn, this is a little bit of a worrying time because it's going to be very close here.
And speak of the Tyrant, actually GK, because Guiyu already fell down once, so they might not have the priority to rotate down first, and also KSG are making some movements happening, targeting at Gem again, force out the ulti, so a lot of nice skill trades are actually happening and also in favor of KSG.
Perfectly timed, right? Juhao with that potential ambush, now he has no dragon. This is going to be very risky, and it's going to go the way of KSG because, again, it was the baby steps. It's the setup to that moment, and that's why that Tyrant was easily taken by KSG.
And I feel like, because we are watching the game from a third perspective, so we would say like KSG looks like roaming in a quite safe way, but the thing is that because of the Lapu Lapu and Mai, they're threatening crossing at the bottom, allowing them to do so.
Yeah, creating that space, right? And again, just with that tempo, everything that you're looking for, the KSG, whenever they're making some sort of rotation, they're always usually doing it with some sort of numbers advantage. At the same time right now, DK understanding that, hey, we have some space, they take the first tower, they're going to take the top one.
It's a really nice movement that made by GK, right? Because they are focusing on the top lane, and also Shizhen is ambushing here. But only Lapu Lapu is going to be at the front. But again, GK, by this tower being taken down, it's kind of just free Guiyu and let him to farm in a faster way.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this, about the leveling up of the global teams, and the fact that in the early game, I mean, Guiyu can take some shots here, he will be fine, but I mean, first 5 minutes in, we're talking about a bit of a wash in terms of the net worth. It's very close.
Yeah, it is very close, but it seems like Silence won't let Guiyu down, right? Just being as scrappy as we mentioned.
Yeah, Silence needs to be aggressive, right? And I think that when you have the backup of Juhao, it's a numbers advantage. Guiyu has to play a little bit safe, but the bottom T1 is now under siege in that sense. But GK, again, taking what KSG is giving them.
I do like the way that Musangking is passing, right? Because of this pay.
Oh, the truth. They have him locked up, but Gem with the shields just barely enough. Gem is off to the side. Liu Lang taking some shots as well, and it looks like Silence is going to be killed. The infinite fastness, does he go aggressive? Gem is looking on the prowl. He goes right on top of you, the flash away, and it looks like Gem is in a bad spot. He's going to be controlled, and LFF taking him down, and now with a tremor smash, but he too is a little too low. It looks like GK Esports a little too proactive at this game.
So true. It seems like they already want the upper hand, but they know that it might be a window open for them, so just check Gem. A little bit hesitation, but he's still trying to dash in, but make it as a 0-2 trade.
So, I mean, it's one thing to get that initial kill, but Gem here, you can't be going super aggressive. That was your ticket out, and you're going aggressive with that dragon. I'm never a fan of an aggressive infinite fastness.
Especially we are around like 6 minutes, right? So it's gonna be a reckless movement taken by them, but still Musangking is holding up very well. I do like the way that Musangking is passing because of his roaming. He's kind of built up those win lanes on both side lanes to take those tiers down.
So I like the fact that, GK Esports are willing to be aggressive, but now in this Raging Sea, Guiyu getting forced out, no chance he escapes that one. KSG with yet another.
And it is very obvious that the way that KSG, how they're gonna play today's best of 7 is targeting at Guiyu, because as you mentioned, he's gonna be the carrier on the side of GK.
Yeah, I feel like I should have just targeted somebody else in that pregame moment, because now it looks like everybody's on point. But now with that truth, knocking down back Musang King. But they're going to be diving under the tower. Silence is very low, but they're not going to continue on because, again, the mid T1 is there to keep them covered.
But I also want to highlight Shisan this Angela, because Angela's burst of damage is definitely the most powerful burst of damage so far in 7 minutes. So as you can see, like after he unleashes ulti, it can easily take like all members. Neither is going to be Dharma or this Lapu Lapu. It's too much for them to soak in those burst of damage.
I mean, that's kind of the dream, right? When you have the Chaos Cinder and then you have Jie on the Leon Po with that Tremor Smash, right? And then you're just blazing brilliance, you just burn everybody down. But KSG right now, the way that they're positioning, they're not giving these freebies away.
Yeah, but as we check the goal difference again, oh, nice burst of damage actually, targeting at this Shouyue. But anyway, like from the gold difference, you can see KSG still holding a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's actually starting to grow in favor of KSG, and we're only at 8 minutes. DK, we're doing the good fight, but then again, those 2 kills that they kind of gave up, you know, it's not a great spot. And now Silence, it looks like he's going to be looking to dive. Gem is all by himself, no tower as well. He gets on his dragon, he will be back. But with this Tyrant spawning, Gem needs to be very careful. Juhao over the wall, Infinite Vast is aggressively used. The Tremor Smash is on to 2, and the LFF getting a little bit low himself. But Jie, he's going to be off to the side, and they have the knockback on the Guyu with the power gradation, finding LFF, but Musang King is going to be taken down. They did find LFF, but it's just a roam, and they knock him down. That's a double going the way of Juhao.
Juhao got the double kill, and it's so crucial for KSG to do so in the mid game, because at least it's going to be a 1-2 trade. I mean, again, it's kind of like the same scenario happened again, right? James hesitated a little bit, and at the end he tried to dash in, but it's kind of like, you know, you are isolated from your teammates, and the rest of the team members try to group him up, try to back him up. But the thing is that they're kind of scattered because they don't really see that what happened.
Oh, the truth. Again, Jie getting a little bit low. I love the way KSG are stacking it. The Wild Wind just barely missing Jie as well. But the way that they're able to kind of stun lock, and I mean, it's only because of the fact that Jie is a bit tanky and he was able to survive. But please, Nora, please break this down.
Well, from the replay, we can obviously see that there's only Aoi and also Pei jumping in, but the target they are aiming at is this Lapu Lapu, which you can see that either Shouyue or this Yukio, they're in such a safe positioning, right? So allowing them to do all those pushbacks.
Yeah, all that pushback, all that play. But, I mean, the Infinite Vast, the reason why I don't like the aggressiveness is that it's your get-out-of-jail-free card. And the fact that, again, if you use it aggressively, you have nothing, plus you're low, and maybe you have a flash, but that's it. You're in a bad spot in the heart of the enemy team, not where you want to be, especially as a farm laner.
Especially now we are reaching at the 10 minutes mark, right? With a 3,000 gold in lead, KSG definitely going to bait a little bit more.
Definitely looking to bait. I think that with this Tyrant, though, maybe off to the side, it looks like Liu Long is in that brush. He's been skirted away by that Chaos Cinder. The Tyrant getting a little bit low. Juhao has shown up. Jie's got the vision, and now he's looking to go for that burst ramp, but it looks like Juhao is going to be taking that Tyrant, and now it's an all-out retreat. The Raging Sea is going to be used. Yeah, it's on the side, but they find Musang King. Guyu looking to do some work. He finds Liu Long, but now Guyu, he's going to be focus fired, and it looks like he will fall. You finding him. The chase is on. The Infinite Vast is now going to be used defensively, but Gem gets caught out, slowed if you will. He's going to get barely away, and LFF just not able to find him as well.
It's going to be a 1-3 trade. You can see the layers that KSG is putting into their team fight. First, guarantee that Tyrant, make sure that they got enough power, capable enough to do this team fight. And after they grab that Tyrant, Liu Long just instantly flash in and knock like 2 people off and just initiating such a beautiful way.
Yeah, the target prioritization, the way that they're able to take it down. I love the fact that you were talking about layers. They find layer after layer, and it looks like Jie has to use the Tremor Smash just to stay alive. The Wild Wind does hit him, but it's not enough damage.
Oh, that's scary.
Oh my gosh, he's coming back to the fountain with some holes in him.
Just check the replay, right? After guarantee the Tyrant and Liu Long flash in, it's gonna be the time. Got this Pei, be controlled, and by this Yu is always keeping himself so comfortable during the team fight.
Yeah, the target prioritization, KSG, it looks like they want to focus on a Musang King. Take him down, maybe you find Gem. I mean, if he doesn't have his dragon, he's the next target that they've been looking for, but they've almost burned him down as quickly as they've come in.
And you mentioned about burn down. I feel like GK is kind of hesitated when they're trying to initiate, because they feel like the initiation isn't that enough, because Lianpo is the only one allowing them to do the control ability, right? But if he dash in, there's no come-up burst of damage, actually.
Yeah, and I also think that it's because GK Esports don't have that perfect positioning. KSG, the way that they're always keeping them in arm's reach. They're never in danger. They're never huddled together where, again, that Tremor Smash might be game-winning.
And, you know, like, the most scary part is that once Shouyue got enough item and just being fully decked out, it's going to be really threatening, not even mention to reach your hand upon the Shouyue, but also, like, how you're going to take in all those snipes.
Yes, and I mean, the Loom, you're thinking that he's got a little bit of an advantage as they find Zhe, who actually gets on back. The Blazing Brilliance is not going to do too much. KSG's off to the side, but Silence with the truth, setting it up, and it looks like Gem and Jet, both of those guys get burned down. KSG with the perfect angle on that off of the back of Silence.
You know, Silence never missed his play, never missed his thing. He's always going to shine out on stage after all.
Oh yeah, he's always set it up, and Guyu is, you know, he's back in the fountain, if you will. KSG looking to take game one as they're going to drop down the Raging Sea, and they will, in fact, take game number one here.
Game one goes over to KSG. Wow, a little bit chaotic in the mid-game, but you can see like those layers that they put into their team fight, allowing them to win it in such a sophisticated way.
Very clean, right? And that's exactly what we expected from KSG. They were, from minute one, they were like, go. Let's play our game. Let's be aggressive. And it looked like GK Esports were a little bit out of character and out of sorts because they were forcing some of the team fights.
Yeah, I see like the Chinese fans, they are writing it in Chinese that Silence just go for the backlaner and cut them off. And Silence really did that from the last team fight.
All right, okay. I didn't know that they were like voice activated where you have to turn on Silence. I think that somebody in the, you know, the stands need to write it in English of like, Guyu, you too need to go to the back lines.
But both the top laner actually did really good, right? Because of the Charlotte also make something happen during the team fight. But I really want to highlight these two deciding team fights that GK actually initiated. It was Gem trying to dash in, use his ulti, but kind of scattered from all his team members. And also, it happened not once, twice actually.
Yeah, and I think the way that GK Esports take the fights, the initiation needs to be a little bit different. I didn't like the fact that Gem was the first guy in. He was, the first guy focused as well by KSG. They're like, okay, this free food is coming to me. I'm going to take that one to go.
So after that, you can see like everything just being turned around, right? KSG guaranteeing the Tyrant and just getting in, snowballing the game, and just cleaning, take away the victory.
Right, and KSG just right now, I mean, this is that Silence play. This was just like the final push, if you will. Once that happened, Gem and Jet, they really had no chance on this one. But of course, that was only game number one. Let's see what the panel had to say about that one.
Thank you, Holler and Nora. That was a great showcase of just how easy a game can slip out of your fingers like sand falling through at the beach. Once a full hand, now nothing less left but grasping at a memory. It was KSG who looked like they could have almost been tested there in the mid-game. Had a few fights where Shishan on the Angela was very effective, forcing Silence back, even grabbing a kill early on, but they couldn't continue into making that an actual win. And it was KSG who would take game one, Isaac, and continue on with, I think, a later game that proved to be much too strong.
I think that you really make a good point of bringing in Shishan's Angela, because I do believe that it was the mid lane priority for KSG that allowed them just to be able to rotate top lane, farm lane, clash lane, like they were everywhere. And that was just the pick of the Mai. The Mai Shiranui over there allows you to rotate. It's clear that it's going to clean wave a little bit slower, but on the other hand, it just allows you just to be able to be camping over there on the bush.
We had some pretty good moments, right? Especially on both the mid lanes. I think it goes back to the interview with the side of Guiyu. He said that, Liu Liang is just amazing, the captain, the main player coming in for the team. It shows on the game itself where Liu Liang found multiple engages on towards Guiyu, which we see his KDA coming in as 2-5. And then questionable engages coming in from Gem on the ultimate.
I don't want to point fingers at people, but as analysts, we need to kind of like just explain to everyone what we believe by that. When you have an all-in, the same as just what Holler just explained, you cannot be the first person just jumping in. In the moment that you use your ulti to go in and to initiate, how are you expecting to get out of the fight, man? Like, you're playing against KSG. They know all of these moves. If you use your ulti, you jump in, then you only have your flash to go out, and that is such a long cooldown.
It's about, I would say, the ultimate with the Frostguard Embrace build.
Yeah.
60 seconds, and yeah, you go in as a high risk, high reward. If you win, great. But if you lose as a farm lane engaging, that went really, really bad for him.
He needs to read the game in that moment.
Yeah.
In that moment, Guiyu was already behind. And that was the problem. In the moment that Guiyu is already behind, then Gem needs to understand we will not have the Charlotte for later. We better just start just to push back a little bit, change the game. They need to play an audible over there.
You know, and again, of course, I won't even jump in to levy any criticism whatsoever, but I understand the point you guys are making. Kind of holding on to that resource means that the other team have to respect that you have it. They cannot overcommit to you because they know you're going to be able to get out. The second that you say, I don't have it, well, now they have an easy target and you become the first of what could be 5 dominoes in a row to fall. I love, though, the way that I can relate to the success. That one team fight that they had, they got a kill, and you saw them go, okay, let's build off this. This is it. It's that game one they were talking about. And then they maybe overcommit there, which again, I mean, I understand it from the emotion, but it's so hard to keep that discipline when you need it.
But I want to point out one point, right?
Yeah.
It's at the very least going back to our talking points. Are they being proactive? Yes.
Right.
But is it being overly proactive?
Yeah.
Yes, as well.
Yes.
So
There's got to be a line.
It has to be a line. So for yesterday's game, for Aurora Gaming, maybe it was a bit passive, falling into AGL's tempo. This game, I would say they're proactive, but they're also falling into the KSG's trap where they have laid for them, continuously fighting. But every single fight, it goes back into KSG's favor.
We'll see if that changes. Shaggy, you've got some Telestrator ready for us. Set it up.
Let's whip up the Telestrator here.
Let me get your mic and then you can just kind of do your job properly.
Okay, so this first play coming in for the side of Gem, it's the first kill that we saw. He flew all the way in towards the back line here. Kind of questionable when you engage as a farm lane here, casting all your spells, which it's not really my flavor. You can see actually Musang King getting caught out here is one of the biggest mistakes that they had. Once Musang King is down, once Guiyu is down, this fight was already over for
the problem is that they think that Draw can jump in with the Lian Pon, then just use the initiation, just put them all on air, and then they can use the damage, but they don't have that big advantage in that moment. They don't have the burst damage in that specific moment of the game. It's only 8 minutes in the game.
And this was the second Infinite Vastus coming in from the side of Gem. And if we do see the following team fights, when you are like, what? Let's pause for a moment. You look at this. You're already like 3,000 behind, 10-minute mark.
Read that, please.
Exactly. KSG players lining up so well in this line. You can see it's a straight line of players here. I draw one line. Look at this. This is the entire line that KSG players are looking at. So if you are on the side of TK, how do you play this fight? Because it's not easy at all. When you want to go in, it's already too little too late. It's only Ze going in for a bit of poke, wanting to steal. And after that, what happens? Look at this fight. Easily won over the side of KSG. Such a beautiful setup once again on towards Musang King. And after that, yeah, you got Liu Lang, but the job is done. You got the kills, you got the Tyrant, and to this point, boom, you're gone.
At that moment in time, Guiyu was already 2-4-0. He was at least 2,000 gold behind the Dharma, so he does not have the damage that he actually needs to be able to come in from the flank.
And I like this one, the last play coming in from Silence here, just silencing this game one, silencing any potential play. Take a look at this Silence coming in from this specific angle here. And then he comes in, boom, sets up 3 members towards the wall. And that was a beautiful play coming in from, I would say, the first picks of the Youth Academy, which is KSG's Clash lane.
The last nail on the coffin right over there from Silence, just with that a beautiful ultimate.
I love the way that Holler mentioned we need some signs for Guiyu as well, just in English to activate him, because the fans here from the KPL have seen Silence stick up to what they have asked, which is dominating in that Clash lane, rotating as well. I think the thing with this game, though, and I want to kind of raise this question again in game 2, it feels like they did have a chance. It feels like there was a moment.
Of course.
And, you know, is it just about, let's get 3 more moments. Worst case, we lose, which is what everyone's been doing. But if we get 3 more moments, maybe there's just one moment we can really take advantage of, and then instead show that restraint, show that discipline, and try to keep that lead.
KSG was really good at just coming in with a very clear idea. The idea was just, let's just target Guiyu, let's just get Guiyu out of the game, and then let's just see exactly what they're going to do. Are they going to push back? All right, I'm going to put pressure on them. Are they going to just keep moving forward and just be aggressive? They won't have the damage. So maybe what they need to do is just to use that exact page of their book and then just utilize it It's gonna have to be like the roamer, the mid laner, and the jungler rotations early in the game just to put pressure on one point.
And focusing on that, it was a really good attempt here from GK Esports, but KSG yet again show that they are going to take more than that if they are going to fall and be the first KPL team to give away our Titan bounty of $10,000 to a team that can beat them. However, they are also undefeated. They have not lost a single game this entire tournament. They come off our spring championship as winners in 2026. Can they continue that run? I think a strong answer is yes, but GK Esports looking to get into the conversation. Holler and Nora.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. As we go into this second game right now, thank you so much for the analysis in terms of what GK Esports can do. But Nora, do you agree? Do you disagree? Like, what are your thoughts in terms of how GK Esports can get back into this one?
I do like the way how they're equalizing the whole game in the mid, right? And also in the early stage. But the thing is that if you want to win against a team from KPL, you need to be disciplined, right? You already equalize the situation, but the thing is that with that Loon's ulti, right, unleash it twice in such a reckless way, just make your opponents to grab the chance and make the counterattack.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm willing to give GK Esports a little bit of discipline, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
I think that we need to slow them down. I think that the way that they were doing it, especially in game one, is like, okay, we've always talked about how they need to take the fight to them. GK Esports did that, but it was a little too much. Like, again, I think that you need to kind of be like, okay, maybe we're a little too aggressive. We need to calm down just a tad and find that perfect middle ground.
Yeah, I feel like less mistakes be made will be the way for GK to pull themselves together again. And it's gonna be GK on the red side picking out this early with another really strong laning at the bottom because they already feel the pressure coming out from Yu, because in the early stage you already see a lot of HP trade and also skill trade on both side lane individually. Right, so you need to promise in that you've got the winner, you've got a winning lane on both side lane in their stage.
Yes, definitely setting them up. Also, this is an AOV hero, right? In the sense that, I mean, KSG have obviously played around with the Annette here. They know what it does in terms of the patches and all that, but it might catch them off guard, right? This is a little 1-2 combination that they've got with the Arlie, which can really, again, just be pretty solid in that bottom lane.
And because of their priority to this Arlie, just let KSG to pick out that Xiao Qiao for Liu Long, because Xiao Qiao can be a great counterattack to his Arlie.
And going into this one, if we're talking about how, GK Esports, they're, like, generally when you're talking about global teams, you're kind of thinking, game one is usually the best one because it catches people off guard. We've already gotten past game one. It did not look great. But game two, GK Esports, do they have like a pocket strat, something to, again, get them back in the series?
I feel like Guan Yu is the one that they are picking and they are trying to focusing on, because Guan Yu can easily scatter the whole team fight positioning for themselves. So definitely Guan Yu gonna be a really decent pick. And not even mentioned too with this Ogren, they already picking out, I would say, like those T1 heroes in this patch.
Very strong.
For game two.
Agreed. And I think that this is, Musang King is one of the best on the global scene in terms of the Ogren. Yes, that hero has been nerfed many a times, but I do think that, Musang King is still able to extract as much value out of this hero as possible. And now you've got Guiyu on this Guan Yu. I think that this is also a very big of a power pick, because you know that they're going to be grouping up potential Razor Cavalry in a team fight.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to gain at least 1 point because they try to equalize the score. Once you got 2 scores deficit, it is really hard for you to play against and just turn it around, right? So in this game, they're picking out all those strong hero and also signature hero on the side of GK. As for KSG, I do like the in pick, because I feel like it might be the most well-rounded jungler so far in this patch.
Definitely well-rounded, and I think that it has a lot of mobility. I mean, the damage, it adds quite a bit to this lineup, right? So I do think that as a last pick, it's more to kind of just make sure, let Juhao do his thing, right? And I think that you're giving him space. He's going to be able to farm. You have the Chicha as well, also somewhat of an earlier game farm laner. I think that you have, again, a lot of good ways to kind of set the tone again early.
Yeah, so because of the double warrior that KSG is picking on, it's just allowing them to do a lot of melee fights against GK Esports. So this time, I would say the team fight will be even more chaotic in game 2.
Definitely chaotic. I mean, going in with this lineup, I think GK Esports pretty solid. This is, if you're talking about comfort picks and things, that the heroes that they like, almost everybody is on something that they really excel on. So for DK Esports in Game 2, it looks like they want to put their best foot forward here.
And as you said, their fans are also supporting for Guiyu, as we see the comments below, right? Just try to show their support to DK Esports and also to Guiyu.
Yeah, but it's one thing to show support, but they need to do it like the fans here are doing with the, Silence. They're telling him what to do, and Silence is listening. He's finding the back line.
And this time, playing this Charlotte can be so dominating in the late game, especially targeting at this Nuwa. But this time in the early stage, as you can see, GK rotate very nicely, but Xiao Chao's second ability landing on first ability, HP trade that hurt.
That took a lot of damage. She's got the shields as well, but now Silence is like, okay, I did what I wanted, which is, again, push Shisan away, and he's going to be very low, and I think the rest of KSG are very happy with that. Sometimes it's not about the kills, it's about that HP bar.
Because once you already got HP bar advantage, allowing you to do a lot of things after that.
Yes, and he can't really fight as much. He's not going to be comfortable. If you're saying what KSG did in Game 1, which is, again, put pressure on Guiyu, they're going to continue with that as he's all the way cowering behind his T1.
Doing some trades, doing some farm. You know, like personally, I do have my potential favorite for today's best of 7 for each team. I'm really looking forward to seeing GK play their Frost and Liang. And I do want to see Liu Lang play that Angela in today's best of 7 because he's like one of the best Angela, I think, back in KPL.
Yeah, definitely. So Liu Lang, though, getting focused here. He tried to flash, but it's going to give up first blood. Guiyu with the plays. The repositioning is unreal. He's not able to find the other one, but the 3-man power gradation, they've been knocked around. That's revenge if you didn't want anything else.
I mean, how could that happen? I mean, that Silence ulti with the flash got 3 members being knocked up and just make the consolation effort.
If you're going to have any sort of friend, that's the type of friend you want, right? When Liu Lang gets focused, he gets pushed around, giving up first blood. Silence is like, I'm going to get revenge. 3-man knockup on this one, and DK Esports, all they could do is watch as we check out the replay here.
But I do like the way how Guiyu is ambushing in that one, just because he's just targeting at this Xiao Chao. He knows that it's going to be their shot caller, but as Silence coming in, flash with his ulti. 3-member big control. It is really hard to let Xiao to achieve that by those limit attacking range.
Yeah, and I love that the replay is like slowed down and you can almost like hear the voices. They're like, oh, I mean, they didn't complete it, but I think that we got the gist of what they were trying to say, which is, of course, not good if you're DK Esports.
But anyway, it's going to be a 1-1 trade, but KSG got around like 1,000 gold in lead, but still GK, they're moving in groups, which is really important in those early stage.
This is what you want to do. You got to protect your jungle. Musang King was looking to invade. He's taking quite a bit on his way out. Liu Lang looking for the flank, not able to find anything, but we're getting close to the first Tyrant here.
And speak of the first Tyrant, actually both teams are really content for that Tyrant. They all have their own strengths. For KSG, they got the Xiao Chao with the Shao Suyuan, which allowing, Daidea, which allowing them to shut down the HP bar. And speak of GK, they can actually play around with that Ogren and also Arlie.
And the counter movements, and now it looks like Gem taking some work on this one with that Autumn Storm with that push back. And now GK, they were looking to go south. KSG actually went north. They ended up stealing some boards. It's all about the small things, as the Tyrant is about half life.
Go for it.
Off the side they go, and that uses the side, and Shisan gets the steal, and all the way in the back, Guiyu just pushing them away, but they've lost 2 members. I don't know if that was worth a Tyrant at the end of the day.
I mean, 0-2 trade, sacrifice 2 members for a Tyrant. Well, I wouldn't call it a fair trade, but still, I do like the way how they're putting all their efforts to contest KSG around that Tyrant camp.
Yeah, and now KSG, understanding that they have the man advantage, they will be looking to invade, and this is also very frustrating. As Musang King, he has to go to the top side. It looks like the Crimson Golem is going to be taken away there by Juhao.
And you can see like how fierce that Silence is playing right now, right? As long as he got the Flash or Pure Sky, always gonna go for a fight.
The power gradation on Musang King, who's also looking to invade because he lost his buffs. That was the counter movement, completely thwarted. They shut the door, KSG.
And the reason is because they lost 2 members from that Tyrant fight and allowing KSG to do those invasions happen. So that's the reason why we mentioned about the importance about when you're play against a KPL regions team, because they're always gonna find any potential spot to grab your minions or your monsters away.
I think it's also because of, look at Silence's movement. He's always there in the fight. Musang King using the Conductor of Souls. He's going to be knocked around. It looks like he's going to be going down. Silence getting the better of him. They have the other knockdown. Trying to get under the tower. It doesn't look like the Hurricane Wall is going to be enough. Silence with a double kill.
And with a 2-0-3, oh, it's going to be a solo, I guess. Goes over to Guiyu right in the mid, take Yu down. So it is really chaotic and both things are happening on both lanes. Speaking of Silence, check out his positioning, right? He's always waiting for the right moment, and as HP bar has been taken down, he just used his skill to dash in and also chase. After Zhe has unleashed his ultimate ulti without any flash, it's no way for him to get away from Silence.
Yeah, no real way. But Silence, again, he's tracking perfectly, understanding that Musang King is the guy. He's been targeted, and Silence has got the better of him, constantly cycling those spells, and now it looks like GK Esports, all of them around this Crimson Golem. If this gets stolen, it would be a bit of an issue for them as they've been slowed down, but Musang King using that Death Precipice to push them away.
And so does Zhishan Nuwa, trying to protect Gem, let him to get the rebuff.
Oh, Silence completely dodging that Razor Cavalry. Guiyu was trying to make that play. They also had Gem. They would have definitely cleaned them up, but Silence with the outplay.
I do like to put Guiyu on the spotlight because I think his Guan is playing so well, you know, because he made so many things happen, and also all kills are actually on Guiyu's Guan Yu right now so far for GK.
I think that most of the KWC highlight moments, when you're talking about from a Clash laner, has revolved around Guan Yu. Xuan has actually played an immaculate Guan Yu as well. So this is a hero that has a lot of potential play in terms of that positioning.
Yeah.
It does quite a bit, and Guiyu is one of the best.
That's the reason why this hero, and also with Dalmo, has the nickname so as the Miracle Maker.
Yeah, he's making miracles for sure, but right now the only issue is the fact that he's died twice, and the rest of the follow-up hasn't been great for GK Esports. They have not been able to get themselves back in, but it looks like... Yeah, off to the side, Guiyu with only a Razor Cavalry, only onto one. It looks like Juhao's going to kind of sidestep most of this, and now GK Esports, they're all in a bit of a chaos moment as they're not able to find it, but they find Silence. They do get it, but Musang King solo, Juhao gets the pick off onto him, so they at least got revenge. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of KSG.
In favor of KSG, and with those Vanguards still on their way, they're trying to track this new one down. It's going to be Rampage, goes over to Juhao. 4-0 for KDA, the man's on fire.
Yeah, taking that one as well. I mean, LFF, I think they'll be very happy to trade his life away for Zhishan. I mean, roll lives do matter, but in this case, you're going to get a value up in terms of this trade.
But if we break that team fight a little bit down, we would say like KSG actually predict what's going to be the next coming movement from GK, because as long as they see Anat, Zhe just flashing with his ulti, they instantly realize that Guan Yu is at their back.
Yes.
So that's the reason why they didn't move on the way that they supposed to be, where Guan Yu was there ambushing. Instead, they just moved to the top set of the map.
Yeah.
That's the detailed movement that they made.
Yeah, and also towards the back, he was just like by himself. Like he knew that if there were like 3 people right next to each other, Guiyu would have the perfect angle, and they kind of, you know, mitigated that. Having a one-man Razor Cavalry is like a feels bad moment.
And that's those like certification we mentioned when we're speaking of KSG.
Yes, and KSG, again, getting true value out of their picks, right? They've been, you know, Juhao, his KDA is 404, an error, if you will, but he's completely controlled this game. They're going to take the bottom T2, and they push Zhe back. He can't even get to the tower to defend.
And speak of the tower defense, the only tower defense on the side of GK will be this new one, because as you can see, like Arlie, there's actually no message from Arlie so far, right? During the laning, got be so painful, and after the red buff has been taken away again and again on the side of KSG, it seems like Arlie already lost his power pack.
Yeah, actually, but you can never count out an Arlie, assuming that they're able to slow this game down, which is kind of how the global teams have been playing against the KPL squad. Because again, KPL is just so aggressive and they control you. But for me, it's about this 2-level differential when we're talking about this Clash lane. I mean, it's only 1 now, but Juhao also has a huge advantage over Musang King.
And that's the reason why I do like the in pick in this patch, because it's so well-rounded, and also he can use his control ability, just getting his eyes on this Guan Yu. Actually, from now on, Juhao can easily just spot this Guan Yu out.
Yeah, Guiyu, but he's all by himself, though. He's in the pit. The reinforcements are on the way with that Hurricane Wall, but he might have popped that a little too early.
Jez on the run, the flash on 4. They have the nice little 2-man honey sweet breeze. Gem is so low, but Guyu has already been taken down. It looks like Musang King is going to be left all by his lonesome. He too will be controlled, but somehow Musang King, he's going to path the passing. They want the bigger target in Gem. They find Chisan elsewhere. They're going to take Gem as well.
I mean, the whole team fight just separated into 2 different battlefields. Liulan is trying to track Musang King down, allowing him to get back, and after all, it's going to be a 0-4 trade. Chicha's also on his way. Musang King tried his best to buy more time for his teammates. Looking for this shout out, but he was knocked up, and here comes Yu. Just spot him and take him.
They perfectly play that one. I mean, everybody was going in different directions, and KSG were like, I had the right numbers to ensure that they get all of the kills. That was a long extended fight. At the end of the day, it was an ace for the team because they wiped out everybody. But KSG right now, this is when they're firing, when they're finding that flow state, they've been able to control this game.
But actually, being separated is the key of that team fight, because if we scrutinize both compositions, the execution gonna be a little bit different. If KSG is scattered, all members from KSG has their individual potential play because of the hero picks. But on the side of GK, it's very hard for them to do so because they really relied a lot on Guan Yu's back.
Yeah, it seems like there's like a manhunt, and KSG are able to find out, okay, who needs to go for whom, and then they find that perfect place. And GK, we're fighting on all fronts, just trying to stay alive in that 1v1. But with this advantage from KSG, GK really can't fight into that.
Yeah, so this will put them into a really passive situation right now because they need to guard for those vanguards spawning all 3 lanes. It's going to be very torturing, and if they can't do so, it might be the end of the game.
Yeah, this is so frustrating. Like they're hiding in their T3s. They can't even leave the base. KSG's like, hey, you want permission? I need to see your papers, if anything. And GK Esports not able to get outside of the base. You, again, with this Vanguard, just putting a little bit of damage onto all of the T3s at this stage.
So it's going to be Vanguards getting in, high ground towers being taken down. Actually, they are putting in a more easier way because it's really rare to see double warrior composition to take those high ground tower in such a high efficiency.
T3s all taken down. Shields are on up. They're trying to defend this bottom T3, but with the Shadow Vanguard, it's going to make life so difficult. They find Guye, who does get picked off. You with a decent amount, just trying to flash away, but Gem has been focused, and you just mowing them down, not afraid to dive as they find Musang King as well. KSG rolling, pushing them all the way back into the fountain, but they will take game number 2.
Game number 2 again goes over to KSG. Right now, this team so far in KWC, 10 wins in a row, being so undefeated. And you can see the flawless execution that they had in game, right? Game 2 even put it into a faster pace and even make it in a cleaner way.
Yeah, this was you rightly put it in the sense that this was definitely a cleaner game. I don't know how you get cleaner from here on out, right? Because it seems like EK Esports not able to find a way back into this one. In game 1, they had a much better early game, but this is that start. This is that tipping point. The 3-man stunt from Silence, man, this guy is an absolute beast.
Yeah, I mean, like the Charlotte coming in, get 3 members knocked up, and also after that, when the team fight scattered, individual potential, beautiful skills can be seen on the side of KSG.
Absolutely beautiful. Play after play. The way that they're able to isolate, finding the right target, the numbers advantage. You're throwing everything at GK Esports, and GK Esports have 0 answers. It tends to be more of them just retreating back to their base.
And also, I want to highlight Yu more because I feel like Yu, during this KWC, he played really well. He actually outplayed a lot of farm lanes on his opposite side.
Yeah, another great game by KSG here, but let's see what the panel had to think about game number 2 here.
Thank you, Holler and Nora. KSG take game 2 over GK Esports as we still look for someone to claim that Titan bounty. Won't be game 2, though, as the fans ecstatic, happy, joyful, and in some ways expecting what just occurred. KSG to continue their dominance. They're on a streak 10 in a row, Isaac.
I want to stay positive and I want to have hope. Come on. It's only 2-0, and you know what? It's a best of 7. But the way that right now KSG is just kind of like pushing, it is really, really difficult for GK to have any answers. At the beginning of the game, they tried to start with the Guan Yu. Good startup. Like they get the first skill, but then immediately after that, KSG just backslap to your face.
I want you to stay positive too. Do we need to sing up here? You know, but I won't.
I just need to.
No copyright, but you know what I mean. That little, a little two-step, little skip. Come on, Saki.
Yeah, something.
I don't think we need to sing. Someone has to definitely sing for the side of GK Esports. They need to lift up the mood. If no one is lifting up the mood, we might just be seeing another 4-0.
But you know what, Sagi? Let's expand on that because you've been in these situations as a professional, as someone who now is joining us on the panel. What is it like to go down 2-0 in that room?
Stressful. You need so much reinforcement mentally and physically from your coaching staff to tell you like, hey, it's okay. You trained this far. You just need to convert that scrim performance into live stage performance. I think Isaac knows a lot, right?
I think that's the problem.
Coach.
That's the problem with stress, right?
Yeah.
Like when you're stressed out, then you start thinking about everything else but the important things. So it's very difficult just to say like, okay, how do I focus on the important things and then I just mute out everything else? That is what makes really good coaches. Really good coaches are able just to talk to the players in the specific ways that each player needs in order for them to focus only on the game.
Really well put. I agree with you completely on that sentiment because there is sometimes a higher lesson, and I use the word lesson, and I'm kind of just speaking over myself here because I mean something bigger than that. I mean, there's a higher, I think, awareness to bring to a situation that can't come from the people who are in it all the time. You have to have almost like a third eye, a bird's eye view, so to speak, where you can look above, get some altitude, we like to say, and look down on a problem realistically where, Isaac, it doesn't become an emotional thing like, oh, what am I going to do? I'm going back to this farm lane. I'm getting pushed. I'm getting caught out in the clash lane. It's more like do the right things, the simple things, the stuff you know win games. Keep doing that. You'll keep giving yourself an opportunity to win.
Resilience. And not only resilience, it's just a matter of understanding in this exact moment, what do I need to do? Let's put an example right over there with the Tyrant fight, right? Saki, do you want to break that up?
Yeah.
Let's break that up. We got a clip right here, right now. So let's just whip up the telestrator right here.
Right, give me your mic.
And this fight itself, before the Tyrant, it was looking really, really clean in the early game. Guiyu setting up that big play. But take a look at Silence here. My, oh my, 3-man knockout, finding the counterplay, forcing so many spells coming in from the side of GK Esports. That's still okay, acceptable. But the Tyrant play that you mentioned, this is the one that we have to talk about right here. All right, whip up the clip. So early game-wise, it's all right. You get the Tyrant from the side of GK. Everything is looking good. You can see they're positioning well, coming in from both teams. Guiyu goes in towards the backline. They secure the Tyrant. But as of this point, pause. You got the Tyrant. Guiyu is low. You don't have to continue to go in.
That's it.
Just back off. Save your losses here. But what exactly happened was disastrous. They lose 2 members here. And as of this point, look at this. It's not only 2 kills. These are the moments here. Jungle invasion coming in from both sides. Blue buff gets invaded by LFF and Liu Lang. During this timer here, if we were to speed it up, take a look at here. Jihao steals away the Crimson Golem here. So after that play, they lost 2,000 in the span of 40 seconds.
And that's the problem, right? Like you need to understand sometimes it's just a matter of a trade-off. You cannot win in every single aspect. You took the Tyrant. Okay, excellent. Let's just get out of there. You need to have an exit plan after you have these big resources.
Now, if we jump forward to the final play, right? As of this point, they snowballed the game extremely hard. It's really out of control. And for the side of Yu, this is where he shines the most. He's already so fed in towards the game, immediately flashes towards the backline, just chops up everyone. And after this point, it's too little too over now. Yes, I like the proactiveness coming in from GK, which is really different from Aurora Gaming, but they need to find a balance and equilibrium if they want to have control over the series.
Balance and equilibrium, I would dare to say that it is exactly what we need to see right now, Rainday. I do believe that right now they have the right strat, but the problem is that they are jumping in way too many times. They're jumping in a little bit too much for my taste. I like the fact that they're aggressive. Guiyu in both games has tried to do movements, has tried to make some plays, but right now we need to know one for me, one for them. So when it is for them, I need to be a little bit more defensive.
Well, it's a great showcase of what this team could possibly do, but we actually have some footage on what this team did. We had a chance to speak with GK Esports, and they took us through their Aramco tier list earlier before the set. Let's check it out.
Hi guys, I'm GK Shishan.
Hello, I'm GK Guiyu. I'm Musang King from GK.
I'm GK Zhe.
Today we gonna to do team tier list for EWC Honor of King. I think VP is B. I just see their jungle and mid lane have performance in last day tournament.
I think Vitality is B because they only have jungle is strong is thank you.
So hard to secure to playoff.
Our C can be A because they are good team in our Malaysia.
I think it's S because they have Danny, the best jungle.
Cannot be S.
No. I think Danny can do this.
Danny can do this?
Yeah.
I think MIBR is D because in Scrim we always end them before 10 minutes.
DCG is A because we just fight against the team. I think his Sun is very strong.
In our match, they give us very big pressure in game 1.
Bomb, I think, can give them D because they are I think they have teamwork, but they personally play in game are no good.
I think Bomb also cannot go to playoff, but D is too low.
Of course, it's D. They are personally play in game very bad, I think.
They're already leading in the early game, bro.
No, I don't care.
No reason.
I think AUR is A because they are the champion for MKL.
I think Aurora can be a surprise in EWC. Maybe they will send KPL back home in the quarterfinals.
I think AGL is S because they come from KPL.
But AGL will scream with them. I see the interview from Ino. He said he want to against us in EWC.
I think BLCK is B. They always give us very big pressure in Scrim.
Philippines is best team. I think BUR is C because they almost quit the EWC.
GK will be A+ because we are the strongest in Malaysia.
I think KSG is S because they also come from KPL.
I think Revenant is D because they are new team and their performance are bad in the match.
I think Nemesis is C because they are very strong in IKL.
He say the teams is very strong, but he gives C. When we against them, they let the match go to 28 minutes, and I think they are the most hopefully go to playoff in our group.
EC I think is D. I think they will lose in EWC.
This is our tier list. Thank you for watching and see you in the playoff. Bye bye.
Well, you've seen the tier list there, but all that gets thrown out the window when you get on stage. And Saki, this is one where GK Esports, in your words, have done a lot to be proactive. They need to restrain it though, and once they get a little bit going for themselves, find a way to keep that discipline.
But that's the thing, right? If you restrain yourself, you keep yourself in a loop. It's like, oh man, I'm 0-2. I don't want to keep on playing proactively. But then you become passive, and then KSG adapts towards your play style and puts you behind.
There's no win in passiveness. That's it. Passiveness is not an option for today, maybe for a different day against a different opponent, but you just need to be active and you need to be proactive. Go out there, fist up, protect yourself, but try to send some punches.
You're playing against a champion in KPL Spring. They're looking to continue being undefeated. A win would guarantee $10,000 on the side of GK Esports and send us to a 2-1. Or will it be KSG who makes this 3-0 and finds themselves on match point after this game? Let's hit it over to Holler and Nora for Game 3.
I'm looking at Game 3 as a must-win for GK Esports. As the panel rightly mentioned, if you're down 0-3, looking down the barrel of a gun, if you will, that is a terrible spot to be in. But Nora, what are the weaknesses? How do they break into KSG here?
I feel like GK today's matchup, they play it more like they restrict themselves mentally. Do you know what I mean? Like, because we are doing a single elimination and this is a semifinal, when they play up against KSG, I feel like they are holding back. Because as I said, what they did in Screen and also their achievement back in MK Origin, right?
Yeah.
They did very well, and also so far with their journey in KWC, before they play against KSG, they only lost one game against Nemesis, right? So they actually are capable enough to make something better than what we see in the previous two matches.
Yeah, and actually you were talking about the fact that they've beaten them mentally. I think that is the worst. Like, beat me up physically, right? I will accept that any day of the week, but once you beat me mentally, I mean, I'm completely lost at that point.
And if they want to, you know, just brought themselves together back, I would say they are looking for a potential Leon and Frost combo for this Game 3. Because as you mentioned, if you go 3 games behind KSG, KSG just gonna destroy you. You can see like those individual play that it made, right, in the previous 2 games. So definitely this is going to be the time for GK picking out their signature Frost and Leon. That might be the main reason why they're taking this Guan Yu away.
Okay, yeah, it definitely takes that away, right? And definitely a counter to it. Also the Lorien, very difficult to deal with as well. So it does make sense, and I do like that combination, but I like it later. But it seems like GK Esports running out of time, right? You have only 2 more games to potentially play up against KSG. You gotta find something that clicks for them.
So the click, I'm looking for the Frost and Leon combo, but I don't know if they want to do it or not, because the Leon and Frost combo originated from KPL origin, right? So this time they're trying to play in a more safer way. That's the reason why they're picking out this channel as a counterattack towards Yu's Aoying, and also paired up with Zhang Fei. Really solid bottom lane. But we mentioned about the bottom lane again, and I do want to praise Yu for his performance so far in KWC, because I think Yu played really well. He's holding his priority at the bottom and make sure that like even upcoming to like 1 versus 3, he can win every hand.
Oh, it's funny because you were like, oh yeah, I'm going to praise you. And I was like, oh, you're praising me. And I was like, no, oh, it's the player. It's actually the farm laner, actually, who's completely dominating in this series. He's been amazing on this one. But now with this Garuda and the moats to kind of, again, you've got that long range lockdown. You have a lot of damage as well. This is looking to be very formidable, which is why the other side is looking to be, you're talking about big old bruisers, right? In terms of the Dharma and the Zhang Fei. And now you've got the Chano, which kind of looks at it to be as a counter to this Loon here.
Especially Guiyu, actually, we can see a lot of windows made by him, right, in the previous game. So I would say that's the reason why they're giving him this Dharma, trying to force KSG to fight. Because the way that KSG is now drafting is showing like, okay, we're gonna poking, we're gonna microing, we're gonna destroy you in quite steady but torturing way.
Yeah, which is honestly, it's tough, right? Especially if GK Esports. You were talking about the torturing way. I mean, nobody likes that, but it seems like KSG have been doing a lot of the torturing, if you will. They've been in full control of not only both of those games, but throughout. The mental psyche has definitely been there, but now we've got a little bit of a English sign here. I'll read this one because
okay,
you know, I have
here you go.
English or no English myself, but I want to Juhao to win. I don't know if he's voice activated like Silence is at the end of the day.
Well, Juhao, well, in that case, actually, you can see like KSG always prioritize Juhao to have the opportunity to take the counter pick, because they always let him to pick at last. And this time I'm looking for Ogren pick to deal with this Zhang Fei or this Dharma, because they really need some tankiness on the side of KSG.
Yeah, I think that also if you're looking at GK Esports with the Zaqiao, this is something that they're looking again against the Ogren as well as the Loom. If they potentially were to go that direction, that Honey Sweet Breeze is control, but GK Esports, it's all out just team fight, CC, and let Gem shine on this Chano, which always kind of worries me when you're putting more pressure on one guy to do everything.
And also the pressure is on their accuracy about initiation, right? Because it really forced them to play in a more aggressive way. But whether they can do it or not, it depends on this Neja coming up with this ulti, targeting at this Garuda or Aoying very first before they initiate the team fight. So initiation, that's all they're asked for. And on the side of KSG, as we mentioned, Juhao this time play this Ogren, building the tankiness on the side of KSG and allowing them to push forward. It's going to be a slow but steady way for KSG to micro to secure their match point in Game 3. But as for GK, well, they push back in a more fierce way.
Yeah, and also I love the fact that you're being very humble about it, but you've brought in the insights onto the draft here, onto the English desk, if you will. You called out the Ogren in the beginning. You didn't let me know. Just be like, haha, I'm predicting all the right heroes here.
I'm like the reader. Anyway. But I do like the way, that's the reason why we mentioned about those experience that we are accumulating right now. And it's going to be the time for Game 3, and we are getting closer to the result of today's very first semifinal.
This is a must-win game. Game 3 for GK Esports. If they were to be down 0-3, that would be too insurmountable of a mental mountain to climb, if you will. So if we're talking about the best-case scenario for GK Esports, it's to come out firing. Find a way to stymie the growth of KSG early.
Yeah.
And now into this bottom lane. As you see, LFF just making a little bit of rotation with Juhao as well, and they're just going to make sure that they get this Firehawk to take that away. Only time it's going to spawn, so getting maximum value as they rotate.
And top lane again, when Guiyu play against Silence, they're just going toe-to-toe.
toe-to-toe, if you will. And that's been the aggression, or that's been the matchup, if you will, throughout this entire game and series. But Silence has come out on top. He's been very impressive, and Guyu has looked like a, like a mere mortal, if you will.
And also that just relies a lot on their initiation, and also it's going to be Musanking getting it. Oh, and another mechanics due to this Nerja is that his ulti, when he landed on Ogryn, can kind of restrict Ogryn's HP recovery, which will be very helpful to shut them down.
Yeah, sustain, right? And I think if you're looking at also Fatih, Silence has ways to sustain as well. So it's more of like that last pick, counter pick, if you will. But the Fatih and Ogryn, still very scary. If they get to a mid-game where they're kind of 50-50 or slightly up, it's going to be tough for GK Esports to kind of, again, fight into that.
So true. So they need time to farm up. And speak of farm up, actually this time in Game 3, we definitely need to concentrate more at the bottom because of this mods with Aoyin can easily allowing them to use the poking damage and build them the winning lane. That's the reason why GK, right? You can see they rotate down more frequent than the previous 2 games.
And you could see that GK Esports, this is something that they haven't done, right? Where they've just been like sticking together. Maybe somebody gets out of position. We get lucky with the pickoff. And again, just set themselves up for that first blood here.
They're looking for first blood, but they still need to wait Zhangfei upgrade to level 4.
Yeah, they're going to be...
Before that, there's no initiation can be seen on the side of DK.
Not finding anything. Musanking dodging most of that, but the aggression into the top lane. Silence trying to fight for this one, and it looks like he will give up first blood. It took a bit of a village to take him down, but finally Silence goes down now.
I do like how Shisa is always rotating up, just trying to back up for Guiyu because the trustworthy Dharma pick always gonna grab them these kind of things.
Oh yeah, but now the box perfectly lacking in share. The umbrella outburst countering all of that. Now LFF is too low. The Stampede is on point. The Dragon to the skies he goes. Liu Lang is all by himself, but the infinite fastness, it looks like they get the snipe. Jen with the soaring signal from downtown. Jen is a little bit low. Might have stuck around a little too far, but I think that GK Esports will be very happy with that one.
Well, I mean, this is a 3-1 opening on the side of GK. It might be the most favorable game so far that we see they play against KSG in today's best of 7.
Definitely the best start thus far, but Nora, please break it down.
Well, from the replay, we can see the rotation made by Xiaotara's skill 2, just unleash it directly and take Silence down. At the bottom, I do like the way how Zhangfei is pushing back, using his ulti just kind of distract this monster and also channel. This time, Gem is prioritizing his positioning and allowing them to do a constant output damage.
Yeah, and also Je here, that was the perfect play. This is why he loves the Zhangfei. He's just like completely set up. The truth, I think, was actually expended as well by Guyu. Knocks him on the wall. Silence shaking most of this off. Musanking will show up, but it looks like, Silence doesn't want any of that action.
And actually talk about just Zhangfei, his Zhangfei is really good at initiate because a lot of Zhangfei players tend to play in a more passive way to push back using the ulti.
Yes. But now, the 4-minute Tyrant, that pushback is going to be required here. Je has the madness. If they want to go for this, it's going to be started here by GK Esports. KSG, they spot this out. That Cannon Blast was very, very short range at that point. But the Tyrants, okay, that was a little bit close, but Musanking will secure it with that smite.
It's kind of like just have a try and to see whether they can get a Dragon Theft or not. But still, holding that Zhangfei ulti, allowing GK right now to guarantee the vision control around the riverside.
Yeah, sometimes it's actually not about the actual ult. It's the threat of it more than anything else. And that infinite vastness, he's going to U-turn that one on out. It will hide under the tower. GK Esports, though, their jungle is being invaded, but thus far they've been able to kind of thwart things off. But Juhao with that initial steal on that red buff.
I do like the way how Juhao sneak into their opponent's red buff side and take that red buff away, right? Because it's the trade that we talk about. When you fell behind, you need to make a lot of trades happen. Make sure that you're still gonna equalize in the whole situation.
Yeah, but you're also, when you're looking for trades, you're looking for a slight edge, right? And I think GK Esports right now losing a little bit on that side, but you're kind of letting Juhao get a little bit out of control here. This Ogryn could be very scary in that mid game.
So that's the reason why they're trying to concentrate and pushing at the bottom. It's going to be the stun coming out from Woods, coming up with Yu's burst out damage. Just force Gem to retreat, take one step back, guarantee them the vision control Riverside, and it comes Zhu Hao getting in, double buff on. I do like the way how they're trying to poking down the damage, and because that's the main reason why they're taking all those compositions.
Oh, the Conductor of Souls all the way in the back. Zhu Hao understanding that, hey, I'm very tanky. I can get on out with my path of passing. Musang King has showed up. KSG are like, okay, the numbers slightly starting to favor. Don't want to get into that fight. But now with Guyu looking to make this way into the mid lane, this is a potential ambush here.
And not only you mentioned to KSG, actually when they are pressuring at the bottom, Fatigue, Silence also take tier 1 tower down at the top, and it's gonna be a stun coming up with the 3-1 skill from Yu.
Oh, Shisan getting a little bit low, but this opens things up for those boars. Zhu Hao, Umbrella Outburst, they actually find him. The flash away by Liu Long. Guyu not able to play the play, but the Skyfall from downtown. Musang King showing up. Zhu Hao's on the wrong side of the river, if you will, but Musang King taking most of the damage. I think DK Esports are going to be happy with that trade.
I mean, outstanding synergy coming out from Guiyu and also Musang King. Guiyu was sneak at the back and also instantly triggered out his ulti with a flash can control upon Liu Lang's Garuda and let Musang King to take the kill.
Yeah, Gem finding LFF, just walking him down the infinite fastness. Yu's like, okay, I've gone a little too aggressive. I will hide under the tower, but DK Esports finding ways to take over this game.
And I mean, finding ways, not only taking those kills, this might be the most popular game that we might see that DK has the possibility to win against KSG.
Looking good thus far, right? I don't want to jinx it,
so far so
but
good,
the net worth is only about 500 gold, which is not enough, and you're kind of thinking, oh, we're early, but it's only 7 minutes. Let's calm down. KSG still can take over this game at any moment.
Yeah, I mean, like, the possibility is there, right, for Game 3, because we've seen, like, in the previous 2 matches, actually, KSG just nailed it down in quite a one way. But as for Game 3, DK is trying to hide their visions and trying to make a lot of things happen.
Yeah, and cutting the creeps here, this is very smart by Gem. Further push, and this is opening things up for this Overlord. They know that KSG are somewhere towards the south, and now they're more rotating in the mid. Now they're going to be showing up, but the Overlord already didn't taken. Now with that Wings of Judgment, trying to go on to Shisan. He's going to be controlled. Zhu Hao gets the Seer State on that. LFF is on the side. It looks like Yu is a little bit low himself. He wants to go in. Musang King is so low himself, but Silence have been taken down. They find Ja. The control is on, and Gem needs to be careful. Zhu Hao is a bit of a raid boss, if you will, but they push them away. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of KSG.
I mean, Zhu Hao is holding it very well, and it might be the turning point of Game 3. You can see, like, there's so many ways for KSG to figure out when they fell behind what they're gonna do, right? First thing first, they let Silence to farm up at the side lane, make sure that Fatigue won't fall behind, and allowing Fatigue to have enough damage out upon the shelter and also channel. And just check Liu Lang's ulti, shred down Zhangfei's HP instantly, and allowing this Ogren to get in and to track them down.
Yeah, and if we're also looking at the kills here, I mean, first off, break this one down.
Well, I mean, from the replay, we can clearly see that Garuda, right? Liu Lang just take that Xiao Chao's HP bar down easily, and just after Zhu Hao break out his ulti chasing in and check that Nurja down, is just turn the table around.
Yeah, and if we're talking about these kills, it's 6-4 in favor of DK Esports, but the net worth is still very much tied here. And the reason for that is because Zhu Hao and Yu, the main 2 cores from KSG, have not died a single time.
And at the same time, as we mentioned, Silence's Fatigue is farming up really well at the side lane. So I would say it's quite even matchup so far, and it seems like we are reaching a deadlock.
Definitely that deadlock at this point, but which of these 2 teams is going to open that one up? Which way will the floodgates go, if you will? KSG, Silence. He's patiently waiting. He's going to go for the ambush. He will run away. Doesn't want any of that smoke, if you will. Zhe more towards that mid lane.
He's pretty much like giving vision, give message, sending to his teammates, because they spot like there's 4 members on the top side of the map, and let Liu Lang just unleash his ulti and try to down the only member might be at the front. That's kind of like the coordination we mentioned behind the scene.
Yeah, and also you were talking about the healing, the sustain from this Zhu Hao and the Silence. Shisan does have the Venomous Snap, so if they're able to kind of get that, that debuff on, and now with his leader stance, the Crimson Golem being pushed away, Zhe getting a little bit low himself, but Guyu on the flank, tried to go for LFF, is not going to be enough. It looks like they're going to have a 2-man stun with that Cannon Blast. The retreat is on both sides, not taking any cash.
But I mean, speak of the skill traits, KSG, this all-in has been taken extremely low, but as Zhu Hao is still being there, stay alive, KSG is vying for this 10-man dragon.
Yeah, but Ja, he's the only one pretty much with an ult.
Yes.
Zhu Hao has been pushed away, the Tyrant, thinking about going a big leashing back into his lair, if you will. Look at how Silent, looking for that long flank.
So this is a layer that they are doing right now. They're pre-setting for the possible Tyrant drag fight. They just first send those mid lanes getting in and check Jules' positioning, hiding at the side. He's being stopped by LFF, and it's going to be Nurja getting in.
Goes in, he's about half-life here. Guyu on the top side. Silence is going to control him. The Conductor of Souls completely whipping. Juhao's going to be taken down. GK, Unbridled Uppers onto 2, and they want to go for you, but he gets on his dragon. Silence is off to the side. It looks like GK Esports are kind of pushing them away. The soaring signal, even more damage onto Silence. They're going to look to disengage, maybe take the Tyrant instead.
I mean, like, I do like the awareness that they are, right? After they spot that KSG trying to send the minion waves in the mid first, they just directly targeting at Juhan. They deny the jungler on the side of KSG before the Tyrants begin.
Yeah, and now GK Esports are like, actually, we want to be over there. They push KSG away. They were starting the Tyrant, and they're like, actually, I think at this stage of the game, the Overlord is more valuable. What are your thoughts on that one, Nora?
Well, the reason why they turned over to the Overlords because they denied KSG's Dragon trade. They're not allowing KSG to even it up. That's the reason why they're turning their hat to that Overlord.
Yeah, but now with this Primal Bond, I think the Shadow Tyrant is something that they can hold off for a little bit. I think that the initial push, they need to take out this mid T1. So I think you're absolutely correct here.
And also, they need Zhang Fei to let his ulti be ready again. They might unleash the biggest vanguards on the top side of the map and trying to play around this Tyrant camp.
And now the push from the bottom lane, this is something that's going to open things up, right? Once that Primal Bond is gone, they can then just look to take the Tyrant because this initial space that they're creating is for that next piece.
Red team. Here's come the pushing at the bottom again. Gem is doing really well for this game, right? Check his KDA, 3-0-2. He might be a little bit reckless in the previous 2 matches, but speak of game 3, so far so good.
Okay, I feel like you just jinxed him. I was like, try not to say his name because he's playing so well. It is 3-0-2. The leader stance is going to be used here, and it looks like the Conductor of Souls, Juhao, is going to be picked off, but Gem, again, Nora, you cursed him on this one, but Guyu is on the run. He's trying to stay alive. The infinite fastest, the Umbrella Uppers on point. Guyu looking to turn this onto Silence, but here comes Skyfall, coming in like a wrecking ball. Wusan King with the plays, diving the mid-T1. Jay is so low. They're all taking so much damage, and Jen will go down. Guyu is on the run.
Well, first and first, I apologize for Jen, right, to saying that, but I do like the initiation that they did, and also I do like the way how KSG is pushing back because, well, Musang King getting in, right, and everything just turned to another side. First take that Juhao, W's first damage is definitely sufficient. 4 members pulling all the damage that they had, denying Juhao in the first place, and after this, the channel has been denied. Also, Musang King comes in, but it just make it to a potential tower dive, which allowing this move to land this stun. 3 member being controlled, be stunned, and let KSG to push back a little bit more.
Oh, that stuff is absolutely massive. They don't get that. I mean, Ja gets away on this one, but now off to the side they go. If we're talking about the kills, we're at 6 and 9, which is a really nice number. But now we go into this Tyrant here. It's going to get solo. Juhao taking the smite, and it looks like, again, that's a big neutral going the way of KSG yet again.
And again, it's going to be pretty much like an even goal difference. That's something to do with KSG's microing, right? Because they are always going to prioritize their lanings, and also, even though GK is trying to push them and force them to gain the vision control, but KSG, they're not getting one step back. They're holding it, guarantee that they still got the map control.
Yeah, they're hanging around, making things frustrating for DK. I think most teams would feel that pressure and they would yield a little bit, but KSG are like, actually, we know how close this is. We're only about 300, 400 gold away from you, and we are the ones in control as they take a top T2 here.
And how they're holding it is because of Juhao's positioning, right? Try to guarantee themselves the vision control and also check the poking damage. That hurt a lot.
Oh, quite a lot in terms of the damage there. Gem, though, is being very aggressive here, finding Juhao, but he's going to look to back off. It's all about space. Musang King is in the bottom lane.
And Musang King, because of this ulti that he has, allowing him to, you know, teleport or kind of like back his teammates up instantly. But the thing is that the logic behind GK's initiation matters a lot. It should be Dharma punch first, then come up with Nerja. Not Nerja initiate first and come up with Dharma.
Okay.
That's the point.
They need to create a sign, right? They need to turn it, but like Guyu, you need to do this, you need to turn that one on, you got to get to the back.
I mean, the discipline is about that, right? It's all about the execution.
Of course, of course. And now KSG, again, this map control, they're looking to siege this mid T2. GK Esports aren't even in the right spot for it. They take that for free, but look at this long range flank. This is pretty much all in if you want to go.
Yeah.
Gem, this is a very dangerous spot to be in.
And check the mid lane, right? Musangking was alone, but he is doing it at 1 versus 2. He's aiming at this Aoyin, but Aoyin didn't even break out his ulti, just take Nerja down.
Yeah, and they were going for the flank for what cause? They didn't find anything, and again, Musangking getting isolated in that 1v2. That's a numbers advantage. GK need to be very careful. It looks like they think they're aggressive. The Cannon Blast on the Gem fighting of the Leaping Savior. Will they find you? He gets the snipe. Oh my gosh, we even down a man. They were like, okay, Gem is gonna be that man. As they try to go back in, Silence trying to do a little bit of work with the Umbrella Opera's gonna be there, but the flood rage, Silence completely baiting it out, if you will, and now he turns attention on to Jay, who's taking way too much damage. The control is real, and Juao will take him down. Cannon Blast not gonna hit on to Guyu as he will run away, but the Overlord being taken by KSG.
It's gonna be a 1-3 trade. So many things happen in this 1 minute, but after Silence coming in, just put all the Rumbos into Silence.
Everything being thrown at him, and they thought that, okay, they would take him down, but the Blood Rage can completely catch people off guard. He was so low, but again, DJ Nora, break it down.
Well, I mean, like, after Fatih's just jumping in, he was instantly pushed back by the Shangfei, but breaking out his Pure Sky and also the item he got, granting him extra shield, allowing him to deny Gem after all.
And that's how you just take over this game, right? And I think that Musangking, you're seeing him like scratching his head. He's like, oh my gosh, right? That was a moment where you're thinking, oh, we got these guys on the ropes, and now they are on the ropes. The tides have turned, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, especially Musangking was denied at the first place. He was actually observing all the things happening, right? Because he was like waiting for like revive again.
Yes, and now it looks like KSG taking the bottom T2. Now they're looking to go high ground on this one. But look at Musangking, looking for the flank. Maybe you take out a Vanguard, but the bottom T3 taking quite a bit of damage. It doesn't look like GK Esports are ready to go with this initiation.
They're enclosing.
Looking in around. These Vanguards still there. That's going to probably spot out Musangking. He is again going the long way around.
They're enclosing and trying to make something happen, but Zhangfei without the ulti, he has been taken extremely low.
Oh, but now it looks like he's going to get on his Dragon. You spotted out by Musangking. He's been thwarted with that one. The Cannon Blast on top of him. So if anything, they've stopped it. And now with you, without that infinite vastness, this is a potential opportunity. Mid T3 have been taken down though.
But you can see like KSG, when they're pushing, they're not in rush, right? They're trying to bait, they're trying to kite, and also they are always going to be so alarmed by the missing point outside of GK.
Yeah, and taking yet another Tyrant here. This is a game that is kind of completely shifted in favor of KSG now. I mean, it's only about a 1,000 gold lead. GK Esports still have a chance, but they're losing their jungle. They're losing the small pieces that will help compound KSG's growth and potential victory in this one.
And also the most scary part when you're playing a composition with Garuda is that when Garuda wins the upper hand, the vision is all wide open for this hero to landing all those long attacking range, poking your HP bar down.
Yeah, doing quite a bit of damage. I mean, if you're looking at this net worth, he has a 2K lead over Shisan. And mind you, Shisan is on this Achiao. This is more of like a secondary support. He's looking for those stuns. But the damage from the KSG side, that is what has been able to kind of chew through all of these big, shieldy, big dudes, bruisers, if you will, from GK.
And I do like the way how Gem, this channel, is building up his final item with that Siege Breaker, right? Make him squishier, but like more explosive.
Going into today, I knew that, you know, potentially looking at this series as probably one of the more competitive ones, but I did not have Tempest Dragon on my bingo card. It's looking to be up in about 35 seconds. GK Esports on the prowl. They want to go for you, who's a little bit low, but Musangking, he got killed in the top lane. It looks like Silence is doing some serious work, and now with the numbers advantage, the shields are on for GK Esports. They have to defend this crystal, but again, the minion wave is not there. It looks like KSG will hold, at least slow down this assault.
I mean, when everyone is focusing at the bottom chaos, Actually, Silence just make a lot of things happen at the top lane as a 1-1 solo.
Yeah, and now Jem actually flashing. Jet has to use his umbrella outburst. They actually find Juhao, the Conductor of Souls, completely whiffing. He's going to be focused down, but Guyu is going to be the first to fall. They've got the Sage's Sanctuary popped on him as well. It looks like Silence will in fact fall as well. They find Jem. Off to the side they go. They're trying to go for Jet, who's got the shield. Jisan is there, but now he's going to be focused in. He's going to go golden, at least for now. They can actually get Juhao, and Jisan somehow holding on as Musan King is respawned. Oh, the Skyfall. They're going in. I'm so sorry, you. He's coming in like a wrecking ball if he's able to take him out, and that's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. Musan King, he's going to take him down. Oh, the shield. It's not enough damage, and it looks like Musan King misses.
Oh, you're gonna get me? I'm just gonna take it away easily. How you're gonna take me down if I am an all-in play like this?
I mean, that was that moment. You're thinking I have enough. Musan King thought he had it as well, but somehow, some way, he survives.
And I mean, speak of the survival, I do want to give my credit to Shisan Xiaochao in that case. With the Splendor and also the ulti, everything actually just fell apart on the side of GK. Almost, maybe it's gonna be the end of the game. But after Shisan, check this out. With the Splendor, with the ulti, just take all those members to be extremely low after this.
Yeah, and now this is that Skyfall. He found you, who's low, but he just barely healed off of the boars. And that was the Sage's Sanctuary that got popped. He stuck around. He's so low, but the shield, and he ends up killing the boars. The lifesteal was enough to keep you alive. It was the micro plays and you with the micro win to stay alive.
And also the first reaction, because he changed that resurrection to that Destiny in like 0.2 seconds. Allowing him to get extra life.
Yeah, actually, that was just perfectly used. Infinite Vast is off the side, the Umbrella Outburst onto Silence, but Juhao, they get the pick off. LFF is doing some work, and they find Jen, who's going to be killed. LFF uses the fire, but Jisan, he's got to go down. Silence is doing some serious work, as well as Musan King, who's looking to go for you. He wants that revenge. I let him go that first time, but it looks like Musan King will fall. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. Off to the side they go. Guyu, he's trying to knock around Silence. Jen, trying to keep him alive. But Sage's Sanctuary is going to be popped for Guyu. He's trying to just keep him alive with that Forbidden Domain. Guyu will fall, and now Silence working off of the minions. It seems like it's too much KSC.
I mean, this fight is so fun to watch, and it's really accelerating for KSG to do so. After all, it's because of the individual outstanding performance and also Silence still keep chasing. The man is not definitely in Silence, right? Everyone's concentrating on Silence performance. And Rana's gonna kill his spree, goes over to E. They are on fire. They're going rampage. It's gonna be the end of the game. Silence coming in again, aiming directly at Xiaochao, taking him, force him. It's gonna be the knockout coming out from Xiaochao, but the minions are on their way. It's gonna be game 3. Match point. Explosive way goes over to KSG.
Just really well played. I mean, this is how you're like, okay, how do we play from behind? Well, KSG showed you, right? It's about that map control, getting those picks, and trusting your cores to get that farm, that net worth, if you will, to take them over the edge. And come these team fights, they were so close. The micro plays just enough to keep KSG in the lead here.
I do like the way how they are equalizing the whole game when they fell behind, right? Speak of KSG, and also check out the side laners' performance. We mentioned like either Silence or Yu, they just started their career this year.
Yeah, starting.
So young, so potential, so talented. And just check out Aoyin's play in this game 1 versus 2 again at the bottom lane, right? Just holding himself very well. And just check Silence. The man is always in the early stage, but after he's fully decked out, he's going to shine out on the stage.
Yeah, if there's ever a game where I was just like, okay, I'm proud of the effort and the impact that GK Esports had, that's the team that we were looking for. That's the competitiveness. We are not that far from the KPL teams, and I think that a lot of the, KSG is going to watch that one back, and they're going to be like, actually, it came down to the micro wins. We don't win those, we lose this game.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight the last big team fight, because the fatigue coming in again directly denied Jim. But everyone just enjoying the whole game, so does we. And also, the splendor that Shisan has for this team fight also hold them back a little bit more, buy them more time, but it seems like a bit too late for them to turn the table around.
An amazing game 3, but unfortunately GK Esports on the bottom of this one, 0-3. But let's see what the panel had to say about this one.
Well, we looked at the difference between experience and maybe expertise. And the idea, the question that echoed around the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, which is, can a global team take down a KPL team? With that performance, despite it not going GK Esports' way, Isaac and Sagi, it certainly is a resounding yes. That could have been the game. It wasn't, but wow, the energy has shifted, and you certainly feel like there could be hope once again.
Every single KWC, I always look for the one game, the one moment that is going to be remembered by everyone. And this game is going to be remembered as just telling us exactly, we are not that far away. It is not crazy thinking about taking the game, taking a couple of them, because you pushed all the way, the KPL champions, you pushed them to 23 minutes in the game. I was here with Sagi, we were looking at the game. There were so many different things that GK did different in here against KSG in this one, Sagi.
I just hope that they can bring this performance and go into that potentially final game later on in Game 4. Because this is really, really close. Out of the entire tournament, we have not seen a single global team push a KPL team into 23 minutes of game time.
And we saw Aurora Gaming yesterday playing against AG, and they did not look this close in yesterday's 4 games. And the way that GK just played right over here, they just solved the problems of the early game. They decided themselves, you know what? What about if we start making those 3-man rotations instead of making the 1v1s, the 2v1s? Let's just make 3-man rotations, and they start opening the game in there.
And you gotta wonder, right? What exactly happened later on that really allowed for the side of KSG to really come back? It was one word: silence. That man was on fire that game.
Brother, like we talked about silence yesterday, we are gonna keep talking about silence today. If they make it tomorrow to the finals or to the 3rd place match, we're gonna keep talking about silence. He's just a prodigy. He is so good at what he does. He's top of the top. And I sincerely believe that without that fatigue over there, most likely they might not have the opportunity to come back in there in the late game.
Yeah, you talked about late game, and you were mentioning here on the desk, we have a chance to sometimes watch it here. Sometimes we'll go in the green room. This game, as you can imagine, everyone was up, down, on their knees, jumping up here and there, saying, is it going to happen for Musan King's snipe and late rotation under that tower, to ultimately Fatih saying he might be a problem late game. Of course. And he ended up being one, Sagi.
They were calling it out, right? Especially I remember going on towards the broadcast segment with Nora and also Holler. They're saying that, okay, this Fatih is not going to be doing so well in towards that early game. They were punishing him really hard. But come the late game, he was always finding Shisan and also Gem towards that backline. And if he couldn't, that could be potentially Global's first win. But he did, and Global was silent again.
Well, I don't want to mention any of the mistakes, because there were very few things that GK could have done better than this. In this game, they exactly just took advantage of their composition. They understood the tempos. The problem in there was not finishing the game at 18-19, because you get to the 20 when the Tempest Dragon fight is right over there. You know that the Fatih is going to have his eyes on the channel.
Well, you know, one thing that's interesting to me is, and Sagi said I was learning, which is great, but I think it's also, it might have been a good draft, because I can name every single hero that GK Esports was playing. Nice. And so he was like, wow, you're learning. It's like, well, also, does that mean that they're picking some pretty notable characters? Sagi, I know you've got some Telestrator lined up for us. If it's working out, let us know what you thought and focused on. I'm just going to help you out with that, Mike.
All right, let's get it here. So we're not going to go through a lot because we don't really have a lot of time. But let's take a look at the one of the final few fights that was the most, I would say, exciting ones. Take a look at what exactly happened here. The fight started off with Guiyu coming in here, finding a 2-man flank towards the back line here. Beautiful. That's not all. Towards this specific play itself, you were thinking that, oh, is this game over because we have Guiyu down, Musan King down? Then you take a look at Shisan's position. This man was just hiding every single one, and then the final splendor to catch every single member from the enemy team. When Musan King pops up, he comes in with the Skyfall and charges straight towards the side of you here. And I remember what Nora said on the broadcast just now. This is the excellence of pro players. Item swap first from State Sanctuary to Destiny. Wow. And then walking away, nice cannon blast, and consistently life stealing and saving
You're
himself.
telling in that moment he item swapped?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
just in that specific moment. And that's why I love the fact that we're highlighting this one, because it was not only used Aoyin, it was Shisan's Xiao Qiao that just showed us when you're really good, when you can get to this level and become a professional player and be able to be here at the KWC, that is the standard. That is the level that we need to be aiming for.
That was an exciting game. That was what you came to KWC to watch for. And if you're watching at home and you say, I want to get on that desk, I want to talk about it, there might be a few steps for that. But immediately, if you join our creator program, you could start streaming and gaining watch time and earning chances to be a part of this conversation. It sometimes just takes one play, as we mentioned with GK Esports versus KSG, to turn what seems like nothing into potentially $10,000. It could just be one stream that takes your start of your content career into something big. And if you're a big creator, you're watching, you have something to say, we already know that. Join us. You can earn some really cool stuff based on how much watch time you accumulate. Still a lot of days at KWC and still 2 great days of KWC here in Paris, France. When we come back, we'll talk more about what GK Esports can do to potentially be the first team to take a win off of the KPL. But before we do, we want to let you know there's a brand new EWC Princess Frost skin that could be yours.
China is home to the best Honor of Kings players in the world.
Pressure at its peak for AGAL. Everything comes down to their captain.
I love you, family.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half for half and blow the house down. This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
You know, that's an appropriate last screen. Reach for the impossible. Well, that has almost been grasped here in the middle of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where impossible is possible. One game, maybe 23 minutes, could have been the difference between $10,000 and making history here in Paris, taking a single game off a KPL team who have traveled here to China, from China to make their way to the grand finals. On the flip side, KSG have found themselves undaunting in terms of taking on an opponent and finding a way, no matter what, against the odds to find a win. They are 10 and now 11 wins in a row. If they go 12, they will have a spot, Isaac, in our grand finals tomorrow.
I love the momentum that GK has going on right now, because right now you understood that you can actually do it. And from now on, it's a best of one. That's it. Just go in with everything you have. Enjoy the game, because this might be your last opportunity in here on trying to take your hands on the trophy.
And you can think of it towards the good side, right? Of course. If you lose, there's still the third placer match.
Exactly.
But you don't want to think about it here. I want them to lock in. Think about what the good happens back in game 3. What really propelled them forward to go 50-50 toe-to-toe with the KPL Giants.
I feel like Shishan had a really good game on the Angela, but couldn't convert some of the ults to punish them. The Xiao Xiao ended up being that mid that really helped. Chano and Jim, they went unkillable for about 17 minutes until that final caster curse from Nora. But if they can do it again, they'll have a chance. So with that, let's send it back over to Holler and Nora, see if we get our first grand finalist or if GK make history.
So it looks like everybody's on the same page. I mean, everything was going well for GK Esports until the curse was actually exuded there by Nora here. But now let's talk about game number 4. Your thoughts on this one? What do they need to do better?
All right, I'm gonna be a reader when we're diving into the drafts, okay?
Okay, all right.
And, right now, I'm looking for a potential Leon and Frost combo again coming out from GK. But since this time they're on the blue side and Guan Yu is still available for KSG, so I would say maybe they're just looking for something more well-rounded. Maybe Haya will be available. But speaking of that, Haya, KSG also had Zhang Fei in their hands, so that's the reason why KSG are drafting in this kind of way when they're playing best of 7, right? Always saving cards for those potential counterattacks towards the signature heroes coming out from GK.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to just go with the Guyu Fatih to kind of start things off. Just set that up. Plus, it doesn't really show your hand in terms of how this draft is going to go. And I like it what Isaac was saying, when the sense that, hey, you got to look at these things as best of one. I actually think that you don't even think about this, like what you need to play, how to move on, the trophy, all of that stuff. At this point, if you take down KSG, a single game is going to yield you $10,000, right? That's the Titan Slayer, and that bounty, that should be what you're looking for right now. And just making some money, and then hopefully we can build a little momentum into the series.
Yeah, and I mean, like, speak of their states, right? I mean, last game they did it really well when they played against KSG. That was a really close game when they played against KSG. So this time, KSG are also looking for some stability at the bottom, right? They're pairing this Ring with Zhang Fei, very solid at the bottom, and also Haya. Always love watching Liu Liang playing this Haya.
Yes, always exciting, always able to have that abduction, if you will. Really sets the tone in terms of how you're going back. But again, I just want to go back to that Titan Slayer, because again, how many opportunities do you have where you play one game, you win 10,000 USD?
That's a lot.
Because generally speaking, when I play one game of ranked, I'm in the negative because I have to pay for my therapy bills.
Yeah, I mean, if you just put it into it, because the average game time will be like 20 minutes.
Right,
so
right.
How much money you will make, like, per minute?
Yeah.
Beyond that, I would say still they're holding it very well. And since KSG is reaching their match point this time, they're looking for a well-rounded composition. They're trying to prioritize Liu Lang using this Haya. That's the reason why they're banning out this this Lapu Lapu away from GK Esports.
Yeah, it's setting it up, right? I mean, like they've got the mid, they've got the bottom lane locked down by KSG here. They have a lot of options. It's also very balanced. If you're looking at the GK Esports line, yeah, you have the Yangjian, and you know Musang King is going to be looking to hound, be aggressive, and you've got Chicha with Gem. This is one of his favorite heroes, and being able to select that now, you know that this is, again, all in on this draft.
And all on team fights, because you are picking out those double warriors composition. But the thing is that it's going to be a little bit tricky for just picks right now in this draft, because there's 4 heroes that's going to be very decent to play against Haya, which will be Lianpo, they use that, Nat, they use that, Zhang Fei, they use that, and also Lapu Lapu being taken away from KSG. So what else they got to counterattack this Haya around his ulti?
Yeah, actually, you've rightly selected. A lot of those good heroes have been taken away, or they've already been selected, and this is why the global ban pick is so much fun, right?
Yeah.
Because you selected, it's like a chess match, even in the draft where you're not able to select the same heroes, but this is the one that you've been waiting for.
Oh, I'm looking for this, Frost and Leo, finally! Why I'm so excited about seeing GK play it, because this composition that they use, they already use 3 times so far in KWC with a 100% winning rate. And also, one of the tournaments they attended this year, they also used this Lantern Frost as an ultimate battle picks, you know? That's the confidence they showed using this kind of duel. And because of the Florentino goes over to KSG, showing that there's no choice for them to pick that Guan Yu as a counter-attack towards this Lantern Frost. So I do like the way how they're drafting on the blue side. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's not expected by KSG, or they feel like they're capable enough to deal with it.
I love the analysis, and I love the fact that you're all about this combination. And really just, I mean, that's great, right? To have all that information, but then you said the word 100% win rate, and I was like, Nora, I think you just might have cursed them yet again. That cannot.
Don't say that, please. But I mean, yeah, definitely they're gonna go for it, and I do like, again, GK's drafting strategy this time. But KSG being very experienced about play against the Leon and Frost duels back in KPL region. So I'm wondering how they're going to counterattack this kind of duel by this kind of composition.
Yes, and actually the composition on the other end, if we're talking about this Kaiser, very tanky. I think he's going to be able to kind of take that punch, if you will. And it really comes back to, you know, Zhe. If he does go for that control, on the other end, you have Liu Long with that abduction. He could take you away. So again, I think the counter pick is definitely on the side of KSG here.
And also, early movements already been taken by KSG, right? Zhu Hao just sneak into the blue side with the help of Liu Long and just take away this blue buff away from Musang King. Very early movements that we can see.
Yes, very early movements. But look at how they're kind of sticking around here. If you're seeing Zhe in the top lane, kind of help support Guye. Shisan is already in the bottom because, again, you need to create a little bit of space and support for Gem as well. I do think that Gem really bounced back in Game 3, though.
Oh, I totally agree with you, but I'm going to hold to it because I don't want to curse him anymore, so I'm just going to put it in a quite decent way, okay? And also, this time I feel like Silence will be playing extremely cautious because we already seen Shisan very frequently rotate to the top because they need to make sure that Gui Yu always going to want the upper hand during the lane.
Yeah, I was setting up bait for you, right? And you did not fall into the trap. Well played.
I didn't take it.
You dodged that
one. That's a strategy for me.
Very smartly done here, but it looks like Gem all by himself on the wrong side of the tower, if you will. He's going to give up first blood to you.
Wow, the laning went so optimistic on the side of KSG, right? Because also you can see Yu played so well so far in KWC. I feel like Yu, his personality allowing him to play, you know, more outrageous or extrovert on the international stage.
Yeah, he's been able to kind of step up. I think that
really
all of the guys. Yeah, this is not the traditional audience that you might see. I mean, the fans will tell you otherwise. I think that they're going to be like, okay, this is a very KPL centric or leaning audience here. But I do think that this is also that time where you're like, hey, we're playing in Paris, man. This is amazing being able to play Honor of Kings here.
Yeah. And GK, actually, they are trying to, you know, focusing on Musang King's farming pace because, as you mentioned, Yang Jian can be so dominating in the mid-game as long as he got enough items and go lead.
Yeah, you got to play to your win conditions. Guyu is definitely one. Musang King is the other one. Once he gets going, he's got enough farm. You know that, hey, Liu Long, all of these guys are definitely vulnerable. As long as he doesn't get thwarted by Zhu Hao, his big brother, I think that they have a potential to, again, get themselves into this game.
And speaking of the potential, you can see like how secured that Silence spot is, right? Because of the map awareness that Silence has, he just find out that, all right, Zhe, this Leon already upgraded to level 4, capable enough to make those ganks happen on the side lane. So that's the reason why Silence is just being so behind of this tower.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, Zhe is looking for the target. LFF is probably not the greatest of targets because he's going to be able to use that Umbrella Outburst to kind of break himself out when that it does eventually expire. So he's looking for, again, whoever, you know, you and Liu Long, those are the guys, but it's hard to really find them.
Oh,
and now you taking a little bit of damage as well. Fighting 1 versus 2, not scared.
Nice kiting. That's what we are seeing right now performed by Yu. And also those hidings from Frost trying to make something happen, but Kaiser is the only target they can spot.
Oh, the Invincible Warrior as well as the Umbrella Outburst, but they find the Mirage. He's going to be locked in, abducted if you will. The flash away by Shisan, and who's coming out of this Mirage? It looks like Zhu Hao is waiting in the wings, and they find the guy with glasses. Zhe's going to be down for the count, and now KSG continuing on. Shisan is having to push away, but it's all space created as they take down Shisan, and they're going to take the T1.
Everything just happened in one single skill trade. But KSG is definitely destroying GK by that slight opportunity that they find out.
Yeah, they'll take everything. And KSG, this is why they're so good, right? The way that they're able to take them all down. Yeah, he wants to be the guy abducting. He wants the guy looking to kidnap. But Liu Lang is like, no, I'm going to send you to my realm, the Thunderdome, if you will. No chance you survive that.
Oh, he just break you down, and Science looking for a 1-1 solo. It's kind of just denying GK, let Fatigue to allowing down and guarantee them the Tyrant.
Yes, taking that win away. And Silence is also, this is funny because the Florentino is not readily available. It's not on the the China version of Honor of Kings. So being able to play this one, also he's kind of flexing in a way.
Yeah, and you know, that's the fun part. Why I'm so looking forward to seeing GK taking out their most confident duo, this Frost and Leon, to play against the KPL team. Because right now, so far in the KPL summer season, this kind of Leon and Frost duo has been picking out 34 times, but only shared with a 44% of winning rate.
Oh, they find Juhao. That's going to be the control. They were looking for that with the Winter is here, but they don't have enough damage. They find a bigger target in Silence, and somehow KSG are just looking maybe for some sort of revenge. LFF is maybe looking to jump in with the Stampede. He hasn't fully committed because he knows that Yu is a little wary about that initiation.
I mean, nice gank and nice synergy can be seen from GK, right? Just take Silence down instantly by using those ulti, by using those combos. That's the reason why I made them with a 100% winning rate so far in KWC.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a great pick-off, but they're definitely behind. And Liang, anytime you're behind, it's a losing game. It's not a great one. And if he's able to find it, because the rest of KSG are like, okay, you lock me down, but can you actually kill me? They're tanky.
Yeah, I mean, speak of the tankiness, it is Juhao actually holding it because of the Kaiser's ulti, allowing them to gain the vision control, and also Zhangfei's always come for help to secure that they are gonna stay survived when they face against this Liang's ulti.
Yeah, and it looks like Juhao popping the Invincible Warrior for space created. They're gonna take the Azure Golem. KSG right now invading the enemy jungle. GK Esports right now, they're on the defensive already.
And you mentioned about the jungle contest again, which is really crucial in this stage, because you mentioned about the only best advantage coming out from GK's composition while relying on Musang's Yangjian. But since Juhao is constantly doing those invasions happen, so the goal difference is definitely out there.
Yes, definitely. And it's like the perfect counter pick, right? This Kaiser has just been like, you're all offense, we're kind of defensive. We're able to kind of withstand the storm, if you will, and they've been able to fight. And if you're looking at this net worth, I mean, it's more in favor of KSG, way more difficult of a game for Kige.
I mean, how could this red buff happen? Is this like a skill 2 that Leon landed on around that camp? I'm not sure, because the red buff are actually on just Leon right now.
Yes, on this point. Shisan looking for maybe some sort of catch. LFF not the greatest of targets, and this is why the Zhangfei so difficult to deal with at times. But the bottom teleport, it looks like they want to start some sort of fight. Maybe they look to hold this, but Musang King, he's going to be under the tower. The Invincible Warrior being turned around by Juhao. He's fighting 1 versus 2 with that umbrella offers. They find Ja. The Stampede is on point, and now KSG with this man advantage, looking off to the flank, and they have the Mirage, they have Jam in, and it looks like the solo kill by Liu Lang, all KSG this game.
I mean, again, individual beautiful plays. That's what we can see from KSG, right? A lot of players, they're finding their own opportunities, their own spots to make long things happen simultaneously on the map, which will be so chaotic and too much for GK to chew up.
Yeah, too much. But at the same time, where are the weaknesses? How do we take down KSG? Do we need to bring in some kryptonite to find a way to get back into this one? Because KSG winning on all fronts at this stage.
But to be honest, if GK want to do so, the only member that they can rely on is this Fatigue, is this Guiyu. But in that stage, the item wouldn't be that sufficient so far, I guess.
Yeah, it needs time, right? As does Musang King and Jam. This is kind of a greedier lineup. Shisan will definitely sacrifice for the greater good, but I think that GK Esports, they need to start with some towers. Easier said than done, of course. They're looking to take this bottom T1, but you can see how KSG are like, okay, we know where the weaknesses are. We've already got members there.
Yeah, I mean, like the smart point that GK is holding it is that they're hiding the vision of this Frost and also this Liang, trying to threatening KSG kinda. But KSG, because of the experience that they had, right, when they play against this Liang and Frost duo back in KPL region, so they know that once the Yang Jin has been spotted at bottom, then like only little people will be on the top. So they made the trade a lot of times.
Yeah, and KSG right now is so comfortable that the fans are even playing patty cake on the side. It seems like they're so comfortable with how things are turning out. But again, GK Esports need to find a way to come back in. The Vanguards are pushing. They need space on the outside lanes.
And check Liu Lang's positioning. He spot Chicha. He's looking for a 1-1 battle. He's looking for Gem. Right now, Gem hiding in those bushes, breaking down his ulti, trying to shred down his HP bar, but he was dragged into the ulti provided by Liu Lang. It's going to be a 1-1 inside of the mirror, and it's going to be a counter push done by Gem.
Yeah, Gem, how Sama survives that one, but the reinforcements are there. You will clean up on this one, but I think that all in all, I think Gem is going to be happy with that trade.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be happy for that trade, but also acceptable on the side of KSG because of the synergy and also backup they had, allowing them to K another kill. And it's going to be a 3 kills on Yu this time, this Iron.
Which is starting to be a little scary, let's be honest. Liu Lang going down, I think that he's going to be okay because in the end, it fed that kill into you. I think that they will be happy with that. But now, GK Esports without Gem, he is your win condition. It really is more pressure now onto Guyu as well as Musan King to carry this team.
But I mean like 7,000 goal lead when we're reaching the 10 minutes mark. It's going to be a little bit too much for GK to, contest KSG in this certain stage.
True. And I want to make some jokes about like, oh, net worth is just a number, but I think that in this game, it has quite a bit of impact. GK Esports not able to kind of fight. They're tanky, they're out-damaging you, and all of this because of the fact that they do have more money than you. They're looking to be the 1%.
And I mean like even more pressures is on the time. Not only, they're getting in, trying to take this jumping down and denies they just taking that jumping down instantly. Nice gank.
Yeah, nobody cares. It's a roam, right? The roam lines don't matter in this game.
I mean, this is like
I'm just kidding. Of course.
Right?
That's a great start. But what else can they get off of this? They need to turn it into some sort of objective. Maybe they get some sort of a pick. But you can see that they got the pick off and they're like, okay, retreat. And that's not a winning condition. But if anything, they're looking to control their jungle here.
Yeah, and not even mention to actually silence. Also, just farm up in quite a silent way, right? Yes. Florentino can be so dominating in the late game. So I'm looking for some potential like clash lane showcases where stepping into the late game.
Yeah, he's a little bit quiet now, but the Moonscape Mirage will lock in Musan King on this one. He's going to fight in the Thunderdome, and it looks like Liu Lang getting the better of him thus far, but they go back into the Gorge, if you will. He's going to be ganged up on by Silence as they find him. The Umbrella Outburst is a little off to the side. Guyu is going to be picked off. A double kill. It looks like you woken up the beast. That is Silence here.
It's going to be Silence again. Whenever we're stepping into the late game, it's always going to be Silence. Doing the showcase, it's going to be Shicha getting in, looking for some 1-1 trouble and shut down Irene. And then even make it as a double kill. Gem shining out again, saving his team and buying them more time.
Yeah, buying a little bit of time, but the way that he's able to just do that drive-by, coming in from left field, if you will, you and LFF were like, what just happened? Gem, that was like a freight train, if you will. He got his kills, and Gem is being aggressive, but he's out of position at this point. This might be a little bit scary, but that recall positioning,
the vision.
Perfect, right under the noses. He's not going to be spotted. Oh, the map control and the awareness of where you need to be, perfectly played by Gem.
Psychological vision play, so classic. And I do like the way how Gem is trying his best, right? He's definitely back on the stage and putting all the best states that he had. That double kill just kind of buy GK more time to farm up.
More time. That's all they need, right?
All they need.
I mean, they're down about 5K, but they need a lot more time. In that sense, in the top lane, Guyu, he's going to be jumped out by Johao. They have a little bit of the control, and the Moonscape Mirage off of the chase. Musan King is to the side. The rest of GK are underway, but it looks like Guyu, he's going to be killed. He did not make it back to the Gorge.
I mean, that is really painful once Haya got enough damage dealt, right? Because it's going to be a secured, like 1-1 combat in his ulti.
Yeah, and this is why also this Haya pick is just so good. The way that they were chasing, and you think that he's just going to be able to get away, but the Liu Lang with the last minute abduction, locking him in and making sure that he gets the kill. Super smart for the Princess Frost combination. That's with that control. And with Musan King, they have enough, but at what cost? Musan King, he does have the Heaven and Earth mode, but he's going to be tanked down. It looks like it's way too much damage by Juhao. Is running for the hills. He's trying to find a library. Maybe he gets himself on out with his recall, but Juhao, he's not going to let anybody go. No chance. Jen gets taken down as well.
I mean, I do like the way how GK is trying trying to make something happen on the top side by those ambush. But the thing is that they land all the skills that they had upon Liu Lang. Liu Lang suffered a lot, but he sacrificed himself for victory on the side of KSG due to that team fight.
Yes, sacrifice, right? I mean, it's for the greater good for the team, but now it looks like the side Gem is all by himself trying to fight 1 versus 4. That is an impossible task. Yuda taking him down as well.
I feel like when DK fell behind, they are looking for some potential showcases individually, which probably might have the chance help them to bring the team back. But the thing is that once you scattered, especially when you're playing those duels like Frost and Liang, you're kind of just shred your own strength down, right? Because KS is just gonna take you down 1 by 1.
True. Taking it down, but again, they're looking for the split push, but the Umbrella Outburst catching on to 2. It looks like they're gonna dive the tower. They don't even care. Shisan is gonna be taken down as well as Jin. They throw back Mozart King. He says, where are you gonna go? And it looks like KSG have punched their ticket into the grand finals tomorrow.
It's gonna be the first team getting into the final, being so far undefeated in KWC. It's gonna be another clean 4-0 victory goes over to KSG. We're so amazed about their performance, not only KWC, but also so far in this year's journey, because they, as the new crowned championship back in KPL spring season, they made their name crowned in the history, and right now stepping into the international stage, being the first one getting into the final. They are trying to be the new memorable team in KWC.
Yes, and a valiant effort, if anything, by GK Esports. They actually had a decent amount of fights, showing us that, hey, we're getting closer as a global team. We're just not there yet. Kuaishou Gaming, just too much in the end, too strong, too clean, everything going their way. Kuaishou Gaming, just congratulations as they move on.
And I mean, like, speak of the last game, right? They are too clear about how they're gonna play against with the Frost and Liang duel, because they play against it so much. And also, I'm so amazed about Silent's performance, this Florentino, because he's kind of new to this hero, but still doing it really well.
Yeah, Silence, just silencing GK Esports. They had no answers once he got going. And the way that Kuaishou Gaming was just able to dive, they were not playing scared whatsoever, finding those pickoffs and turning that big net worth advantage into a huge lead as they took this one 4-0. But let's see exactly who the winner's interview will be with. Mara or Scott.
Let's shout out for KSG one more time, please. Guys, thank you so much. Congratulations, Jihao, congratulations to KSG as well, being the first team make it to the grand final. So I was wondering what you're talking about, what you guys talking about back then. 首先恭喜Jihao，也恭喜 KSG 可以进入我们本次比赛的决赛。刚才大家聊得很热络，包括你现在的心情会在想什么呢？
想快点打决赛吧。
We wanted to make it into the grand final so much. We're looking forward to the final tomorrow. So this is a crazy year for KSG. So what are the different feelings now going to another grand final for KWC 2026 after you're becoming the champion for KPL Spring Season. 其实今年 KSG 的成绩真的非常好，你们在春季赛获得了冠军，然后这一次呢又进入 KWC 的决赛，这样子的一个经历会不会给你现在有不同的感受啊？
其实还好，因为体验过一次了，第二次的话就可能保持一个平常的一个心态了。
Actually, we feel quite calm right now because we have the former experience to make it to the grand finals. So that I think a very calm and mindset will be the best profits and merits for us to fight harder for tomorrow's matchups. So please walk us through the whole series today with the GK Esports. How do you think of their performances? 其实今天这场 BOC 是非常精彩的，我们也看到了很多精彩的内容。所以在你眼中，今天的对手 有怎样一个呈现，给你留下了怎样的印象呢？
我觉得局内给我们的压力挺大的吧，包括他们打团其实特别猛，包括我们第3局可能说就差一点翻车了。
Actually, during the game, they did give a lot of pressure, especially when it comes to team fight. They're super aggressive. For that game 3, it's almost for them to win over us. It's quite a threat, but we made it happen for the game 3. And after all, it's a 4-0, so we feel quite satisfied with our performances. So any words for them to continue their growth in the future in HOK? 其实我相信你们的对手目前也在走你们当时的来时路，对不对？所以作为前辈，有怎样的 的一些建议可以给到他们，让他们在未来更快速的成长呢？
首先我已经觉得他们已经是马来西亚就是非常强的一个战队了，然后包括我跟对面的教练也有过认识，然后希望他们就保持现在的状态吧，就下一届 EWC。
So firstly, I think they are a very strong team from Malaysia, and personally, I was a close friend with their coach, so that I think that they will just keep the confidence inside themselves, and we will see each other in the future in next KWC. So there's one match later. We'll determine who's going to be the opponent for you tomorrow. So who do you have in mind? 下场比赛我们会决对谁是你们明天决赛的对手啊？你觉得会是谁呢？你在笑什么
？AJL.
Any message to him? He think that AJL might go for the grand finals. 有什么想对他们说的吗？
大家互相加油吧，加油，互相加油。
I think we will have a good fight tomorrow, and best wishes for AJL in the next series. So we still have a lot of fans over there supporting you guys, continuing coming to the arena and trying to say hi and good luck for you. So what's the message to them? 我们无论是在线上还是在线下，每一天都会有非常多的观众朋友们来到我们的现场支持你们。有什么话想对他们说吗？
谢谢大家来支持我们快手的比赛吧，然后希望能有一个满意的成绩。
Thank you so much for coming, and we hope that we will give the best scores and games in the future tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming, and this will be the time where you boys is going to be enjoying that moment together. Join me on this side. It will be the time where you destroy your opponent's key and continue your journey here in KWC 2026. What a round for KSG. It's your debut in KWC, and they've already made it, stormed their way into the grand finals. Tomorrow they will be standing on Esports' biggest global battlefield. And I believe that they're more than ready to make history of their own.
Well, when it comes to history, it has certainly been made here. We've seen KSG punch their ticket to the finals. Coming up in France, you will see them tomorrow go up against whoever challenges them on the other side of the bracket. It could be AGAL, it could be a KPL matchup, or it could be Rock Esports if they find a way to do yet again what GK Esports were so close to doing but couldn't quite capture. It left us with a great moment though, and something really exciting to talk about even as we close and say goodbye to GK Esports. Their run was great, and I would say, Isaac, it was probably the closest that we've seen a team come to beating a KPL team so far.
I've been very blessed to be able just to be commentating and analyzing for Honor of Kings for so many years, and just to see always this discussion about like the global teams, the KPL teams, the distance in between them. And I can tell you that this game right over here for me is one of the top 3 games that we have ever had between a global team and a KPL team. So I'm actually really happy for what they put out there. GK, they need to go back home and then just try to become better, stronger, and come back next year with a better plan.
It's all about growth, right? And at the very least, their journey doesn't end here. There's still the third placer match coming in next day for the grand finals here. So at the very least, for GK Esports, they're still awaiting for potentially an MKL rematch or a KPL rematch if we do see a Cinderella story coming in for the global teams.
And I'll get the numbers specifically on this, but I believe that it's like $280,000 that you get for third place. And I actually think it's close to $300,000 for second place. So weirdly enough, there could be some serious money on the line that's almost comparable to making it to that grand final. And why shouldn't be? You were just one step closer if you win that third place. Plus, it's not going to be easy either way you look, because you'll have Rock, which will be a challenge globally, or you'll have AGAL, that would be a fun set to see.
We have all our hopes on Rock and AGAL. And if this whole idea of beating the KPL teams is really going to happen, our last hope is Rock Esports, man. So I hope that everyone who is a global team fan right now can just send their energy and their positive vibes to Rock Esports.
I did get some information. It's 280, as I said, for third, but it's 360 for second. So you still get that 80 bump. So that makes sense. I think getting that grand final certainly should give you a little bit more. But 600,000 for first place. Sagi, though, taking away what we've seen, there were exciting moments, there were ups, there were downs. What did you, I mean, from your perspective, look at as the impact KSG continued to make again and again, and how GK Esports did their best to try to stop them, stall them, and still play their own game?
If AGAL yesterday was about unity as one and playing according to your own tempo, slow but steady in towards that late game, today Kuaishou Gaming coming in for their specific set, it's about individual performances and also aggression towards that early to mid game.
And did those individual performances do enough to say, wow, when I go into the grand finals, and Isaac, I'll leave this to you as well, because you've had so much history with these players, they could be a favorite?
That's a different conversation, because then when you have another KPL team out there, like when you have AGAL in front of you, if that is the case, if Rock Esports is unable to do the impossible that we have never seen before, that is gonna be not enough.
Yeah.
Individual performances when you're playing at, like when you're looking for little mistakes, it's never enough.
It's about a clash of philosophy if AGAL makes it towards the grand finals here. AGAL, slow but steady mid to late game team.
Yeah.
For the side of Kuaishou Gaming, early to mid game, hyper aggressive teams and individual performances, silence that game. He silenced the MKL second seed, which is GK Esports.
But you know what? Who gave us individual performances last year and made the impossible happen? It was the players from Rock Esports, man. That year as Nova Esports, they were able just to come in with individual performances, able to take one game from the KPL teams.
I love it.
Me too.
I'm here for it.
I am really counting the minutes for that second game just to come in and to start, man, because I am really going to be looking forward for that. I'm going to take off my jacket and just jump in there and become just one more of the audience.
You got to be ready to, throw it over your face, though. Man.
I'm telling you,
we don't want to know it's you. We want to think, is that Isaac in there? You got to give us your good impression of a fan.
I'm gonna just get a marker and just find myself something to write on, and then I'm just gonna be sending messages to everyone like, I'm not here.
Yeah, you can't get yourself caught slacking off, It's like, you told your wife you're coming in for work, not on vacation,
Exactly. We're gonna clip it. We're gonna send it to Isaac's wife. We're gonna say he's not working. You didn't see that first. He's in the crowd. All right, let's take a look at the schedule coming up here at our Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. It has been a gauntlet of games so far. KSG taking down GK Esports just like that. 4-0 AGAL and Rock Esports will be coming up next. And that is a matchup that many are looking at as the hype bringer of this day. AGAL defending champions. Will they book themselves the second ticket that is available to our final slot? That's going to first put them against KSG, of course, but they've got to get through Rock Esports first. All of that coming up in just a moment, guys. Isaac, Sagi, it's been wonderful having both of you.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. I will go and watch the games, but I'll see you tomorrow for the final.
I'll see you guys as well. It's going to be a blast. All right, coming up here, we've got a little bit of a hiatus, but when we come back, we've got AGAL and Rock Esports taking the stage. In the meantime, we will keep you entertained with my friend Sagi's Confessions.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
HOK friends, we're going to get to know the casters a little bit better. This is Sagi's Confession. All right, Sagi.
Yo, what's up, Mara?
So I didn't come up with these questions, just to let you know.
All right.
You know, I always ask you about how you feel.
All right.
How do you feel about when I say the word homework?
Who came up with this question, dude? Homework is special, it gets you prepared. I'm pretty okay with it, different people, different perspective, right?
You okay with it? You like doing homework before casting?
Yeah, I mean, do I like doing homework and I need to do homework? Those are two different things, but I think I need to do homework, but do I like it? Depends.
I guess nobody likes doing homework, but we do need to do homework, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Do the casters have nicknames in the English desk?
I have a nickname by my viewers.
Okay, what
They
is
call
your
me
nickname?
Luban.
Luban. Okay.
The height, you get it?
Okay. Okay. Ah. Okay.
Ah.
But why do people call you the Golden Boy? Some say that you were given a silver spoon.
Silver spoon to do more work? Is that it? I mean, Golden Boy means you get most of the work, so I don't think I am the Golden Boy, but if you're talking if I am the most hardworking on the team, maybe.
Oh, so you think you're the most hardworking?
No. It's perspective. It's perspective.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, some people like Holler might not be the most hardworking.
But you do get a lot of work.
Yeah.
You do get scheduled a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. So your social media tag is Sagi HOK. Aren't you afraid about life after Honor of Kings?
Nah, that's for future Sagi to think about it. Not for me.
Not worried at all.
Not worried at all.
So what is the Sagi step?
Sagi.
Yeah, what's a Sagi step?
Okay.
Show us. What I actually don't know. What is it?
So during the secondary stage, if you check back, like I think day 1 or day 2 tapes, I was paired with Kindofu. He's hella tall, and as you know, maybe I'm like Title 1 level sort of like greatness in terms of height. So there's this thing called the Sagi step. It's like what I like to call Sagi Pro Max, the elevation, where it's like a stool-ish thing. At first I was like, yeah, what's this thing, little platform doing here? It's like, it can't be for me, right?
But it was for you.
It was for me. It's like, oh, so I'm that short and I need it. Yeah.
So what would be the difference between that Sagi step and a booster chair?
There's no difference. It's the same thing, but in a different name.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when are you going to hit puberty?
I mean, I've been asking the same question for years now, Mara. Like, they told me at 12, you hit puberty soon, you gotta drink more milk. 17, you hit more puberty soon, you gotta play more basketball. I'm 26 now. I don't think that puberty is ever coming. Maybe I have to chase it in my next life.
Yeah, because you don't have any facial hair. And you're thinking of getting it lasered, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
So you like to look young?
Well, I think that's the whole persona, right? It's like, yeah, if you remove the height, I don't think what else I can show off on stage now. It's like, yeah, that guy's pretty short. Like, what else? That's it? Yeah, it's over. If I look old and short, yeah, that's not a game changer for me, man. I don't want it, yeah.
You don't want to look old. Do the other casters
old
look
and short, yeah. I call them unks, so.
Oh, who's that?
Yeah, the others, like all of them. Like,
Can you name it?
I think Rookie calls them unks too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's the unk?
Every single one of them, yeah.
Name one.
All of them.
Have a name.
Let's put Holler on the test,
Okay.
That goddamn American, yeah.
Holler.
Holler.
Holler is
He's
one.
taking all the shots today.
Okay, Sagi, you've been fun. And there you have it. That's Sagi's Confessions.
What's up, Unk? How we doing? It's Unk over here, old and short, Sagi. You're throwing some heat out there, man. But I like how you didn't name anybody. I mean, you did say Holler, but I feel like you were just still trying to include everybody in being an Unk except you. And I will give you that. You do have the young complexion, Sagi. But of course, two people with young complexions, young attitudes, young vibes. We've got Chantel, we've got Ken. Welcome back, guys. That was a great set. What was your thoughts? You're watching, getting ready, like, man, KSG in the finals.
Yeah, definitely for KSG, it was a great showing again, but definitely for GK Esports, they've shown up a pretty good fight.
Yeah, I was actually very riled up. That last play, game number 3, it was so close. I mean, he even made it to the all-in, right? And I thought, oh, this guy's gone. And we finally have a chance. But yeah, it is KSG and they're so strong.
So good.
You know what? Because of that performance from a GK Esports, maybe for this match, we get that bounty, hopefully today.
You feeling like you wore bright pink, which is great. We went off of our green. I still got green.
Yeah, I want to brighten up your day. For everyone's day.
And you are. And
Yeah.
you're matching hair and tie, which looks great, Ken. I mean, this is a matchup that we need to bring some style out for because style points have been on the side of KPL. Rock Esports, though, they have a tall test, Ken, to kind of compare to how GK Esports, in even just that one game, pushed KSG to their limit.
Yes, but they also have a very nice history. They were the first team from the global segment to be able to take one game off of a KPL team. And this was no fluke, this was a dominant performance. One game only though.
Yeah, but that one game means $10,000 as the players are walking in. Rock Esports know what's on the line, and a set, if we could even think about that, is $100K on top of booking a spot to the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. And for Rock Esports, maybe this year is the time for them to get that Titan Slayer. Just wishful thinking, but it's not impossible.
Yeah.
Knowing that their run all throughout KWC has been very steady. A lot of upsets for some of the MKL teams because they weren't really the champions of their region, but they're showing that if they're playing in an international stage, they could play in a different level.
Well, we'll have time to kind of dive into what they're bringing to the table in a moment, but when you introduce these teams and you talk about AGAL, it almost is a squad that needs no introduction. They are defending champions of KWC. They've been to EWC here and they've conquered. They did it in Riyadh, now they're looking to do it in Paris, but standing in their way is GK Esports. We talked to AGAL before the matchup to see what their mindset was like heading into what could be the only series before they're back to defend their title.
Hello guys, it's Sky. So I have Zoe from AGAL join us for the pre-match interviews. Please say hi. How are you? 跟大家打个招呼先。
Hello， 大家好，我是 AGL Zoe。
最近在巴黎啊，应该是走了非常久的时间了。这一整个旅程，目前你自己和队友们适应的怎么样？喜不喜欢这里的环境呢？ It's been a while since AGL members arrived in Paris. So how you like the city and how well you and your other teammates are liking this place?
其实来这边也有个1周多的时间了嘛，其实还是非常适应的。如果这边再多一点中餐馆的话，那会更好。
It's been quite a day, almost a week here in Paris. All of us are well adjusted to this environment, but there's one thing I hope sincerely that if we could have more famous Chinese restaurants around here, it will be super great. And how you guys adjust after yesterday's performances? It was a great one. So what's your conclusion and how to review on yesterday's performance? 昨天的比赛其实非常的精彩，有很多的内容，所以昨天比赛结束之后，全队对于自己的表现有一个怎样的总结和差不多这样的改善呢？
总结其实还是失误的比较多吧，然后今天就少点失误吧，早点结束。
Okay, so our review upon our yesterday performances, I think that we might slightly made a lot of mistakes during yesterday's performances. But the goal for us right now for today will be like we're trying to reduce the number of mistakes taken in the game, so we'll have the secure win into our side. And actually, Zoe is the FMVP from last year. So do you feel extra confident coming to KW stages? 其实去年啊，就是中野也是在这样子舞台上获得了决赛的 FMVP， 所以回到 KWC 会让你觉得额外的有自信吗？
感觉格外的有自信吧，因为这里面的打野英雄其实都是非常厉害的嘛，所以说玩起来也比较得心应手。
I feel indeed extra confident coming to KWC, especially in this current patch. The junglers are super strong in the game, and I feel so confident playing them. And one thing, like Shen from your opponent today is super great. He has such a strong performance using that Guan Yu. Will he be the target of you? 其实，在上场比赛，你们今天的对手轩啊，他们的对抗路，他的关羽玩得非常出色，他也是个很厉害的选手。所以你们今天会对于他会有一些针对吗？
其实对于对面的对抗路轩嘛，还是比较了解的，因为从去年就跟他们有过训练赛的交手嘛。但是其实他们这个战队，可能能吃分的英雄只有一个关羽吧，所以说针对一下就好了。
All right, we have a very deep understanding and acknowledgement with this Shen because we are very familiar contesting opponents back in the days 1 year ago. But we think that Guan Yu will be one thing they're looking for and will be having the chance to win as opponent. So definitely that Guan Yu pick is going to be our target for today's matchups. Thank you so much, Zoe. Thank you. 要和大家用英文感谢一下吗？
不用了吧。
Thank you so much for your time. We're looking forward to see your play in today's matchup. Thank you. Bye.
Finals MVP Zoe gives us some answers as to what he's expecting heading into this one. And, confidence is there, respect for the jungle and his role is there, and looking to repeat what he did last year here at EWC.
So I think we all sat through the interview, but the one thing that really stood out to me is he's hungry. Right?
Yeah.
He wants more restaurants. There's plenty of
in
buffet
game? No,
down here.
out of game.
Yeah,
okay.
they wanted to try some of the Chinese food here. But there's one restaurant I think that I want to try also, the one with the large noodles. I think I saw that online. Hopefully I get to try it with them, hopefully. But yeah, with that interview, you mentioned about respect. And I really love that even after that game, it's almost them playing very clean. But they mentioned that they had a lot of mistakes.
That's right.
Yeah, that was weird. Like, what kind of mistakes are we talking about here?
But that's true, Ken. I mean, I think that's the pressure that they apply to themselves, right? The ability to know how much better they can be, the level of focus and efficiency that they bring. That is a signature of these KPL teams. They make one move, but they turn it into four. And that is what, over the course of several minutes, gives them that incredible lead.
And it makes me think now that I guess for majority of the KPL teams, that's the reason why they are very clinical when it comes to their games, their executions. They do this housekeeping that whenever there are the timers, let's focus on this, wait for the power spikes, and just continue on being aggressive against other teams.
Rock Esports have a big challenge ahead of them. If it's not AGAL saying that we made mistakes, so meaning they're even more focused on playing perfectly today, Rock Esports, having done it in the past, also maybe have more pressure coming in when people know that last year they were the only team able to take a win off of our KPL teams. If they can do it yet again, that would be history starting to unfold differently. We had a chance to sit down and catch up with Rock as well before this match.
Hello guys, it's Sky. So I have Wendy by my side joining us for the pre-match interviews. Please say hi.
大家好，我是2C 的中单 Wendy。
How you like everything in Paris？ 我们最近来到巴黎有一段时间了，喜欢这边的环境吗？
挺不错的，塞纳河畔很美。
Wow, very nice. The view here, it's so great. We enjoy our time together. Since last year, you actually have a very good performance here in KWC. You had got one game away from TT Global. So do you think that this thing might happen for today? 就去年我们有非常好的表现，在打 TTG 的时候也拿下了一局的胜利。所以今天的比赛，你觉得你们也同样会用这样子的方式获得胜利吗？
我觉得今天的比赛只要让我们拿下1小分就算赢了。
I think for today's matchup, if we won one game, that will be considered with a great victory to our side. Actually, talking about game winning, we have that Titan Slayer project here in KWC, which means that you will have $10,000 if you win a single game. You have $100 if you win the whole series. What do you think about that? 其实你刚才也提到了赢一小局你会很开心。其实我们这一次会有一个荣耀试炼赏金计划，我相信你知道嘛？就获得一局和一整场比赛都会有奖金。你觉得你们今天希望获得怎样的奖金呢？
我觉得一步步来吧，毕竟他们也是非常厉害的队伍嘛，我们都不好说拿不拿到1分。
I think we will take this step by step because they are really strong as a team. So we hope the best thing could happen for us and we will try our best. What do you think of your opponent today, AGAL? Who's going to be the biggest threat from your point of view? 其实，在你们的眼中 ，AGAL 最大的一个威胁点和你们今天想要处理好的一个点会是谁，或是哪一块呢？
我觉得是射手和打野吧。
有任何原因吗？
因为他们就是个人实力非常强的选手嘛，然后我们对付他们的时候，可能需要一些战术上的方向。
Okay, I think our biggest threat will be the marksman Ino and the jungler Zoe as well, because personally I think they are super great and powerful players from my own point of view. So getting target in will be our gaming strategies and in-game plan for today's matchup. Thank you so much for your time. 谢谢 Wendy， 谢谢 Wendy， 好久不见了。Good luck on your play. Bye. See you guys in the caster desk.
Even Wendy, with KPL experience, understands how important it would be for Rock Esports to just take one game. And of course, that leads us to our Crunchyroll story of the day, which is a crossroads. It is this new potential destiny that we might end up seeing, or a new era. And that dynasty that I mentioned, not destiny, from the KPL could continue with AGAL finally getting back to the grand finals. We'll see what happens, Chantel, but there's always that chance. This is that moment that we could see something shift.
There's always this hope, definitely for our MKL representative, because they're the only ones who has this chance for the championship. It's not, we can't really say that it's a pressure on them, but at the same time, it's more of a challenge to show everyone what they can give in a tournament as big as this.
Yeah, I really like that, right? Because actually, to me, the pressure is on AG. You already have won this once. So fans are expecting you to kind of take this in the stride and make sure that you dominate your competition. So actually, I feel like for the side of Rock Esports, it's not about putting pressure on yourselves. Why don't you throw that pressure over to them?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, art thief. There's art here in some of the classic films are about taking paintings or the Declaration of Independence or something like that if you got Nicolas Cage involved. And the idea of how you actually steal something that's so heavily guarded is you make people think you didn't steal it. You replace it with something that looks similar. So is that kind of the approach that we can see, although it doesn't have the perfect fit, what Rock Esports do? How can they surprise and almost sneak a victory out in this game? Because the last panel, Isaac and Sagi, Chantel, thought game 1 is your win. But it was actually game 3 that was the most contested.
I think for Rock Esports, it's more of them putting pressure on, same with what Wendy said on that interview, because is a type of player that rarely overextends. So if there are cases where they force a team fight or maybe a flank on him, then it creates that pressure on the side of AGAL that maybe there will be other lanes that will be focused by Rock Esports.
Yeah, just be disruptive, right? I think everyone knows KPL teams as like a full structure. It's very clean. So just create chaos and hopefully you get the goal in your favor. And with that mess that you make for them, maybe that's your formula to make, the perfect cake.
Yeah, and you still have to play perfect, right? It doesn't have to just be the ingredients, the oven right. You have to do every little thing right, even if you can somehow sneak a little bit of gold back and start to lead this game. So a tall task for Rock Esports. You know what's an easy task, though? Playing some HOK, especially while we're waiting, loading up the game here on the stage. You can go load up the game on your phone. Make sure to scan that QR code, download HOK, play today, and you'll be on your step to becoming either a future pro, maybe a new dynasty will be heralded in by you, or you could just enjoy and know a little bit more about what's happening and those dynamics on stage. And speaking of dynamics on stage, it's clear and it's simple. You've got a defending champion trying to get back to the grand final, Chantel, and you've got a challenger in Rock Esports who 12 months ago at this same tournament were able to take a game as well.
Yeah, definitely today's matchup isn't just about mechanics, it's about experience versus momentum. It's great if Rock Esports will get that game number 1. I mean, it's all about putting pressure. We've seen that yesterday when Aurora played against AGAL. It's more on the challenge now on how will they end a game if they're able to win the early game.
Yep, so for Wendy, follow his advice step by step and let's see how this goes.
What I love about these moments is you get a chance at history one way or the other. Sure, it could be another grand finals that we expect, or every little moment could lead to the unthinkable. Let's begin our final series of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first grand finalist is set in stone. And despite GK's best efforts, and I tell you, they almost caused a massive ruckus, it's all set. Will it be a all KPL final or not?
One ticket remain. And now, if you win, then they get to go to the championship. And if they lose, the best they can do is fight for third place. It'll be AGAL versus Rock Esports. It is time to introduce our teams for the last series of the day. Put your hands together for AGAL. The KWC title defender. They know what it takes to reach the grand finals. They know what it takes to win this stage. And now, they're just one series away from having the opportunity to defend their trophy.
A big matchup regardless. Will it be time for an upset? We'll have to tell with their opponents, Rock Esports! For the MKL challengers, it's steady as she goes. Sails of half mast, yet braving the roughest seas, they cut a clean line from groups into eliminating Vitality in the quarterfinals. Today, a real storm is brewing ahead. It's all hands on deck for a shot of flipping the script on the KPL Tyrants.
Now, players, you may now take your seats, and captains, you may place your keys. And remember to shake your opponent's hand. 2 teams, 1 final ticket. AGAL versus Rock Esports. Who will rise and who will move on? Panel, lead the gorge.
Even though we lost 1 match, I'm still very happy because we qualified to top 4. I think AGAL is a very strong team with no weaknesses. They are very aggressive, especially their jungler Zoe. He play very fast and make things difficult for us. But it's good for us because we love to fight. I think it's a rare opportunity to face with KPL team because we can learn a lot of things from them.
从去年开始就跟他们训练，然后对他们挺了解的。在我印象中，他们只有一个关羽玩的非常好吧，可能就2C那个边路轩吧，他一手关羽拿出来可以，需要我们针对一下。
We learn a lot from the bootcamp. This is the time to show what we have in EWC.
我觉得我们队伍一起并肩作战了这么久了嘛，最大的优势就是团结吧，因为我们5个人一条心嘛，做什么都会成功的。所以你们能来到4强已经是你们的极限了，我觉得我们早点4比0下班吧，别耽误大家时间了。
AGAL, we will be giving it our all. So let's give the audience a good show.
You see the star right there, Inua, on the farm lane, trying to do what he can do best, which is take over games. AGAL saying we don't want to waste anybody's time. And for many of the crowd here who are representing the white and red, they would respond with, waste our time. Excuse me? No, please go game 7. We want as much time with you as possible, right, Chantel?
We want to see you more today.
Yeah.
I mean, they were here yesterday. Even the support is like a full house for today's game, but definitely for Rock Esports, I love that they've mentioned that now's the time for them to show everyone what they're capable of at EWC straight from the boot camp.
They need to, because everyone's support, everyone's love from the global scene is on your shoulders. Show us the best series possible.
And that best series that we're asking Rock to show us here is something that could come towards the end. There are 4 chances. And in each of those games, we've seen teams learn a little bit, grow a little bit. Every opportunity to play against the KPL, Chantel, should be something that you take to learn from, just like that boot camp you mentioned.
And definitely it's a test or a stress test of whether they are already at that level. But again, from last year, they were able to win a game against TTG, also a KPL team. Now they're eyeing for the Titan Slayer this year.
Yep, this one truly is not being about the best team. You just have to be the better team.
Well, we are at a crossroads. Will it be a dynasty? AGAL moving on in that 4-0 they said and defending their title hopes? Or will Rock Esports throw a spanner in the works? Let's send it over to our casters and kick off our final series of the day.
Welcome everybody back to another semifinals matchup. This time around, we're going to have the title defenders, AGAL, going up against Rock Esports. The last standing MKL representatives waiting, obviously, for themselves to potentially be in the lower, 3rd place. You don't know yet. You don't know. Everything's possible. Everything's possible. But I am Blam, and with me once again is my adopted son, Rookie, and we're going to bring you some lovely action and a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm going to be joining the Unk rotation today with Blam here, coming in for the second match of the day. And we're going to see one of the best teams in China and in KPL, AGAL, facing one of the best teams coming into the global HOK series. Are we going to see a possible Titan Slayer today, Blam?
I mean, I can only hope so, right? I only want to be seeing any kind of real upsets because I'm just that kind of person, right? I don't want to see happiness. I want to see upsets here. And happiness for the global scene, I have to say, obviously, with these teams here. And Rock Esports is going to be the last attempt here at a global defeat against a KPL team. But it's not just any KPL team. This is AGAL, Rookie. This is the top dog.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the best against the best of the best here. Coming into KWC by EWC 26. Starting off the ban and pick phase with closing in on those two new heroes, Lorion and Annette. And again, a smart play coming in from ROC.
Yes, Lorion being one of these top 5 heroes that's been played so far within KWC, right? Obviously, he follows the likes of Aween, Chano, that we've seen a lot as well. And speaking of which, there he comes. When you're on the blue side, it's generally a good prio blue pick here for the side of Rock Esports, but it means that, oh, okay, game number 1, Rookie. AGAL Inua is getting his Arlie, the guy with the FMVP skin on this hero.
And again, like Yino and Arlie has been such a good combo coming into KWC, performing amazing against Aurora last match. And even though they respected one of Chansung's best hero coming in, Lorion, but they have still a lot of options coming into the first game of the match. And replying to Zhangfei and also Arlie, they are getting another catch and shoot hero. Lapu Lapu and Dharma is such a good combo for ROC.
Massive combo here in terms of team fight potential. That's what they said in the interview, right? They love to fight and they feel like AGAL are going to give them that fight. Rock Esports with the Dharma, with the Lapu Lapu here. Obviously, we do have the late game assurance, which is going to be the Aoyin and burst damage potential. But for me, obviously, looking down to the bot side of the map, these two going head to head. Obviously, it's going to be Muchi going against Inua on the side of AGAL. Generally, the Arlie's a good counter towards that pick, right?
Yeah, Ayin getting deflected by Arlie's skill 2 is one of like the most utility and utilized skill that we've seen being used by RD. But again, the Fatih pick is going to be interesting coming from AGAL. One of Swanran's favorite hero coming in from the KPL and coming into the global series. Even though Fatih hasn't been performing the best throughout the tournament, but in the hands of Swanran, it has been amazing.
Absolutely amazing indeed. I mean, we saw a great party earlier, right? It was
silence.
Silence, exactly. Yeah, there we go. The pause was meant for the whole case. Not to even say his name. It's kind of like Voldemort, right? Like if you say his name, that's it. It's over, baby. But speaking of being over here, we do have Zoe on the Orgrin as well. A lot of big picks for the side of it. Noticeable, like with notoriety.
Yeah, it's like what he said, right? He wanted this game to be 4-0. He wanted this to be a quick match. Coming in with the 2 power picks on the first game, Algren and also Arlie, bringing the tempo for the early game. We know that AGAL tends to play the slow game, playing it a bit late after the 5 to 10 minutes. But looking at how they are starting to get the Algren pick, they're gonna go probably aim for that quick match coming in. ROC, they need a stopper here. They have the Lapu, they have the Dharma, the Menki pick is going to be good, and that's what they chose.
Menki's been a funny one, right? Obviously, we've had a lot of good, great Menkis within the tournament thus far, but I mean, a good thing to counter that is going to be this Angela as well, right? Like, if you get the Dream Roll come through, and then you're kind of just placed at the front part of that team fight, and you've already got such great front place here on the side of AGL, you can be able to use that Blazing Brilliance just to completely mount down this Monkey, because that's one thing that Monkey really suffers against. If you have any form of anti-tank, and we haven't really been seeing DRNG within this entire tournament, but Angela's definitely a good substitute.
I think it's all about the burst damage coming for AG. They're going to try to play the quick game, bring in an Angela and also Algren is going to be very dangerous, especially when they conquer the early game. As we said before, Zhongyi or Zoe have been playing such a fast-paced jungle in the first 4 minutes. That's why ROC, they're going to be wary about that first stages of the game.
Absolutely. We've been seeing a lot of signs there in the audience from the fans. We saw one earlier that said best farm lane, but they spelt Blam
wrong.
Again, I think that's your glasses a bit blurry there. Or,
is it a delusion? Is that what you're trying to say?
But yeah, I'm gonna be hoping for a close match. Coming into the first game here, the Titans coming in from the KPL stage, AGAL. They're gonna be facing one of the giant teams from the global HOK esports scene, Rock Esports.
Absolutely, AG fans can log into the game right now and get that signed sticker also as well. So if you fancy having that as a little bit of a freebie here, playing HOK Global, definitely log in now and play. But we want to be looking at that Overlord pit as well, right? We want to see the votes. I can imagine where it's going, but we may have a little bit of difference there. Never mind. But Hype or Rose is here, forging ahead through the gorge. Our original passion unchanged. Together, AG and Inua, we march towards glory. That is fighting words put in chat.
It's really good, right? If we're looking at like supporters that have been supporting us for so long, but look at Changsheng just going, invading the Azure Golem without even Kongling noticing. And right now, Zhongyi had been starting to get such a good lead in the early game. Azure Golem coming into his pockets, and Monkey without the Azure Golem, it's going to be very painful for Rock Esports.
Exactly, especially when you're trying to spam that skill one, obviously trying to get that passive up. It's not going to be your favorite kind of start towards this game here for Rock Esports, but very cheeky play from AG nonetheless.
Yeah, Rock Esports, they have been playing a bit passive for us across the tournaments, especially when they faced Aurora Gaming. Like, they blew such a good lead, but right now, they've been playing against one of the best. Like, if you're talking about AG, they play quite a slow-paced first 4-minute game. They love their gold sharing, they love their big rotations, but coming in, look at Yinwo being so available for the early game team fights. They want this game fast.
Absolutely. I mean, generally the rotation makes sense, right? Putting it into the mid lane, just to give him that extra bit of gold here onto the Ali. But once more, we're just seeing just a lot of resources being funneled into Zoe here. We know that Orban needs to scale into the late game. You want to get him online as much as possible, so you do have that itemization to be the tank that you need him to be.
He needs his early jungle items for Zoe coming into this tournament, because he's going to be playing a lot with the tank and mid lane rotation. Rapish's Bite, the big item jungle, is going to be appearing so well, especially for Algran, a jungle who is very fast-paced and gets through the jungling phase very quick.
Absolutely. Just completely dominates through that jungle. We're using the Blazing Brilliance there just to make sure we're ushering in the minion, just to keep that minion wave crashed in there. So we're seeing a little bit more of a priority for the side of AG, top side of the map, making that Space Sprite acquisition a little bit easier for them to claim here.
Yeah, they're just going to try to play a bit safe here, coming from Rock Esports from Wave Pit, a bit shadowing over the farm lane, trying to get as much as vision as possible. And look at Ran coming in.
Oh, yes. Ran, he's able to do this 2v1 right now. I feel like he is level 4. He's able to actually do that, but we do actually get to see the first part of the vote there. It is going to go over to AGAL. I don't think anybody's surprised about that one.
I think as the fan favorite team and as the champions of KWC by EWC 26, they have been performing amazing in this tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely. Flawless run so far up until this point, whereas obviously Rock Esports, they have fallen around every series that they have gone through here, but Zoe just putting pressure onto Kongling. Kongling's actually not going to take that much damage right now, because Monkey, once again, he's one of those heroes that has great base stats.
Yeah, Monkey has been really good against jungle like Algran, because just based on the base stats, how he manages his shield and also the amount of HP that he has in the early game has been really well. But what's interesting is coming in for Zoe's Algran, he's making more of like a defensive build with the Blazing Key first item on the hover here, but Shanran just going head to head.
Yes, 4-minute mark up onto the Gorge right now between these two teams. You can see AG already starting to lead onto the Tyrant here. May not be fully committed on for the side of Rock Esports. We do have the Dream Road, but they're not going to commit that one. It's going to be Shuai into the backline there. He's able to use the Unbridled Outburst, looking to make sure Wave Pit is able to escape there. He gets the flash, however, but it's going to be Muchi kind of behind enemy lines, but there's no real way for AG to then approach because of the 3-man into the mid.
It's all about Mr. Handsome. if you're talking about Shuai, right? He has been setting up so much of almost every team fight. Remembering the match against Aurora, where he has been controlling the tempo. And Shuai coming in from the big stages, KPL, and being as one of the best roamers to ever touch the game. He has been performing really well the whole tournament. Now he's just looking to control the game. The 3-man gank here, opening up the ultimate for Changshe.
I mean, already taken a lot of damage. We do know that Mushi does have the infinite vastness here, so he could really take flight, but at what cost would potentially be this T1 down bot side of the map here. We are seeing a rotation from Rock Esports. Mid lane as well. Sheng is looking pretty low. He gets the first blood onto the side of Rock Esports, but maybe more can follow through here. The infinite vastness has been caught out, but it's going to be a first blood for almost the first turret here. Ron is just going to finish that one off with a bit of poke from the side of Bhakti. Conlink has to use the Dream Roam defensively.
Yeah, he's just going to disengage here. No more risks is going to be taken coming in from Rock Esports. They got the first blood, which is a better advantage than getting usual kills because first blood gets more gold. And with that in mind, they're going to start to take over the jungle coming in from AGAL. They're just taking the first T1 on the bottom lane and they're aiming for the top lane tower.
They're aiming for it, but I mean, to be honest, onto the side of Rock Esports, even though they got the first blood, they're already behind in terms of the gold, right? So I feel like losing that T1 down to the bottom side of the map is, once again, just going to be a hard bit to come back from here for Rock Esports. And we're already seeing still, it's just a massing into that 2k gold lead.
I think if we're looking at a lot of like the big KPL teams, they love their map control. Like they love to own the majority side of the map. That's why it's very difficult, especially for Conlink as all-in jungle to like roam around, get those free jungle picks when he's facing a very fast-paced jungle like Zoe. Zoe has been dominating the whole jungle, taking so much resources, eating up so many of the minion waves coming in from Rock Esports. That's why we're talking about gold gain. They have been going ahead not only by the team fights, but also the gold sharing momentum.
Yeah, we do see there Sheng is able to actually just defend that minion wave very well. That's another good thing about the Angela. Just so much great wave clear on the side of AGAL. Just a bit of tit for tat into the mid part of the map there. But if you look at top side here as well, obviously they've unfortunately onto the side of Rock Esports lost their T1 there as well. So it's already like from the game go, we saw the AG were encroaching onto the enemy jungle, but now because they've lost that side lane, it just means that they have more of a go-ahead there.
It's like opening a pathway to your own jungle now, and look at Zoe eating up so much, like getting the Tusk Boar and also dominating over the Crimson and the Azure Golem, making Conlink as uncomfortable as possible in his own jungle. It's very difficult now for Team Rock Esports to try to deny the entry for this big team fight.
Yeah, very hard for Rock Esports just to keep defending that one, but they're going to keep doing it. They need to, right? They can't just let that slip just because it's not going in their favor. We're currently seeing still here Shuai just sitting in this brush, right? Just keeping the intel, making sure he's knowing where the rotation's coming from Rock Esports. He's not going to be a problem there. Just use that to zone out anybody from Rock Esports climbing in onto the Crimson Golem, but there is going to be the Dream Roll being committed once again here from Rock Schwan into the backline. He gets picked up by Inua.
It's always about the clash lane if we're talking about the China teams. They have been dominating so much, giving so much space for Ran, and now Ran has been eating up so many waves, getting his gold spike, and after all the funneling here, coming in for this game fight.
The execute comes through from AG. They try him out of the fence to actually procure the Azure Golem away from AG. It goes over to Wendy, but not into the right hands, right? Obviously, if Conlink got it, it would have died. It would have gone back straight over to AG. So instant transaction there. But they were looking for more. The identity of AGAL is not only just say, hey, we got an Azure Golem. It's like, we've got that T1 also.
Yeah, they have been capitalizing so much on those big team fights now. And look at Rock Esports. The gold gap have been spewing to AGAL. Look at the gold gap. 5,000 gold in their pockets now. And they're getting so much ahead of the lead here. Controlling so much. Look at Tashwat. He's just holding on the whole Azure Golem, giving so much vision. And Rock Esports knows he's there, but they can't do nothing about it because he's been so dominating. Yinwo has his back.
Exactly. He's always pretty much behind by a few paces there. You know the damage is going to come through. We've already seen a shutdown onto Schwan, but Inua is also. But we see here, just making sure they're keeping the minion wave not crashing in naturally, right? AG is just like, we need to make sure we get the Trojan horse through. Schwan, however, they are able to get the pick off here on the Iwa, but can they get anything more? Is it really worth that T2 down bot side?
Of course, man. It's Yino. It's Yino, right? He's carrying so much of the gold lead here, especially getting the kill onto the gold leader. It's going to be very good, especially coming in from Shuan. And Shuan knows that he doesn't have any more escape skill. He got so mumuch out of that one flash truth monster block alone.
Exactly. He just tried to like say, hey, look, I got the takedown onto Ali. Like I did my job. Like that's all I needed to do. But they weren't aware of the greater effect. The greater effect was obviously the structural damage here that AG has caused. Obviously, you've seen the minions down bot side of the map already putting pressure on. Means that Wendy has to be away from this team fight. Waypit already taking too much damage here from Run. Fortunately, the Infinite Bastards already here as well. He's able to basically patrol the skies and land back down, but the damage is just not enough here. Zoe has the itemization. He is a raid boss.
It's very hard. If we're looking at the gold gap right now, look at AGAL dominating so much of the gold lead here. They know that they have the control of the game. And Rock Esports, if they are willing to engage in another risky team fights without any more setup or farming, it's going to be very difficult. Kongling was forced to jump here because the ultimate from Tashuai and also Zongi committing to those big team fights. Muchi hasn't reached his gold spike yet. That's why the damage onto Zongi wasn't the best on this big team fight. Too risky coming in from Rock Esports.
Yeah, they risk it all for a chocolate biscuit, and they don't even get down to the side of Rock Esports. They're just looking at more gold slipping away from their favor, and just even, not just the gold, the jungle, everything else that follows. It's a real snowball effect here for the side of AGAL. Rock Kongling just there to soak up the damage. He's a punching bag.
Yeah, but again, that move was a bit risky because you know that Tashuai still has the ultimate, the amount of pressure that he can bring, he can reverse the situation around. So a bit dangerous coming here, but Zoe just opening the moment, trying to gain as much of a lead that he could, but their focus is going to be Muchi and also Shred.
Yeah, we're just waiting in the wind here. Use the Path of Passage just to keep him away from that T2 there, as we see the Vanguard able to get that takedown, forcing the flash there from Schwan. He's not going to have that combo available to tame the tides here. But Kongling, he gets a consolation prize. He gets Ron, but at what cost? The base is already being encroached here by AGAL. They still have 25 seconds left onto the Tyrant also. It's going to amount for a defense here. I don't feel like they got the damage onto the side of Rock Esports, but Waypit is going to give it a fair share. He falls. Kongling is looking to be the next victim as well. Muchi is just trying enough to keep away AGAL. But it looks like this game number one almost at the end here as we witness an ace.
It's going to be dominance, showing the strengths of one of the best teams in KPL. AGAL takes game one.
They do take game one with ease, right? Like, there was no real kind of like, ooh, I'm scared. There's a boogeyman onto the side of Rock Esports. It was literally just from the word go, like you saw with Shang into the mid lane, or just contesting Rock Esports Azure Golem. At that point, like, is there any level of confidence higher that you can attain from a team within HOK?
It's all about the draft, right? Come in for AG, they've started with a very good draft. They have countered that Mankey with the Angela pick, and also two strong heroes for the players of AG. They got the Arlie, they got the Agran, making them so viable for those risky big team fights, and how they funnel gold to Ran and also Yinwo in the early game makes them viable for the mid-late game control. That's why they haven't been able to fight back. The amount of sheer pressure that AGAL gives Rock Esports is so difficult. So we're going to talk more about that with Rain Day and our panelists.
Thank you, Rookie and Blam. You know, the idea from Wendy and the Garuda, give you some space, give you some damage, wasn't able to really make that into anything concrete, Ken and Chantel. As we kind of break down game one, AGAL, I think it was appropriately mentioned by our casters that there was just no contest, and it kind of slowly grew from a small snowball into a giant
Indeed, that was the story of that game. I think around 4 minutes, there was already this 2K goal lead for AGAL, and they just continued and sustained that type of lead. And I kind of feel like for the team, there's nothing overly fancy with how they really played. It's just purely clean execution all throughout that game. And there was no contest, yes, as mentioned by Rain earlier. There's no pressure given by Rock on their side. That's why it's a lot easier for them to roam around. I think it's more on AGAL just keeping things by the textbook.
Very much so, and we will take a look at the lessons we have. So welcome to tuition in a little bit. And I'm going to just walk through a couple of the points here. I think one of the things that we must have and notice by now is the draft actually is pretty okay on the side of Rock Esports. This is something of great value for them, right? They wanted to balance out the draft with tank v tank. Let me press this here.
Okay, need some help. Okay, there you go.
Okay,
there we go.
So
Teamwork,
with the
baby.
Menki as well as the Organ, right?
Yeah.
So, match tank for tank, and here's where they're supposed to get Xuan off the Dharma to catch the rest of the backline when they actually jump in. But let me jump to the next clip. So everything goes to plan. We want to have like a great start to the game, right? Okay, wait.
You run, you don't do Pilates, right? This is another set of exercise.
There you go.
There we go. But she is a strategist. She's an analyst. She said, I need different arms.
All right, so I want you to pay attention to this moment of the game here. So if you notice on the backhand side of the map, actually, the Zhang Fei is actually hiding here, right? So they don't know this on the side of Rock Esports.
Yeah.
And this is where they tried everything in their arsenal, right? They tried the lane freeze, they did the lane swap, they put it a 2v1 against the clash lane. But it never worked because number one, first off, Zoe here actually has stolen away the Azure buff. He already has a gold and EXP lead. So they already knew that they were going to secure this particular Tyrant. This Tyrant down here.
Nice.
So right now, everyone on the side of Rock, you're caught in no man's land here. So once the ultimate from the Zhang Fei comes in, take a look at what happens. They're caught completely off guard.
Oh, man.
Stun after stun. This is, let me slow this down for you guys. No chance of escape. Yes, you pick the Lapu Lapu to be the counter against the Zhang Fei ultimate. But what do you do when there's not enough gold, not enough equipment coming in? Right, so this is how you get the lead, right? You already established that you have taken the Tyrant buff. It's not a good idea to fight anymore. Now, next question we have on our global teams is, all right, so let's say we have the lead. What do you do with such a lead in the later parts of the game?
Great question.
This is where you start hiding into the different portions of the map. You can see Shuai, they know that Shuai is over here, right? Shuai is hiding in the brush. Kongnei actually uses his Dream Bubble to kind of suss him out in the brush itself. But the game plan here is, this is what's so impressive about KPL teams. It looks like one move, but it's actually three or more, right? So they actually take this fight. Let me put it up to speed. And during this portion, the whole objective here is not to get the kills. The kills are a perk. It's about getting the buff away from the opponent jungle, right? And like I said, the kills are perk. They get one kill. And this is on to Xuan on the backlines, right? This is why they have the stuns. It's all about control. Once Xuan is out, the next move is actually to go for your other buff because you can't fight anymore.
Yeah, and also at the same time, we also noticed that prior that Inoue was trying to be part of the team fight. For the side of AGAL, they knew that the Dharma wasn't available or isn't seen or being shown at the map. So they know that there's a potential threat on that backup damage coming in from Inoue. That's why there's a shift on Shuai's position earlier, because earlier he was at that specific bush near the red buff, but then again he needs to protect Inoue. So at that moment there were a lot of skills already used by Rock Esports, but because there's another layer of damage or pressure from AGAL and they were able to support that, it became a 4v5 somehow because there's no available resources anymore or skills on the side of Rock Esports. So there were a lot of moments wherein even that first highlight, Xuan was at the clash lane still, but you already have that setup play from the fatigue. So there is moments wherein Rock Esports was being outnumbered for every team fight.
Yeah, and you know, for the vision on the Rock players itself, it will look so difficult because you kind of think, hey, I've almost done everything right? We made the correct choice to have a 2v1 situation in the clash lane. We wanted to make life difficult for run, right, in the top lane.
Yeah.
But even with that, they still lost 2 of their side towers, T1s, really quickly in this game, which is also one of the reasons why AG is actually able to step into the backlines in the jungle, and you can't see it because you have no vision, right? So the draft, perfectly fine, but the execution was just shy of what AG had to offer.
Yeah, definitely. The draft is okay, and it's kind of different from each other. The one is heavy on engages, other one is front to back. So the weakness of Rock Esports lineup is whenever there's going to be a struggle on the initial engages. So if they're not able to win the engage that they wanted, it means that AGAL is bound to win that team fight. And there were a lot of moments seen on that game that it actually happened. Again, it's classic housekeeping for AGAL and just prioritizing what's needed to be done on that specific moment.
Is it, I think all those points are really interesting for me listening and kind of trying to solve the problem. Front to back, that's a very common way to play a game like this. But if you have a team that's constantly taking advantage of it, is it worth trying to find something a little more flexible? Because I think that the key is AGAL are just dominating as a team. Whole is greater than the sum of its parts is something I've noticed as a KPL first-time viewer, that they just operate as a unit. It's a system. And so that stun turns into 3. And you will see moments where Rock Esports are isolated, trying to get their jungle, trying to farm their lane. And all of a sudden, it's like this insurmountable feeling, as you can see. No problem there. Ino's dad and family in the crowd in Paris, ready to support him. A good thing that they are there because they're seeing some great action from their son and their team. But yeah, I'll open it back up to you guys as to now looking at game 2. Where do we go from here?
It's easier said than done, but it's more on prioritizing the side lanes, like defending all possible resources against AGAL.
Yes, and I want to run back to your quote there about using the equipment itself, because look, you can have a spoon but you can use it in many different ways. So I think right now they just need to understand that, hey, AG knows about the strength of your heroes. Can you bait them into thinking that that's your only available option at that moment of time, right? The Dharma can come in from many angles, and playing against RLE, this is why AG shines, because RLE, yes, you show yourself, but you're going to reposition, and that's the bait that Rock Esports fell for. So take a page out of their book and use it against them.
Can the fish become the fisherman? Fish? I don't know. I can't say fishermen because then that'd be changing what they are at their base. But can't we see the hunted become the hunter? That might be a better one. Blam Rookie, what do you think about that?
Trying to understand how many ways King can use a spoon. I mean, that one definitely didn't catch me off guard there, Rain Day, but the spoon comment actually did. Is he using the top part? Is he actually using the spoon as is intended? I'll have to watch him in the green room and report on you guys. Anyway, reporting back onto the game in game number 2 here. AGAL going against Rock Esports. Rock Esports playing with a little bit too much indecisiveness for my liking. They're not just thinking, you know what? It may be like climbing Mount Olympus, but I'm going to literally grab every rock with a full fist.
This is a very confident pick coming in for that Kaiser onto AGAL, because they're looking at the full CC compound from Rock Esports here. The Lorion pick and also the Lianpo, the setup and the catcher coming in for Wendy and Wei Pit. So it's going to be very interesting how AGAL would answer these 2 strong picks. And again, I like how they start off with that idea and also Yino on the Arin. So it's going to be very dominating, playing the kiting and poking game in the early phases. And I think Rock Esports, they need to set up their podium on each side of the map, playing a strong clash laner and a farm laner to base them on those big early game pressure.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Rock Esports, they're not going to get the Guan Yu. Obviously, we saw in the starting interview with Zoe how he was talking about Xuan's Guan Yu, that he doesn't really want to play against that. But regardless, he was like, hey, it's not going to be a 4-0, but that one will just make it a little bit harder. So we're not going to give that one over. The Luna's not going to go over, so we're not going to see the sister and brother go at it into the jungle. And then obviously Dharma here being banned out as well. I mean, we do have obviously Byron available. We do obviously have Arthur available as well, right? If they want to go for more kind of like tankiness here, they could go for the Arthur. If they want to go for more burst, they got the Fatih.
It's going to be very interesting, especially if you're talking about AGAL's mid laner, Sheng. He has been performing amazing the whole tournament, especially with that Nula pick yesterday against Aurora. Yep. Did you see how he covered the whole map with all of his skills, bringing pressure not only in the first minutes of the game, but those annihilation beams coming in for the backline.
I mean, that's the beauty of the newer pick, right? Like, it's the whole point. She's got a long-range kit, is the fact that you don't really need to be there to have that massive impact, and you don't always have to commit the emergence to get anything from it. You can still get a little bit of that. But hey, you're right, Rookie. The Devara for AG in game number 2. That was his literal first words to me, rather than saying he loves me after that cast. It was, hey, AG are going to pick Devara in game number 2. So we're going to get that multiple marksman combo here as well. And it's all going to be aided and abetted by Zoe on this Kaiser.
I mean, they love those dominating Clash Lane picks. That's why they're started off with Fatigue, right?
Yep.
And now with one of Ran's favorite and strongest heroes, it's going to be Devara coming in as the lightning god for AGAL. And it's going to be very interesting, right? If we're looking about Devara and AGAL's pick against Devara, they played really good, especially last match against Aurora, where Ran got that kill, and it was so good, especially how he dominates his laning phase starting from the early game. And to answer that, it's going to be that very strong, tanky front laner atop.
Hey, look at that. You got a point, I got a point. We guessed it.
Yay! what is it again? What is it again?
We got Arthur. I said Arthur, didn't I? But then they went to Yukio and then Arthur, so I still was right anyway. But we're going to get into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. The drafts are here. Onto the side of Rock Esports, obviously they do have a lot of sustainability into the team fights in terms of their tankiness, but no real heals coming through here, right? Like, if they are going to fully commit, they need to be able to kind of like tear apart the side of AG. But the problem with that is you have the Kaiser, Invincible Warrior, taking the charge. You have the Destiny counter from Diadea dealing damage, healing up everybody, but then it's that burst, a long-range poke as well from the Garuda.
Yeah, it's gonna be here coming in for Rock Esports. Here comes the challenger. Rock Esports, they want a shot at the title, trying to take down one of the strongest team, the champion of KWC 2025, AGAL.
Yes, they're going head-to-head once again in this one. AGAL have the votes into the pit once more, so everybody is voting for them in-game. I mean, I don't know if you've looked at the player votes as well, right? Like, Inua is literally leaps and bounds ahead of every player. So clearly, not just only in the KPL region, but in global, he is an all-star.
Dude, I can't escape Yinwo in Paris. Like, I've seen him in buses, in subways, in billboards. He's everywhere, and he's one of the best players to ever touch HOK. That's why he's one of the fan favorites coming into KWC.
People haven't tuned into my streams. I mean, they're still sleeping on me, clearly, but just a lot of poke being used here on the side of Rock Esports, just to kind of gain some kind of priority here, but it's not really working for against AG, right? Obviously, they have that long-range poke here from Inua onto the Aaron. It slows them down. It makes it really hard to actually try and get any kind of semblance of a real dive here in the early game.
Yeah, they're going to try to pressure this out. AGAL controlling the tempo again and again. Ron having to play Devara in this patch. Devara hasn't been really good in the first 4 minutes, but after he gets going, after getting that gold gain, he's going to be dangerous.
Absolutely dangerous, but he's going to be enough here to hold off the 2v1 here, trying to get the space bright. It's literally at 895 health. There is Smite could take that away, but Zoe's just like, hey, let's put pressure onto Zoe, then we'll collapse onto Schwan, and we'll still take that space bright, even though Rock started the whole thing into the backline. Shuai, he's like, let's fly in, let's put some more pressure on.
Dude, it's scary, right? How they control their rotation. And Shung's timing on that level 4 on the Garuda was perfect. He knows how to count those experience, those last hits, getting the ahead advantage onto Kongling and also Muchi.
Yes, we saw that Kongling was just trying to get a bit of burst and poke there onto the front line of AGAL. Wasn't quite successful within that attempt, but still an attempt nonetheless. It means that they're able to neutralize that minion wave into the mid lane here, able to go back into that jungle, farm up once again.
I think it's very hard if ROC are still playing this very passive of a game. Like, they need to try to make a move within the first 4 minutes, because AGAL, they love to rotate together. That's why Rain Day said that they're working and moving as a unit, right? So they need something to disrupt their tempo. They need a movement. They need a brave lead coming from Rock Esports. If they're playing passive against against passive, it's going to be very hard to close in on those skill gaps from Rock Esports.
Exactly. Rock Esports maybe getting dived here in. Obviously, we've seen Shank use the Wings of Judgment just to kind of zone out to the side of Rock Esports. Has completely split apart this team fight, whilst Inua is at the T1 territory, doing a lot of damage pre-4 minutes. Means that once that 4 minutes hits, right, that turret plating is going to completely drop. And if they play correctly, which I know probably will on side of AG, just they are, like top side of the map here, Conling taking far too much damage. They go over the wall here, but Shuai, he uses the bit of farewell. He clings on with the enhanced base attack, but speaking of Klingon, it's Conling with his life.
Wow, surviving with a slither of health, and Tashuai is such a good roamer coming in, closing in the gap, not only from the front side of the team fight, but coming in from the side, knocking him back at the right moment. And if Conling misses his ult, he would have been done for in that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having that little bit of burst of health bar come back into his favor would have been the bittersweet that he needed to get out of that team fight. But now the Tyrant is online. They have a little bit of a neutralized state into the bot side of the map here as well. But Muchi's looking very low, taking a lot of damage from Inua. But there it is. Once again, we see the Destiny counter being placed here onto the backline as the Winds of Judgment also put pressure onto the side of Rock Esports, meaning the Tyrant is completely untested.
Again, it was too risky for them to contest it because Muchi is very low and he doesn't have his ultimate. That's why Rock Esports decided to leave out of that big team fight. Again, AGL just asserting their dominance in the first phase of the game. Shrun forcing that flash a bit too early, trying to catch Ran off guard to poke him into the tower.
Yeah, trying to go for a double T1 takedown. They're able to get the farm lane one, but not quite successful just yet onto the side of AGL, top side of the map here. But it's all within a moment's notice, right? Obviously, it's not the only thing they have a position of power in. The gold lead once again does go over to AGL. I feel like Rock Esports is having a really hard time to match the gold, the farm pace here of AGL.
Again, they're just playing a bit safe here, trying to play the long game. But again, you're facing AGAL, one of the best teams to come into KWC, the ex-champion of last year's tournament. It's not wise to match their tempo, right? They're just leading you to their trap. And now, Rock Esports is blowing the lead, 3,000 gold gap coming in from AG.
And not only that, they're bleeding the lead into the top side of the map as well, right? They freeze the minion wave. There's nothing going to be there to catch the one that's currently encroaching that T1 top side here. And it's all just for the big go for of this mid T1. They're just looking to play around with their food here. Conling's able to get a bit of poke onto the side of Zoe here, but he is the invincible warrior. He has the itemization, already got the blazing cape come through here as well. Any kind of anti-heal that he needs, it's already available.
Yeah, Zoe loves that tanky build coming in for the jungle build. Like, they played the Argon with the same mindset, but now with the amount of aggressiveness they're going, look at Zoe holding on 5 people by himself. AGAL is just watching there, just waiting for Rock Esports to take the bait.
It's not that. It's Rock Esports thinking, guys, someone go. Like, they don't want to be the first one to make the step wrong, right? Like, they don't want to be the one that they blame back in the back room. Like, guys, why did we attack Zoe? Why did we take that bait? But still, nonetheless, we get the T1 here into the mid lane game state for AGAL. And that was the whole point, right? It's just for Zoe to buy enough time so they can actually get the structural damage done.
Yes, it's very hard. It's very hard for Rock Esports to turn the game around now just by looking at how they answered that Zoe taunt. That he went to the Azure Golem just giving his presence, saying that, please someone attack me. And nobody did because they respected enough for AGL to come in.
Speaking of respect, none has been given over to Rock Esports. Wendy gets annihilated. Wave Pit as well. It's going to be Schwan trying to put pressure onto the backside there. He gets a takedown of the marksman on AGAL, but Muchi falls as well. That's a 4-2 trade now. Conling, he gets stunned in place. Can he get shut down here? I don't think they're looking to commit to that one because there is so much more to be gained here.
Yeah, it's so scary, right? Looking at AGAL just dominating the whole team fight, like the setup coming in from Zoe and also Swan was amazing how he knocked back Swan. And we're gonna look at the replay here where Ran just heads in, then Wendy getting knocked back by that melodic swing. It was so good. And even though Wave Pit was trying to turn the situation around, it was very difficult because Ran has been protecting such a great gold lead against Rock Esports.
I mean, there's only so much you can really do with that situation, right? There's already so much damage being mounted here on the side of AGAL. Well, I mean, when you are behind in the gold and you don't have that defensive itemization already in your utility, it's just like, right, okay, what can we really do in those team fights?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, especially if you're looking at how they're trying to answer the amount of pressure that AG has been giving them.
Yep, they use the Trevor Smash here for the side of Rock Esports, but when you expose the enemy's front line, trying to dive in onto them there with the Liempo, it means that your back line is wide open. Both Wendy, Muchi are down. Onto the side of Rock Esports, they don't really have the necessary damage here. They try to use the Ghost Shift, try to zone out the side of AGAL, but they are not there. They're knocking on the door. They are the bailiffs. They want some of your possessions, and they're taking it. And there goes Schwan.
It's going to be very hard, right? Like AGAL, they've been playing like there's no towers in this game. Just diving, switching with someone who's going to be taking the damage of the tower. And Tashwai, he's just giving so much help from the backline, giving HP, giving stunts. According to Kongling, he can't join the fight really easily because of those big mini stunts.
The mini stunts definitely are a frightful thing here for Rock Esports. Once again, just trying to commit the front line, just get deleted, unfortunately, for the side of Rock Esports. Wave Pit does get run down once again. It feels like he's just being used as a battering ram, but it's just kind of like as you hit the door, it just falls apart.
It's very hard. He doesn't have any flash on his arsenal. That's why it was a bit risky coming in from Wave Pit to dive in. Like they could be playing a bit safe there.
Speaking of diving in, we do see the flash there being used by Rock Muchi. He's just like, hey, I just want to survive that top 1v1 invite there from Ron. T2 down to the bot side, being put pressure on as well. That's going to fall anytime now, as well as a T3 into the mid lane. AGAL, once again, pre-10 minutes, are already at the door.
Yeah, Ron just getting baited on the front line, getting defeated once in this game. It's going to be the second kill for Rock Esports. And it's getting interesting, right? Rock Esports, you're trying to stop the bleeding, but AGAL, they're poking on every holes that they can. Right now, Ran has been taken down, but again, there's still Zoe, Sheng, Yinwo, and Shuai for them to be careful of.
Absolutely. There's just too much to be looking out for here on the side of Rock Esports. And another thing to be looking out for is the fact that you are literally bleeding gold. Your pockets need sewing up. You are there just waiting in the wings. Get the takedown onto Muchi. The burst damage is now online for AGAL. As we see Zoe just kind of pushing further and further here. Whilst they just leave Schwan to the wolves.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard, especially now. Look at Yino so dominating, popping the flash in the front line. What a brave move coming in from AGAL.
You say brave move from AGAL? Brave move from the side of Rock Esports. I mean, he was just like, you know what, I may as well commit my ultimate because I might not get another chance to use it in this game number 2. Wendy has been left in the base and game number 2 goes over to AGAL.
The title holder, the champions of KWC 2025, is not letting Rock Esports to breathe even for one moment. 2-0.
Yes, AGAL are running a subscription-based need for oxygen for the side of Rock Esports, right? Like you said, they're not labeled to breathe. They're like, you know what, pay $4.49 for me per month. We'll let you to breathe just for a little bit. We'll be able to get you onto the gorge to give you a bit of space to actually get some gold into your favor. But looking at this replay, like it's an even harder game number 2 compared to game number 1. Like we saw a few pickups that here and there. Obviously, Muchi was able to get the pickup onto Ron. But at that point, like, does it really mean anything, right? Like you are literally giving up one of your members onto the side of AGAL just so you're able to attain so much more.
It's very hard, especially like how they dominate the first 4 minutes. AGAL has been pressuring so much on Shren and also from Muchi, giving Yino and Ran the space that they needed. And on those big team fights, Shang's performed really well against all of the players from Raw Esports. But we're gonna hear more from our panelists. Here we go, Rain Day.
You know, Blam, I think Charlie Brooker would like that idea, creator of Black Mirror, pay for breathing subscription. You know, I mean, we're monetizing everything nowadays. Why not? And it's AGAL who have no problem with that one, cutting off the oxygen and the potential of a comeback here. They are our Kadia City title defenders, as so named by the piece we showed yesterday, leading into their first matchup on this stage. And now it seems like they are doing enough to keep up with that namesake. Rain Day here with Chantel and Ken back on the desk. Chantel, what do we say about that one? Because AGAL, they truly cutting off pretty much all forms of oxygen there.
You know what? I'm a bit surprised because it's as if Rock Esports isn't playing their game. I mean, they have been too reactive for every game, even on that game number 1. There were moments wherein it's like a domino effect that everyone's just going in a specific lane, but then again, the other lanes are being compromised. So, again, too reactive, and at the same time, they're just waiting for AJAL to create mistakes, but AJAL is, again, clean on their execution.
Actually, I like that. I like that you say reactive because I think they were reactive this game, but I'm on the opposite camp. I think Rock Esports are not reacting enough. Right? So my concept for this is, look, I think they did learn a couple of lessons, which I will show you later on.
Yeah.
They tried to counter the buff steals, but wasn't really successful, and it did cost them. So while the mistakes were still as painful as game number 1, I think they are learning. The question now is, can they learn fast enough? Because that's 2 more games to go before the series is done.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of feel like also for Rock Esports, they're playing a little too safe because we don't see much of the flanks from Xuan. They're just waiting for the power spikes. But then again, AJAL just taking majority of the resources. I think during that first blood, it gave AJAL 1,000 gold lead already, and there was no trades. So the problem here for Rock Esports all throughout this matchup is more about the trades, because we normally see them at least have a gauge whether or not they want to push more on the team fight or go for a split push, something like that. I think that's what's lacking on their side.
You know, can you take anything away from Muchi getting 3 kills, having a moment, going even to positive KDA, at least up until that very last fight, where pretty much everybody died, Ken? Is there something to take away from that, or do we need to look at something else?
I mean, the concept here for me is just keep trying, right? At least you're getting some kills, which was kind of impossible last year, right? So changes have been made. I think they're growing as a team, as an organization, and as players as well. Right now, it's about, okay, you have the growth. Can we piece it all into one, singular pillar and try to put up a fight?
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at what you've set up for us for Telestrator.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let's go into
it's a team effort here, guys.
Lesson time. All right, wait, do I need to monetize this as well?
Maybe you can.
A Telestrator paid for subscription. I like that.
Okay, I'm going to skip the BP. I'm going to go straight into this first moment here where we take a look at the big bait. Now, let me paint the situation for you here. At this moment in the game,
Van Gogh.
This is where Zoe has just stolen the Crimson buff, right? If you take a look at this portion, he has just taken the Crimson buff away from the jungle on the side of Rock Esports. And what's the game plan here, right? The game plan here is we have an advantage. Let's use it. But it's not Zoe that actually gets the play here that gets Rock Esports to make the mistake. I'm going to play this here. You're going to take a look at what's going to happen. The position here that's going to take place is that Ran is going to run into a 1v2. This guy doesn't have ultimate. He's not level 4. So as Rock, your immediate expression is, yo, we have an advantage. We can take this fight. But he pops his frenzy, gets them to stay close, and this is where you take a look at where Zoe pops out of nowhere, runs and rushes everyone off. The main counter, which was supposed to be Wendy, he has already burned his skills early in the fight. So what happens then? This is where AG realizes, okay, this is going to be big. And this is a double whammy because he takes down Xuan here. What does this mean? It means your Clash Lane matchup is gone. And, right after this moment, you are forcing your jungler on the side of Rock Esports Kongling to TP back to base, which means there's no time. You're not going to have the time to come back and farm your jungle. The speed is too slow. AG will out-rotate you. And with that, everyone else on the side of AG also gets the benefit from this one move, which happened later parts of this game. I'm not sure whether, okay, I have this over here. Right? So now this is a learning lesson for the side of Rock Esports fans. They're actually learning. They're doing great. So this attempt to try and steal back the buff away from AG, this is exactly what you should do, right? If you don't want to take a fight, do it when a time where you know that AG members are not around. But, AG's AG, so they already have a play happening at the bottom side of the map over here. And I'm going to show you what happens. This is how you're going to try and punish a potential invade. The kills are not necessary. It's all about space, right? So this one, Kongling actually made it out alive, if I'm not wrong. But once again, this is time bought for the side of AG, right? Kongling has to go back to base. He played really well here, mechanical skills on point with the lifesteal as well. But once again, you're being slowed down by every decision that you make.
Yeah, and look at the two players from the side of Rock Esports. They actually reacted on moving towards the team fight as to where AGAL was trying to go. So that's why we keep on saying that they have been reactive at some points during the game, and it gave a lot of space because before or prior this initiation from Rock Esports, they wanted to go for a kill on Inuo's lane. So again, it's all about the trading. They could have just went straight and take Inuo's lane, but they reacted on the Clash lane. So there were not much of a great trade for Rock Esports side.
I really like the way that you guys put that. Thank you, Vincent Van Gogh, in reference of our wonderful Paris that we're doing this.
€5.
You painted a beautiful picture here. Street art, or I guess panel art. But, you know, I love the idea of taking that Devara who, you know, can match up toe-to-toe on the Clash lane. But when he gets the lead, now he's got the natural physical defenses and offense, so he can build more damage and still sustain well enough in that matchup. It was tough, but your word reactive is exactly what happened. They stayed in that fight thinking we might get something here. All of a sudden, 3 members of AGAL show up. Can they understand the level that they're playing at here? Find a game, make a move, and turn the tide. All of that in Game 3 coming up, or will AGAL continue their dominance with that man right there, his family in the crowd, ready to put on another star performance? Blam, rookie?
They say art is subjective, and in that expression, I feel like I'm not going to be taking Kin's offer on that subscription-based art form that he thought he had there with the Telestrator. What about you, Rookie? Would you pay that $4.99 or whatever he's charging? Because he's Singaporean, probably a lot more.
€4?
No, probably SGD.
Yeah, it has been very interesting, right? Like the picture he painted, he highlighted that Rock Esports, they need to do something other than react to AGAL. And that's what we've been saying too, right? They need to do something, some movement that will startle AG. And that's what teams that are like KSG, they love to do that movement. Kuaishou Gaming, they love their fast rotation, their aggressive like initiation onto the enemy's jungles, invasion. That's what we have been seeing so much of on this tournament from KSG. But now, AGAL, they've been dominating so much, playing the slow game, choking Rock Esports slowly from behind. And we need something from Rock Esports to diverse that movement.
Yeah, to make that scene less violent. They're smothering them with love, right? They're just like, you know what? Just go to sleep. Yeah, that's what they're basically doing, aren't they? Right? Like in this game number 3, they're just trying to put them to sleep here. But they do definitely want to, like, if I have any kind of like words of just inspiration here for Rock Esports, just fight. Just fight. We want to see a fight, right? We just want to see a fight. We want to see you just make sure you're able to kind of slow down AG. As impossible as it may seem, just invite yourself into their jungle. Just slow them down.
But if we're saying about AGAL and also Rock Esports, right, their gameplay is the same size of the same coin. Like they have the similarities of the gameplay. That's why we've been saying Rock Esports playing a bit safe when AGAL is dominating in the first few minutes. And to face a team that is very big like AG, they need to do something. They need to counter invade Zoe, make Yino uncomfortable, or even pressure Ron before he reaches his power spike. And that's what we've been seeing on the Devara pick. The Devara pick was dominating the first few phases of the game because AGAL gave Fran so much space. They pressured Muji, they even invaded Kongley's personal space. That's what made them uncomfortable. And look at the first picks coming from Rock Esports, Annette, and also the Arlie pick. It's going to be very interesting here because no setup will be going to Arlie. Arlie will be left to fend for himself, and the Annette is going to be probably reaching for a big teamfight momentum. And the Haya pick means that Rock Esports, they are not able to pick like the more riskier solo flashy assassin jungles.
Exactly that. But we have the Dolly here. Obviously, a second pick here for the side of AGL. What we're going to be looking for in terms of maybe some more Dolly synergy here. It does mean we do get to obviously Moonscape Mirages if we really want to. But onto the side of obviously Rock Esports, they go and obviously give over the Arlie here. We know that obviously Inu has played it already. It was a masterpiece. Nonetheless, he is FMVP on that hero. So I feel like there's some big shoes to be fit here for the side of Rock Esports. But then obviously we have the Agudo as well, right? Like, see, we want to see that reactive gameplay, that early game kind of aggression. maybe the tempo setter here is going to be Agudo, right?
Again, Agudo is just going to be baiting for that Dolia pick coming in from AGAL, because if we're talking about heroes, Chang Sheng has been amazing with almost every hero that he played. Like Sheng, he knows how to play the Gerudo very well, the Nua, and of course, if they're going to be picking a Hano pick, it's going to be very interesting, especially with the couple combo coming in with the Dolia and Hano. It's going to be very interesting. But the Agudo is very safe to counter those tanky jungles that Zoe likes to use. But maybe there's a possible shift of playing a bit more aggressive for RC. That's why they're going for the Agudo and a net.
Yeah, but I mean, the Bennett, obviously the Yang Jian, the Bennett, the Dune, they don't have the access to the Kaiser as well, right? So is it really going to be looking to put that into a tanky version into the jungle, right? I mean, they could go for the Monkey. Monkey has been something that has been considered a lot. Every game that we've seen with Monkey's generally been more of a positive win rate than a negative one here. But onto the side of Rock Esports, we are still waiting to see who their mid lane is going to be. And obviously, one thing that has not been banned is the Guan Yu. So really, AGAL, if like, before we break for game number 4, you can use your Guan Yu. Let's see what Xuan can do with this.
It's going to be very interesting, right? Because like AGAL, they mentioned that they've been scrimming with Rock Esports from time to time. And the Guan Yu from Xuan have been performing amazing in those scrims. And if we're talking about history, they've been facing off for such a long time. Xuan and Yinwo met on the international stage. And again, one of the most amazing performances coming in from the FMVP Yinwo. Now, for the last 2 picks, they don't have the jungle and they don't have the tanky Clash Laner. And they're going to go for the Xiangyu pick. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pick all the way from a throwback of what we used to see in Chuck BR, right? Like, Chuck BR, like, way back in the day, used to love this pick. Always would go Clash Lane, always would put it into support, just because the potential it has to kind of just completely throw around the enemy team, just like a Guan Yu can, but it's obviously a little less kind of impactful because you're not building on that momentum, right? And then Ying, I feel like Ying is a hero that a lot of the global teams are sleeping on in terms of its capability, right? Because obviously a lot of the KPL teams love to lock in this hero in the jungle.
Yeah, Ying has been amazing, and with the new patch, with the new rework coming into the global update, it has made her very strong, especially when he gained the passive skill stack 2, where he could like gain HP while she's walking. It's been very rewarding to trade off the damages coming from the Ying pick on the early game. That's why Zoe, he's going to be looking for control in the first 4 minutes. He would try to dominate Kongling, but if they're able to get the first control of the map, they're going to be rotating especially fast with the Haya and also the Dolia pick.
Yes, the Shura is going to be the pick that's going to round out the comp here for Rock Esports. I feel like we have actually seen this pick at all within KWC, right? I feel like this is its first debut, and that's a really weird sentence to say when you are in the semifinals and you're still getting these hero picks coming through within HOK. But what we're going to really be looking for here for Wendy on the Shura is just to kind of try and pull the backline into the enemy team, you know, like into your team, try and get the kill a little bit more fished over for you. Goes back to that fishing expression that Evan was saying earlier, just like, does the fish become the fisherman? I don't think that still makes sense quite in my head.
Then again, the lack of vision coming in. Kongling just opening up the map, getting the smite on point. Zoe on 1 HP.
They're on 1 HP. Waypit is still into the thick of it, but it's actually going to be first blood going over to the side of Rock Esports. Maybe they've listened to me. Maybe they thought, you know what? Let's forget everything. Let's play so aggressive here, and exactly that is what Rock Esports are doing. They look to maintain and take that Azure Golem away as well, but Ron is able to actually secure that one.
Yeah, it's all about timing coming in from Ron as the Clash Laner from AG Global. We saw the perfect crucial kill theft coming in from the Umbrosa pick from AGAL, and he did it again with this Azure Golem. And it was very good and very refreshing to see Rock Esports denying the entry from the jungle for Zoe, making him uncomfortable, and the backup from Muchi was very, very amazing.
Absolutely, and the votes are burning in the pit as well, right? Like, that's probably the most pits that votes that the Rock Esports has had in the entire series, so we'll see if that's going to be the biggest motivator here for them as well this time in this game number 3, because Lord knows they need it, and they definitely have obviously tried a different identity so far within this game number 3. So let's see if they can maintain this one from Rock Esports. It is aggressive. It can be quite exhausting if you aren't able to transition any kind of results from this method.
Oh, but Kongling getting more confidence here. Zoe going for the 1v1 matchup, going for that Agudo and targeting Waypit for the Sunburn.
He's targeting Waypit, able to not get the kill there. Obviously using the Gorge mobilization, gets a hit onto Zoe. Can they get the pickup? Oh, okay. With the aid of Schwan, we get a pickup onto Zoe once again. They are slowing down AEG, which is what we know we wanted them to do in the early part of the game. But we see that Shuai is actually taking the Purify here, so trying to stop any kind of real impact that Sure can have onto the Dolia.
Yeah, it's not only the Sure, right? There's going to be like Waypit, also Kongling, and also Shran giving so much CC onto those long-term team fights. That's why the skill choice of the Purify was very crucial, especially the game is going to be dragged into quite the late game. Now Ran just trying to open up the map, invading again what he likes best. The task board have been targeted from time to time on again. Now AGAL, they need a force to come back. They need those risky setups, pressuring Muchi and also eating up Kongling, because right now Rock Esports, they have so much space.
Oof, the pull comes through. They are looking to bring them in, but it's going to be Shang. He's bringing them into the Mirage. He has very little health, but can they come out top of that one? It's going to be Muchi into the pit as well. He claims the kill once again for Rock Esports. They are leading in the kills, but in terms of the gold lead, it's still very minor.
Yeah, because like the funneling of Team AG, it's all going to Zoe. They need the Zoe gold spike.
He does go back, but nothing's really going to happen here just yet, right? Obviously, they don't really have a minion wave to push down to the bot side here, but into the middle of the map here, we do see Wendy actually overextended here, and then Ron's just like, hey, I'm going to punish you, and there he gets the Celestial Melody. He's able to follow up, claim that victory.
It's going to be all about the timing here for AGAL. They've been playing the slow pace for the first 3 minutes now. They're trying to fight back with all of the power spike that they're gaining. Look at how they're taking control before the 4th minute, taking Wendy out of the picture, and now without the setup coming from Wendy, the team fight has been miserable for Rock Esports.
It's been miserable for Rock Esports, and it's going to get even worse now, obviously, now that they lose that Tyrant over to the side of AG, as well as the T1 down to the bot side of the map. So, really, AG just kind of like gave them a gift, right? It's like, hey, take this, let's see what you can do with it. They get the kill onto Zoe once again as well. But in what regards is this going to transform into anything for Rock Esports? They need to make sure they're going for the setup into the lane as well.
Insane, right? Like how they've controlled the tempo of the game with Wendy at the sure pick, have been punishing Zoe for 3 times now. The XF MVP Zoe have been made into a 3-death streak now. Shuai just opening up the vision for AGAL, waiting for the perfect moment to Ran. He wants that Hagemon slash at the lowest part of his HP to deal the most amount of damage. Right? That's why Rock Esports haven't been punishing them for quite some time.
Exactly. It's a good little bit of macro information there for the side of Rock Esports. Not really to punish Ran, because they will then get punished in return. And speaking of more kind of punishment in terms of the CC, we do obviously see the frigid charge being built here for AG Ran. So when he goes in with the Ram, he's able to lock down one member of Rock Esports. And at that moment in time, if you look in, there's a lot of squishy heroes there. No real solid front line that could be able to tank that frigid charge initiation.
Yeah, 100% right. Like now they're just playing here, trying to get the tempo back from Rock Esports, but AGAL, they've been doing so well to get their gold, even though right now they're losing in terms of like tower objectives. But look at their gold lead. They're holding on a very, very strong lead comparison to Rock Esports.
Yeah, I think this is just all going to kind of transition into that it's 10-minute timer, right? Obviously, we know AGAL as well as the other KPL teams, they look to work towards that 10-minute timer. It's going to flash in, actually gets pulled onto Inua. He gets taken down as well as Shuai, but now Rock Esports have the momentum to go here into the mid lane, take the T1 as well.
It has been so good for Rock Esports. The first 6 minutes of the game have been going their way. and Muchi just opening up another chapter for them. But look at how Zoe played the long game. They know that they're gonna engage from the mid lane. Zoe slowly pushing in from the top lane, getting that tier 1 in the midst of those big fights in the mid lane.
Yeah, I feel like that's the first time, obviously, Rock Esports has been able to actually attain that T1 for themselves as well, right? So already, it's taken them a while to get online, but it's 3 games in. They're definitely having the momentum for themselves. They just need to make sure that the discipline is still in check, right? They don't want to be kind of given all the glory, going to the head. They are able to actually get the hit onto Shuai. Shuai goes down. Celestial Melody is going to be off the gorge for another 21 seconds. So is the Radiance.
It's scary, right? Like, it's fishing season, if Rain Day told us. Like, it's very scary looking at the Dolia just opening up the map. And it has been one of the weaker side of Dolia. Dolia is very good at those long, big team fights. She can reset a lot of the utility skills for AGAL. But in terms of vision and also HP, they haven't been doing the best.
No, we see Zoe into the back line there, being choked away by Schwan, but now it's going to be Ran taking a lot of that damage, forcing up that Hegemon Slash into its maximum potential, but Kong Ling is able to take down Zoe. Schwan gets dunked on as well. It's going to be the first part of that one going over to Kong Ling. He is racking up the double kills.
Dude, like, Schwan has been amazing steering in those big team fights, pushing back not only Tashwai, but also Zoe. Like, this was a very risky move coming in from Ran. He knows that the Hagemon Slash damage won't do as much coming in from the earlier side of his damage. Now, after Zoe getting picked off, Schwan enters at the perfect moment, taking 2 players from AGAL. Now with the 2,000 gold lead, will Rock Esports able to manage another good push?
Yeah, they got to be careful here, though. Obviously, really just leaving open their squishy front lines. Everybody was just in that back brush there of the Tyrant. It just meant that if they actually was able to just get any means of an initiation and a potential like knock-up CC sequence, it could have spelled trouble here for Rock Esports, but nobody's going to go for the Tyrant yet. They're not looking to just make sure they overstep their welcome here for AGAL.
Yeah, it's all about the items here because, like, we've seen Zoe play the very tanky build coming in from the first 2 matches. Now, playing the Ying as a very, very hard damage dealer, making him so vulnerable without any front line capable of taking the damage coming from Muchi and also Kong Ling.
Yes, exactly here. We do see Ron just going back in once again, setting up a devastated Hegemon Slash. The health bars of Rock Esports fall. Zoe capitalizes on that. He gets the 2 kills. But we see the Moonscape Barrage being used here onto Schwan. He's going to come back in a mere moment's notice, and he is going to meet the Maker. It is once again the time-told 10-minute marker here for AGAL as they brew this mid lane.
The Punisher has been punished. AGAL turning the tides, and an amazing play coming in from Ran. How he timed that Hagemon Slash, dealing enough damage for the reset to come into him from Tashwai. It was very good to see. Here we see Ran opening up the team fight, knocking back 3 people, getting the Hagemon Slash, but as his HP going slowly a little bit lower, he pops the ult again. And it gives so much damage into the players of Rock Esports.
Absolutely devastating play there for the boys on Rock Esports. They've been giving their best in this game, number 3. They still have a means to come back, but they need to clear that minion wave into the mid lane right now. You can see that Muchi is just keeping himself to himself. He wants to look and try and start this Overlord. So it means it's going to be a little bit easier now. Kong Ling is here with the help of Wendy and Waypit.
They're going to try to counter this. But right now, look at Sheng just trying to poke in on Kong Ling.
Yes, Kong Ling does get taken away, but now it's going to be that 4v4 right now. Obviously, now he makes it a 5v4. It's going to be that takedown of Kong Ling into the Moonscape Mirage. Everybody on the side of Rock Esports once again forced into the base.
AG loves that isolation gameplay, right? They love to bring them to 1v1. Like, they love their Princess Foss and Yang combo. And now with Haya, it makes it so difficult for Rock Esports to play the individual game. Kong Ling has been leading the game from time to time again, but look at the 6-2 KDA, making him so unviable for the team fight. It's very, very hard for ROC without their main damage dealer.
Exactly. Once he's been taken off there, and obviously the helping hand of the Furfall, it's going to be a lot more harder. But now we see in the side of AGAL collapse onto Schwan. He gets taken down by Zoe. They still have the Shadow Vanguard available to be dropped down as well here for Rock Esports. Bot side of the map's now slowly but surely being opened up as well for AGAL, but can Rock actually make a amenable defense here into the mid lane?
Dude, like we said before, like AGAL, they don't have much vision on the big team fights. That's why that Guan Yu pick has been troubling them since the first minute of the game. But look at how AGAL answers that question. That they pressured Swan first without Swan on the picture, making Taswai so viable for those big team fights, resetting not only Tasham's ultimate, but also Rand's ultimate on those big risky team fights where AG needed a very strong front laner.
Yeah, you're making a good point there. Obviously, the way that Shuai has actually been keeping alive within these team fights has meant that the complete difference of how the power dynamics have been between AGAL and Rock Esports, because in those earlier team fights in the early part of the game, they were just going straight for Shuai, but he was then getting taken down. It then meant that Rock Esports was able to dismantle the side of AGAL for a moment's notice. But now that they know what they're working with, AGAL are definitely composing themselves a little bit better.
Yeah, they need something here for Rock Esports. They need something to turn the game around. With the kill lead still going to them with 10-7, but look at the gold capabilities from AGAL. A 4,000 gold lead in the midst of chaos that Rock Esports brought up on the first 4 minutes of the game. Now, Rock Esports, they need to get a very good flash coming in from Wendy or even a good CC immune from Wei Pit. Because if they blew the moment, AGAL is ready to pounce.
Yeah, maybe the 8-ball moment has already been and gone here for the side of Rock Esports, but we can only just hope that they're going to have enough wind, knowing that the position that they had was so dominant there before the pre-10 minute mark. But everybody knows that when that 10 minute comes up, boom, a different version of AG comes alive, and that is what we're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen. They're ahead by about 4k gold. It's slowly but surely just climbing and climbing here. The pressure, having to always force somebody to tend the garden at the T3 is always going to be a position of a disadvantage.
It's going to be very hard looking at Rock Esports blowing that lead in the early game. Now look at how AG controls the map. Sheng trying to open up the vision here, looking for something.
He flashes in, he tries to get the catch there, but doesn't actually get the mark, unfortunately, for the side of Rock Esports. Taking a lot of damage there already. It's gonna be Kun Ling. He has to be careful with this next approach. Wei Pit, he's there, but there, it's gonna be the flash from Run. The Hegemon slash onto Muchi. They know if they want to run this one down, they have to take off the Ali, and they do. Losing no member of the side of AGAL is a very dominant performance here in that last team fight.
Like, it's so scary, right? Looking at Rand just appearing and doing the ultimate in front of your face, even though Muchi dodged it with the S2.
Oh, he didn't dodge that one though. Wendy, he gets picked up, and there it's going to be another pick for Zoe as they look to just wait for this minion wave into the bots in the mid lane here, just to push this T3. Zoe once again putting pressure onto the back line, making sure Wave Pick cannot do anything to just put a dealt of damage onto that minions. And now Schwan with a trying to just keep this game from closing out. He dives in, he gets taken down, Wave Pit falls as well. That's gonna be a double kill, and there we go, an ace for the side of AGAL as they take game 3.
Dominance once again. Rock Esports have ruffled their feathers, but look at how the Masters, the Cultivators, they have proven once again that they're very dominant. A 3-0 lead onto AGAL.
Yeah, the fact that Sheng had to take off his showy shoulders, you know, like he had to take a little bit of the jacket off. He's like, oh, there's a bit of weight. Like, I need to free up my shoulders. I need to be a little bit more limber to take this game over 3. And that's exactly what happened there. Obviously, it was a great performance from Rock Esports. Obviously, we're going to see this in the replays as well. They were very dominant. We saw AGAL being quite overzealous. They try and go for an invade, and then Rock Esports, Malaysia Bull, they look for a fight. They look to claim some kills, but then it was just all at a timer. They were literally victims of time, right? As soon as that 10-minute mark came around, AGAL came online.
Yeah, AGAL is very confident, right? They're waiting for their power spike, and once it hits, it made it so difficult. Look at Sheng. He opened up his jacket. He plays it a bit more safe, a bit more chill. It unlocked something in him, man.
It's like getting the training wheels off the bike. He's like, ready, Mom, Dad, I'm ready to fly. Let's go. That's exactly what that moment was there. And we actually started to see some really great Moonskin Mirage there. But And then from us, there was a lot of excitement. We needed that one. What about you, Rain Day? How do you feel after that game number 3?
Well, I feel like not only defying Rock Esports coming back in that game and doing another Game 3 that we would remember here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, I feel like they defied my metaphor, which was so deep, so well crafted, which is, can the fish become the fisherman? And I know, Ken, you're laughing only because it hits you that hard and it's that impactful. I think the only story where that's even somewhat relatable is maybe Moby Dick. So thinking of Hemingway and his time writing in the 20s, maybe that is something that could be comparable to the journey, the juggernaut that is trying to take down this final boss that seems elusive, yet it will not be Rock Esports giving up. They've got one more game, Chantel and Ken, to try to figure it out. And honestly, this moment, in Game 3, from so early on, it felt like this could have been the game.
Yeah, I actually thought it was Rock Esports winning that game. I mean, It all started with that counter on the invasion from AGAL. They're fastest to react, as Kin said earlier. They're slowly getting there, but hopefully on game number 4. But yeah, Game 3, that was so close. Could have been their game.
I felt the gut punch on that one, and that means later on, because I'm injured in my gut now, I'm gonna do my explanation a little bit different. So this game, we'll talk about the combination because this is such a fun one for me. Yes, it's a very serious matter at this point, but this is like a ranked strat. I have not seen this in professional gameplay for a long time.
I think the only time we saw this was during the play-ins. Some of the teams actually used the Shangyu, and for AJAL, I guess they knew that somebody has to stop on the players of Rock Esports, and I kind of feel like for Rock Esports, they kind of laxed in some of the team fights, that they almost forgot that we have the Hagamos Slash on the side of AJAL, because at that 9-minute mark, that was a turning point of that game. If that didn't happen, Rock Esports could have won the game.
That was the most painful part because that was bound to happen, right? It's inevitable at this point. This is why the draft was built in this way. We'll jump into our tuition center for a little bit after these highlights. And I just want to highlight to you how important this draft was.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of the drafting also, it was perfectly put by AGAL because of how they played at the early game. Because if we notice, majority of the kills early game was on Rock Esports side. But at the same time, if we look at the entirety of the gold, AGAL still has the control, specifically on Inuo's lane, because there were a lot of trades, yes, they give up kills against the other team, but at the same time, they were the ones to be able to push that tower down bottom lane.
Exactly. It's so... I mean, it's exciting, but it's also painful at the same time. I don't know what I truly feel about this, but this is a great series. This is a great game so far. So let's jump into our BP first.
Let's do it.
All right, so first and foremost, there are two people you need to take a look at. This is the combination that I'm so scared of, the Xiangyu along with the Dolia. Hegemon Slash is Xiangyu's ultimate. The lower your health, the more damage it does. And during that activation frames, you cannot die. So Dolia's ultimate, she's known as the refresher, right? So she's able to choose what skills she wants to refresh. And I think the choices made by the support, Shuai here, has been great, phenomenal. It's not all about just the Xiangyu out. It's also a mirage of all the other skills available on the side of AG, but we'll go into that later.
Sure.
Now, secondly, I'm also very impressed with Rock Esports' draft. We asked for it, right? We need a response. We want you to be faster. The previous game, they lost because Menki wasn't able to rotate as fast, right? Agudo, she has the tumble and roll furball. She's able to traverse the map a lot quicker. And this was one of the big turning points for the side of Rock Esports. So let's jump into the next clip here. I'm going to show you what happened. Let me clear this first. Now, second one, this is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, the invade.
We already expected AG to go in. I mean, we've seen this 3 times already. And
I think you reacted actually when this was happening.
I was like, why are you allowing this to happen? But hey, Rock was like, I got your back, right? So they got the vision from Wendy. Wendy was actually able to spot this out. And this is where the Agudo pick is so good because you're actually able to make it in time. Now, this is where the true punish comes in. They get the secure onto the red buff and they get the kills as well. First blood actually goes into the hands of Muji. This is a beautiful start for the side of Rock Esports. And the beauty of the composition comes later part. Yeah, this was a free kill whatsoever.
And take note, the first blood was against the jungler. So it means that they need to wait for another circle or cycle to get those buffs because they were able to somehow stop it because it was Ran who took the blue buff.
Yes.
And after that, they made a couple of waves, but here's where the pain point starts.
Right there.
They couldn't end. I want you to focus on, look, I'm gonna zoom in on this portion. Look at this. The tower is so low. Yo, down here. It is so low. That was the one chance they had to take the game, but they couldn't. So we have to deal with the new reality, which is the Xiangyu double out. I'm gonna slow this down for you. So take a look at the Xiangyu out here. The first one is going to take place here, right? This is decent amount of damage, but he gets even lower on the side of Ran, gets a second ultimate, and this is where the whole game changed and turned on its head. Everyone was farming throughout the entire game. And bear in mind, we have our superstar of a player, which is our dear Enoa here. This guy never stopped farming the entire game. He was all over the place getting all of the last hits as well. And when you play late game against AG, they have the perfect combo. They can stun you for days, get the finishing blow, and at the later part of the fights, we also start to see Sheng stepping up. All the Moonscape Mirages were on point. They always got Muchi at the last portions of the fight as well. So everything went downhill. Now, this is to say, there is a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There is a chance. There's a high chance.
If you were the last man on Earth, maybe I would. I'm going back to Dumb and Dumber here. I mean, there is a chance. You know, and this is a great breakdown. What does it look like now? It's game 4. It's your final thing. You're throwing paints against the wall. Are you coming back with something similar with that type of pace in your eyes? You know, you use the Guan Yu, you use the pick in the jungle to get a little bit faster tempo. So where do you go from here?
I feel like you should be feeling euphoria right now. This is the potential last game. No pressure. I mean, the result is pretty clear at this point, right? So play with no stress.
Yeah.
This is a lesson. This is an experience. Yep. And everyone gets to see it in real time, 4K, 8K, whatever, whatever quality you want to watch this at. So enjoy it. This may be the last game. This may not be the last game as well. Who knows? I'm ready for any surprise.
If you're paying for 8K, then you definitely can afford Ken's subscription service for breathing. Okay, so we'll just put that on the table. Consider it. We're still offering that. On the end of this break, we'll be right back with some more and maybe the final game of this final series of the day before we get our second grand finalist. But up until then, enjoy this crossover with Dan to Dan that's now featured in Honor of Kings. we're having a discussion up here as we welcome you back to our final matchup potentially here on stage 3 at EWC in Paris, France. It's been a fun one. Good day of Honor of Kings. We've got one finalist awaiting, and that is KSG from the KPL. China has come to France. They have dominated. They have been given so many ways that they could lose, and yet they have found an answer to each of them, whether the momentum was against them or for them. They have gotten wins. They've been flawless. One more, and we will have a KPL matchup for our grand final to lift that trophy. The defending champions, AGAL, trying to get back there to have a chance to do just that. But of course, standing in their way, Ken, is a team that, as you had previously said, need to just relax, need to throw it all against the wall. $10,000 on the line for just a win here, but they need to play without pressure because there really is none at this point.
I'll tell you what my coach told me. Break the wall. Throw the ball at the wall and break the wall. That's the goal.
Maybe it's about time to ban majority of the farm lane heroes at this point, just to stop that specific lane.
All right, well, let's find out if they will extend our semifinal or if this will be AGAL booking their ticket to face off against KSG. We'll send it over to Blam and Rookie for what could be our final game of the day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rain Day. I don't know what kind of coach Kin had there, but I feel like he may need to be tested for enhancements because, I mean, I don't know who could kick a ball for a wall, but clearly coaches Kin can. So let's see what happens here. But we're straight into the draft of game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Rock Esports, after that third match, actually was decisive, was great. It was really good to see, but unfortunately, just kind of lacked a little bit of a oosh.
Yeah, they need to be 6 or 7 times more aggressive here coming into this tournament because now we are looking at a possible last game of the series. And look at how they're picking their first 2 phase of heroes. The Mai Shiranui and also the Lapu Lapu is going to be so much aggression, especially in the hands of Ta Shuai and also Chak Sheng. And look at how they answered to those first 2 picks. They got the idea and also the Yu Huan combo, which sets up the massive heal team fights. Now, they need another front line coming in for the clash lane of Rock Esports.
Yeah, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Rookie saw people in the audience younger than him and thought I had to try and recruit them into his following. But none of that. I'm in control now. I'm back in control. But we're looking at this one here. Obviously, the pay for Rock Esports kind of has that same impact as the Gudo, right? Obviously, very early to mid-game hero in terms of the pacing and the aggression that pay can give. It's going to be interesting to see if Conling is going to be able to pilot this one the same way as that Gudo. But if you look over to the side of AGAL, the kind of like always older than time counter is going to be the Yukio, right?
Yes, has been picked 6 to 7 times. My bad. I had to do that. I had to do that.
I want to check that stat.
You baited me. You baited me. You lured me into that, man. But yeah, again, if you're talking about like a classic matchup, coming in for KWC, Ukyo and also Pei has been the apple. Like Ukyo, one of the strongest jungles coming into face-to-face up to Pei. So again, it's not all about speed, but also the amount of damage that Ukyo delivers that could match up to Pei. And look at how AG is drafting all of the collaboration heroes coming in. The Charlotte, the Mai Shiranui, and also the Ukyo Tachibana.
Absolutely. They're going for all 3 of them, right? Like all they need is Nakamura, but they've already got a jungler, so that's not going to work. But on the side of Rock Esports, obviously you see why they've gone for the Hugh-1 here to obviously try and counter out the Mai Shiranui in terms of the long-range poke. But when you've got somebody like Shang on this pick, it's going to be very difficult to try and catch this one. So you're going to need a little bit more help, and that's going to come from Xuan on the Byron.
Yeah, Xuan has been amazing on the Clash lane. The Guan Yu game that we had before has been making him so great. And as an addition to the Clash lane there of Rock Esports, he's been doing so well against Ran. Now, he needs to be the front line of Rock Esports. And it's not going to be an easy task considering all of the picks coming in from AGA. It's going to be very aggressive. And look at the last pick for Yinwo. An Alessio pick. It's going to be very interesting coming up for this match.
There's only one of the team that's picked this Alessio, and now it's come through here within this game number 4. So very interesting for AGAL. Obviously, does a lot of damage. He has that kind of a viability to be on his own as well, right? It's not quite the infinite vastness you get from Lung, but you're able to kind of smoke screen, take to the sky, and try and just leap out of any dive potential. I mean, if you're looking to try and escape Huon's clutches in terms of CC, I feel like this marksman's probably going to be the best one for it.
Yeah, I think it's very good, especially against like heroes like Chano that spawns the wolves. It's very quick to clear all the wolves, all the traps. So maybe it's one of the reasons why Yimo picked this hero. He wants that fast clear. He wants that early game pressure coming from Alessio. But again, if we're speaking about the hero that has a limited range of escape, it's going to be Alessio. So they're going to be watching out, probably rotating more on Yino's strong side than Taran.
Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the potential match point here for AGAL. They've had a dominant performance so far within KWC. They have not dropped a single round, and they're looking to maintain that perfected scorecard here for themselves.
Yeah, again, it's all about the lead here coming in, but look at the early game pressure from AGAL, punishing Wave Pit. He hasn't even crossed the river, and they've been punishing him from time to time.
Yep, doesn't want to be crossing that river of Styx because that means he has died in game. Wave Pit taking a lot of damage there onto the diet here, but he's going to be safe into his own jungle, right? Obviously, if we see the side of AG climb into the enemy's jungle, they're going to deal less damage because of that Guardian Sprite 3-4 minutes here. So he had the means to be safe within that one. But at the top side of the map here, we do see the dive for AG Ron trying to steal away the fire Beak here, but he's going to V1 against Wendy Xuan. He's on the back end to his side of this T1 here. Sheng coming up with the rotation, just trying to hit somebody with the Kachusans.
Yeah, they're just trying to poke at him in the first stage of the game, just trying to apply as much as pressure as they can. And what I said before the draft was they're going to be playing with Yino, but now they're playing with Ran again. So they're just leaving Yino to fend for himself, trying to poke on the Chano, and now it's working, right? Yino with the Alessio pick with the massive amounts of like range, explosive basic attack has been so good against Muchi's spawnings. So again, it's Yino who's dominating your farm lane again.
I mean, do you expect anything that different, right? Like, this is a guy that's literally known worldwide now within Honor of Kings and the esports ecosystem. So he definitely has the reason why his name's known, right? Like, he is the guy. He is him in that farm lane.
Yeah, he would want to be one of the best performing players, especially in AGAL, right? Like Rock Esports, they would need something to break the tempo of AG now. Look at Wendy, opening up the river, trying to match the pace of AGAL, but Tashua is just waiting for them in the bush.
Yep, standing by in the long brush, but you have to give it over to Rock Esports, right? They're able to clear that minion wave. Bot side of the map means that Inua is not going to be able to leave that one till that's cleared up, and is already going to be kind of like stunted until that next one comes around. But speaking of coming around there, is going to be that flash having to be used here by Xuan. That was a huge dive here, but at the expense of Rock Esports.
It's so scary, right? Like if you're seeing like how they rotate, how they operate, like Tashua and Zhongyi and also Changsa has been performing as a one-man unit. Their triple mid-man rotation has been so dominating this whole tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're not scared by the sight of one of AGAL players, 3 of them is definitely going to be nightmare fuel for you on the Gorge. But looking at this, they're just trying to set up a game state that's going to be healthy enough for them to set up a Tyrant takedown here as well. I feel like we haven't yet to see Rock Esports actually claim a Tyrant within that first 4 minutes, right?
Yeah, maybe on when they're a little bit more aggressive, but again, it's all about the setup coming from AGAL. They love to pick those risky team fights before the 4th minute, triggering Rock Esports' resourceful skills, and when the time comes for those big objectives, they won't have any left. That's why Rock Esports haven't been able to do their setup, and they haven't been to counter up the setup that AGAL has brought upon.
Exactly. They're just trying to stem the bleeding, right? Once again, you see here that Rock Esports, they were kind of like, it's like the scales of justice are swinging to and from between these two teams in terms of that gold lead. And it's just showing that they are trying to keep up with that tempo that we saw in the first 2 games. A lot better of a response there for them in game number 3. But game number 4, they're just trying to keep it at the same pace and at that same performance of game number 3. The takedown of the Tyrant here is going to be huge for the side of AGAL, knowing that that gold is not quite in their favor.
It's so interesting, right? Like looking at AGAL, like how they set up their team fight, how they set up their Overlord and Tyrant contestant. It's so interesting. Like they managed to get 100% of everything on every movement that they do. So it's no wonder that they've been so good on KPL and also in China.
Absolutely, they're definitely trying here, right? Obviously, they were putting a lot of pressure onto Shuai there on the Lapu Lapu, using the bit of using the enhanced attack as well. But down here, we are looking just for maybe Wei Pit. He's just being, ballsy, man. He's like, hey, we need to know where they're going to be, where they're at, and they're at the Azure Golem.
That's very interesting, especially if we're looking at the items for the first pick. But look at here.
Nothing gonna happen, right? They're just poking. They're just, you know what? They're just trying to rage bait like that you were being rage baited earlier.
They're just trying to test the waters, right? Especially coming in with the Raging Sea, trying to see if Rock Esports, they wanted the fight. But now, if we're talking about items, talking about skills, it's very interesting to look at Seng's item. He's not making any anti-heal. We're not seeing any venomous staff coming in from the aggressive mid laner. They just want the damage.
Oh, speaking of which, they do try and get the catch up here. Obviously, it's going to be Xuan. It's going to be stopping that stampede onto the side of AGAL. When the 2 great forces match together, they just clash and hope to collide and try and get something come out of it. But Xuan here, he's just literally looking at Hellfires. He is the punching bag. I have to give props over to Conling. Conling hasn't actually been seen in any of these team fights so far. Obviously, he's able to open up top side of the map there. He's playing kind of like a bit more of a macro pay. We are seeing a big dive there. Double knock up, and there it is. Oh my goodness. Here he gets 1 and 2. It's going to be Zoe there with a clean ultimate from the side of AGAL.
It's so painful, like looking at Zoe Snowfall Slash coming in, just getting those double dashes and getting those eliminations in an instant. Playing like the usual best jungle, Zoe brings so much pressure here. It was the setup coming in from Tashuai, making them uncomfortable. Tashim's stun was so good, and also the follow-up from Zoe Slash. It was such a good initiation coming from AGAL.
Rock Esports just wanted to be hospital, right? They was just like, you know what, let's serve them up a nice little hot meal onto the side of AGL. Let's get into the same space and into that ultimate region. But that's the thing that's scary about AGL, right? Like, obviously, Rock Esports were just keeping toe-to-toe with them in the first, 4 to 5 minutes. But they have the ability just to turn it on whenever they want to, and that's scary.
Yeah, look at this. Shuai just opening up the map, destroying the dagger, trying to see the entire field of vision of Rock Esports, but now they're trying to put them in the corner here.
Oh, yep, the Radiance does get popped. It's going to keep amped up the Raging Tides, but there it is. We get the deletion of Sheng, but it's going to be for Muchi, and now Wei Pit onto the side of Rock Esports. Their damage falls, their front line falls, and Kong Ling is nowhere to be seen. He has to use a Space Bright back to base as the T2 into the mid lane looks to be taken down.
It's so scary, like looking at the Ukiyo Tachibana in the hands of Zoe.
Yep.
It's so amazing but scary at the same time. He's there on almost every team fight, and I like how Tang Sheng and also Tashuai is just being such a good teammate, giving so much setup, coming in for the initiator, the finisher. Zoe.
That beautiful ultimate there from Inua as well, right? That was just like, hey, I'm gonna take this guy, land my homing missiles, and you're gonna have to deal with the aftermath there, which was the deletion of Muchi as well as Xuan. And Xuan is now back onto the gorge here. He has to be the charging ram. He has to soak up a lot of that damage. But Sheng into the backline just to scare them away. Leading up the rising tide there just means that Wei Pit, Muchi are all low health bars. The flashes have been committed here by the side of AGAL, but they're just looking to make sure they're giving the space over to the minion wave.
Insane, absolutely insane play there. Coming in from Sheng, getting the flash knock-up on all the players from Rock Esports and surviving. It's another level coming in from AGAL.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the thing. Like, this is a team that know the damage numbers. They look for timers. They look for pretty much every little kind of intricacy when it comes to Honor of Kings. And the fact is they knew there was going to do enough damage to basically to shift them away and be able to get that bot side T2. It just shows the different understandings of this game.
Wow. And again, they're just trying to assert their dominance on these big team fights. The 8-minute mark coming in for Rock Esports, but AGAL looking as dominant as ever, looking to end the game here with the triple wave coming for their high grounds.
Looking for the opening of their high grounds there. A little bit of a Brucey bonus potentially for the side of Rock Esports as the T1 bot side, but it's going to be a fight for the mid lane here. It's all going down. Con Ling falls now. Schwan as well. Moochie on the run. Wendy even now joining the rest of his brothers into the afterlife. T3 top side of the map gets taken down. And then we have Ron just making sure Waypit runs back to base as the obviously Vanguards come through, and AGAL, your title defenders, make it into the grand finals once again.
It's going to be the dominance that they've seen before. Last year's champion, same result, same dominance, and same mentality coming from the champions of KWC 2025, asserting their dominance over Rock Esports.
Yep, they came, they saw, they conquered every global team to get here. AGAL on the golden road to defend their title once again at KWC. Will they perfect their start here and have a perfect end? We will see them in the grand finals. But what we'll see once again is just how exactly AGAL turn on this flame of just pure performance.
I mean, they're so dominant. Like, with the first two picks, I could already see that AGAL, they wanted control of the game. And they answered with that in mind. The setup coming in from Changsheng, and also the amazing double man knockup from Tashuai. Like, nobody from Rock Esports could answer that, especially coming in from the pressure coming in from the two side laners, Sino and Swan Run. But we're going to talk about it again with Rain Day and the panelists.
Let's give it up one more time for AGAL. Let's welcome our grand finalists. Congratulations, Shai, on making it to the grand finals. It will be the second time for you guys to join to the grand finals here in KWC and EWC. What's the different feeling you got this year? 首先恭喜大帅，也恭喜 AG 这一次呢再次晋级了决赛。其实你们这是专业户了，你们去年也是冠军，对吧？那第二次可以在 KW 晋级决赛，会不会和之前有不一样的感受呢？
这一次明显感觉到，就是其他海外的队伍，就大家实力越来越强了吧。
So this time we feel very differently because we can literally feeling that the teams overseas at international level are becoming stronger and stronger every single time. So yeah, I think it's quite a trip for us. And Rock Esports during the series seem to have their game, especially for game 3, and you magically turn things around immediately. So how do you do that? And how do you communicate so calmly in that game so you can turn things over? 其实我们今天的对手 Rock Esports 他们在第3局给到我们前期的压力是非常大的，打得非常好。所以那一局呢，其实在比赛的中期，你们是怎样冷静的沟通，所以可以把这个比赛反转回来呢？
那一波应该就是对面给失误了嘛，就是想打进攻，然后没有操作好，然后被我们反打。
I think we grasp that very precious opportunity when they're making the moves to invade and to be aggressively and take that chance, and we fought back. That will be a very important moment for us so that we can finally be the winner for that specific game. So you're going to be facing KPL Stream Champion KSG one more time, but this time you'll be standing on the stage where you had the throne last year. Actually, Zhu Hao had something very interesting during the post-match interview in Chinese channel. He said, according to his very word, get 3 games of us, then you will beaten us. 刚才句号呢，其实在比赛结束之后的采访有跟我们分享一句狠话他的原话是赢我们3分算你们赢。What's your response to that? 你想回应什么呢？
希望你说话算话，我们3-0的时候就直接判我们赢了。
I really think that what you said is true. When we're leading with the 3-0, you gotta give the last game for us. So AGAL will be the final winner for tomorrow's final. So one more thing, give some messages to the fans all over the world coming in here in Paris, supporting you guys all the time, and not to mention viewers and audiences who have been staying with you guys all the time. 当然，最后非常感谢我们今天可以带来这么好的表现呢。最后依旧是给我们线上和线下的观众朋友们带来你自己的一些心底的祝福和话，好吗？大帅。
希望大家观赛愉快吧，就是希望我们最后一场也给大家带来一场精彩的比赛。
Hope you guys have a very wonderful and amazing watching experience watching our matchups, and hopefully we can give a best status and give the best performance to us. Thank you so much for supporting us. And here we go. That will be the end for the interview. And now it will be the time where we share the glory time together. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. All the players from the AGAL. It will be the moment you'll be cherishing for your entire life. Let's together walk towards the thing you guys have been fought a long way together all the time. AGAL fought their way towards the very end, make it to the grand finals. One more time here on the stage in KWC, in EWC. We're watching the key of Rock Esports being smashed and destroyed, and this will be the end of their journey here in Paris, while the world awaits for AGAL to chase for their second global title. So ladies and gentlemen, here is the grand finals here. AGAL versus KSG. Get ready for this epic title clash tomorrow night. We'll see you guys in the grand finals.
It reminds me of remnants of the Colossus of Rhodes. A great era, a great moment in history, now forgotten, crushed, and never to be regained again. And in this way, Rock Esports have found their own journey crushed. But it was not without great momentum to get to this moment. Semifinals, hundreds of thousands of dollars earned, and now a spot to earn even more in our third place matchup against GK Esports. But of course, our grand final, you maybe thought it was going to be the case. Well, it certainly is now. It's official. It'll be KSG versus AGAL. And the fans, if they're any indication, Chantel and Ken, this is going to be a lights out show.
Yeah, definitely. It's another battle for HOK supremacy because we're talking about KPL teams, and it will be a great experience for you if you get to see an ultimate battle, because last year it went 7 games.
Wow.
Full 7. It was full of excitement as well. And I think the expectations are even higher this series, because now we have a even more interesting story. KSG known as the prodigy team, right?
Ooh.
First timers coming into the scene, wins the whole spring for KPL.
Yeah.
Now they get to do it on the international stage against the previous winners of AGAL. So tomorrow's going to be spicy, it's going to be hot, it's going to be exciting.
Might have been one of the biggest statements that you could make coming into this. And for those who need the official viewpoint of what we've got coming up, here's a little bit of how it all went down in that final game. AGAL dominant. They barely died. 1 death across all of their team. And Rock Esports, well, it just fell short. We've talked about this enough. I'm not sure we need to belabor this one too much after we crushed their key. We know they lost the game. But Chantel, moving forward, AGAL and KSG, what's exciting you about that matchup? He mentioned Dream Team. What is AGL bringing in their title defense now moving forward?
Definitely for AGAL, they are cleaner as compared to last year's performance. I mean, there's already a variety on the heroes that they're using, and a great adaptation skills when it comes to games wherein the other one is on the lead. Now for KSG, it's about having that control early game.
It's kind of crazy because if you take a look at what KSG offers, it's like, okay, we go with the stock standard. Nobody has been able to push our buttons. But for AG, they have come up with some really interesting picks like Bai Chi Farm. They've done Alicio in this last game. Yeah, the Xiangyu as well. Like, these are all off-meta picks, right? Things that are really new to a lot of our viewers.
And it'll be the first time we get to see, on this stage at least in Paris, 2 KPL teams pushing each other to the limit.
Yeah, and speaking of pushing it to the limit, now that you mentioned about heroes that are not normally part of the drafting, it just means that it's going to be a tall order for the coaches on how they will prepare against each other, because maybe the other teams prepared a totally different draft. Maybe some orthodox heroes that we don't really see on international tournaments. So something like that. So the journey of these teams might be a little different from the previous year, because a lot changed in our game.
You know, it's also interesting to look at GK Esports and Rock, which will be our 3rd and 4th place matchup. We mentioned there's like, I'm not sure if it's 80,000 on the line. It's something there. It's about 80,000 on the line, basically 280 to 360 from fourth to third. But the benefit of both these teams in their matchups against KSG and AGAL respectively is they were really close in the third game, which means that there was something about the way their rosters understand the mechanics of this game, or maybe even drafting, that kind of evens them out, I would say, Ken. Are you looking forward to that matchup to see kind of who stands at the top of the global side of things?
For sure, because their history is that I believe it is GK that beats Aurora. So that is the history, right? And in the boot camp, GK came out on tops. So I think there's a lot of, besides the money, there's a lot more to gain by winning against GK.
And that's how crazy MKL teams could go, because it's like a love triangle. The other one is the champion, but the KWC, the other one defeats the other. So anyone can actually win that third place match tomorrow.
KWC Love Triangle. I didn't know about that.
Oh, yeah.
Is that in Chantel's confessions? Is that what we Ken, we heard yours earlier.
I'm looking forward to my confessions.
Yeah.
Your reactions to my confessions.
Everyone feels like they've got to go through it. I haven't had my confessions yet.
Ooh.
Just saying. Big shout out and shot of Yunawa's father, and I would assume his mother, his brother. I'm not exactly sure. We know the father spoke out and was there yesterday in the stands. His entire family representing being here, Ken. I mean, that's just we talked about mom buffs and parent buffs and kid buffs. That's a big buff there, seeing them all the way from China come and represent.
It is, and it's a once in a lifetime thing to be able to achieve. If you can achieve success in front of your family, in front of your siblings, to show, not just inspire your family, be proud of it, but to show the rest of the world that if you really truly are good at what you do, you will get all the attention, the satisfaction, the fulfillment. This is something that money can't buy.
I tried to impress my daughter here today, but she just really wanted blueberries and
Maybe
and
she'll like this. Maybe she'll like this.
Maybe she will. I don't know. But at the end of the day, I mean, sometimes you like what you like, and I do love the idea though of this being bigger than them. What do you think the reaction is in China right now, Chantel? How excited do you think they are looking at this matchup, watching from home, saying this is going to be great?
I think they're kind of crazy about it at this point, because people are like just really looking forward for this matchup even before we started this year's KWC.
Yes, it is. I mean, if you take a look at how high-tech their cams are, the ones that they brought in.
Yeah, like the huge lenses this close.
Yeah, it's a fraction of their power. So when you have the fans all the way in KPL, they have unlimited power-ups.
Oh, I love
and
it, baby.
unlimited funds. Because not everyone could fly to Paris just to support your favorite team.
Yeah,
right?
I always say it. I mean, it has nothing. I mean, listen, there's more to talk about fans who travel to support their teams, where that money comes from. Sometimes I don't know, especially in American sports, which I watch normally. But we had a chance, unfortunately, on the side of GK Esports to have Rock Esports, to have a conversation. Their exit interview here is ready with Mara, so let's hear what they had to say.
We're here with Waypit from Rock Esports. Waypit, you went all the way to the semifinals against the defending champion. What did AGAL show you that made it so difficult to break them?
I think their teamwork is very good, and also they just play like different level compared to us, I think.
They play different compared to what you're used to, but tomorrow is going to be a familiar opponent, Rock Esports versus GK. Now, facing a team that you're so familiar with, does that change the way you prepare?
No, we just treat every opponent with the same way.
Now, tomorrow, there's only one spot for a third place finish. Both you and GK Esports came in here carrying the same flag, representing Malaysia. How much pride is on the line since there's only one more spot?
I think we will win the game.
You win the game? Any predictions?
Maybe 3-2.
3-2. All right. Now, tomorrow, it's going to be your last chance to have a podium finish. Third place, how much would this mean for Rock Esports?
It means that we can take the same place like last year, I think.
And you'll be satisfied with the same place as last year?
Yeah, I think because the third place, I think is mean like it's the best team it's the best team in except KPL, I think.
best team in the global, and the highest finish for MKL. Once again, thank you, and we wish you luck for tomorrow. You heard it from Waypit.
We sure did. Thank you, Mara. It was a great statement at the very end there saying, yes, we're happy because that means we're the best in the world if we just exclude the KPL, which is kind of what you got to do here for at least a little while longer. But even as AGAL said, the scene is catching up. The world is catching up. And that is a great vote of confidence for what they've been able to do on the stage. They'll have another chance to prove how far they've come tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a lot of games being stretched at 18 minutes. I would love to see a max game tomorrow at 5 games. That was the prediction for tomorrow's matchup. But yeah, for our MKL teams, definitely there's a huge progress, I must say, even applicable to majority of the global teams who participated in this year's KWC.
I think all the teams, right, whether they have attended the bootcamp or not, I think that was a great improvement by all of the different teams that have attended this year's KWC. In fact, this actually makes me feel like next year is going to be even more tight-knit. And maybe, okay, so once again, we have to root. Maybe next year we'll get that one win.
Grand finals tomorrow.
And we'll go game after game after game, just waiting.
One game at a time.
Yes. All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket coming up on your screens. It's tomorrow, grand final day, but it's also a third place match as well. And there's something else. Of course, you know Rock Esports going to take on GK Esports. That will start our day at 11. So same time if you want to tune in. Team Valor's Team Kings. What is that? A show match, a best of 2. Uh-oh, that is going to be fun. Look at these teams. You can see it yet again. Ken, these are some superstars, and they'll be playing twice. So double the trouble, double the fun.
Okay, I'm voting for Team Valor because Gemini was the MVP yesterday.
Okay, I'm going for Team Kings because we have 2 representatives from the Philippines. And Shabik's my friend.
Okay.
I'm going for a good matchup.
That's
fair. They'll have to prove which one's the favorite. I'll be a fan of one of the teams afterwards. How about that? Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take it. By the way, we've got an update about the club championship. Chris gathered all of the CC crew to talk about it. Let's send it over to them.
Another Club Championship update here with all 4 of us. They seem to actually be managing to wrangle us all quite well, once a week at least anyway. So another update coming in here. I mean, Trav, for your stage, you know, we've got some different competitors kind of coming through. AJL are a big one, of course, in Honor Kings, looking like they're going to go on to win their series today. This is pre-recorded, guys. That's how it works. But for you, I mean, kind of similar story. They are competing there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zubair started off really, really strong. He took down the winner of 24 and 25, Ulsan. So that was a big push for him. It started well really early on, then it kind of wavered a little bit from there. So we're questioning how well he's going to be able to do now, but Arslan Ash over on Twisted Minds looking like one of the favourites to take it all. He's pretty much won everything you can do in the game, so if he gets an Esports World Cup title, he's pretty much going to be in those GOAT conversations. So that's something that he really wants to get done. So a lot of pressure on his back as well, considering Twisted Minds kind of fell a little bit short last week. Vitality got Jean Ding in the competition as well. He's just managed to get through the first round of the group today as well. So he's in a good position to go far. But as always, it's Team Falcons. They've got 3 players through. They came in with 4, so only lost 1.
Yeah, and I think for Falcons, Jenny, kind of similar conversation in the STC arena. They're not going to be a team who probably go on to win it. I know, obviously, on your stage, they are a team who have done pretty well recently.
Yes.
But they're chipping away, right? They're in that first place, and just getting those 300 points, 500 points is doing a big thing for them, right?
Yeah, it seems to be the theme for Falcons, get as many points as you can, and now that they've had their first win as well, it is that guarantee that they can actually get the trophy. But when it comes to us on the STC arena, it is the final day of groups, so we still have 4 out of the top 8 teams to be qualified. So far we have G2, we have FaZe, 100 Thieves, as well as Falcons. Falcons probably gonna make a deep run, or at least hoping to, considering their last major result. And when we're looking at G2, however, they're not eligible for Club Championship points in this title just because of the fact that they made too many roster changes too close to the deadline. But then we're looking at Gentlemaids. They are competing later today. They're hoping to get that top 8 finish at least, because they have already gotten a total of 400 points across different titles, one on your stage last week, on week 1 as well for the STC arena. So they're sitting comfortably. They're hoping to make it a top 10, but we'll see whether or not they'll be able to repeat a win in the major this time.
Yeah, I think the Thieves one's an interesting one, because obviously winning already, winning again, we've kind of always been talking about first place, but that prize pool runs all the way down to top 24. So it's going to be interesting to see how some of the other teams do kind of filtering. And Lauren, your stage, you've got 2 weeks of competition.
Yeah, we've got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Okay, now over on the Gadia City grid,
We are currently focusing when it comes to the CC side of things mostly on Aurora Gaming, AGAL, which is a little bit of a common thread that we're kind of weaving here, yeah, right? And then Vitality. Now we're going to talk about Vitality in a second because we won't even get to see them until tomorrow. Right now we're focusing on the very first group. The way that it works is you have to be in the top 5 in order to guarantee your spot in finals. If you're bottom 3, you're going home today. If you're in the middle, you make it through to survival. Right now, Aurora Gaming is in that top 5. They're looking pretty good. They've played really solidly on the first day. We have to see how they do in the rest of the matches here today. However, AGAL, not as much. They're in the middle of the pack. They're not doing poorly, but they're not guaranteeing that final slot as of right now. That could change throughout the day. They've at least so far put them in a good spot to be in the survival stage, which will give them one more opportunity to get those few remaining final spots, but we're going to have to pay attention and see how it goes. Then you have Vitality on the flip side, one of the teams that was definitely one of the favorites heading into this entire week, and they will start to play tomorrow. So we'll have to see how things go for them, but right now, considering where these teams are on the leaderboard for CC, it could be really exciting.
Yeah, I think it's a huge week for AGL. That's what it kind of sounds like to me. Outside of your stage, Jenny, they're competing and are going to compete across every single title. Yeah, well, guys, thank you very much. That is your Club Championship update for today. We'll check in tomorrow.
Thank you, Chris, and to the Club Championship crew, Trav, Jeannie, and Lauren. It's exciting to see you guys break down all of the tight-knit races like AGAL, Nodisman, Seer, Virtus Pro, and Vitality mentioned quite a bit, Chantel. But really, AGAL, Lauren said the common thread, certainly a thread here.
Yeah, definitely know that they are at our grand finals tomorrow.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm kind of surprised because AGAL, if I'm not mistaken, was at rank 5 yesterday. So a lot happened today.
Up to 2.
Yeah, they did. They did well in the other titles. So tomorrow is even more pressure, right? Because they need to make sure they win because they want their 1,000 points up there.
Yeah. I actually don't. I know that was kind of actively added, but I don't know. Does it win? Put them ahead of Falcons? That's a question we'll have to find out. Guys, closing out the day, we got our grand final matchup ready. We got our 3rd and 4 matchup. 2 more games to go officially. We got 1 show match, all happening tomorrow.
And possibly 13 games if all games will be maxed. Possible 13 games plus the show match, so make it 15.
Yes, max it out. And of course, we will give you a line from Team Aurora in the interview. Have some sleep, eat some food, get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
I love it. Hey, I don't really have to say anything. Ken just closed this out. From everyone here at Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, remind you to never give up, never stop gaming. We will see you all tomorrow.
Made up cause we were born to be contenders. When trials lie ahead, you know we never will surrender. Gonna be bold, gonna stand a little bit taller. As long as we are here, we can go a little longer. Caught up in this fight, now we're chasing every victory. Feeling every move, yeah, we're writing out the history. Running to the light, feeling calmer than a river. Ready for the fight, we go harder, we go bigger. Feel your heartbeat raising. Goes like 3, 2, 1, that you counting down. Winner, legacy, feel it, limited. Listen, I'm on it. I wanna live it up like, call it, want it. Yeah, I hardly started. You're falling fast, forging Valor, grinding on. We're the champions, ready to go. Yeah, we're made out of gold, never letting it go. Got your back, yeah, they coming, strong in the storm. Do you wanna go up in fortune? Valor, grinding on up. Taking it from the top. I wanna rise it up. I wanna go with the feeling. All that we do is succeeding. Wanna get up and feel myself again. Wanna build a legacy.